What if Deku had the powers of the Flash? Welcome back to part 2 of this high-speed alternate universe, where Izuku Midoriya doesn't inherit one for all, but instead, unlocks the power of the Speed Force. With lightning-fast reflexes, superhuman speed, and new challenges ahead, Deku's journey at UA High is changing faster than anyone expected. How will his new powers shape his path to becoming the #1 hero? Strap in, because the story continues now. Chapter 9, Decision. Decision. The UA Sports Festival was a major event. It ranked up there with the Olympics and the Super Bowl. Since this was a huge event, the class was given 2 weeks' time to get ready. Most spent it trying to improve their quirks, but Izuku spent it visiting his dad. He kept thinking about what Melissa said, about him being there when his mother died. Why didn't he stop her? Why didn't he save his mom? But the one question Izuku had in his mind that kept popping up was if he should go back in time to save his mom. Time travel is theoretically possible, and if Melissa said was true, very likely. The days have gone by and Izuku still wasn't sure. Mitsuki thought he should if he had the chance. Hatsune wasn't sure. There would be unknown consequences if he did, but would that matter? Izuku wanted one thing above all else, to have his mom in the stands watching him as he competed in the sports festival. It was the Saturday before the sports festival began and Izuku was visiting his father. Going in and sitting down in front of the glass, Izuku waited for his dad. A few moments later he arrived. They uncuffed him and told him he had 5 minutes. "Hey Dad," said Izuku, grabbing the phone. "There's my little speedster." "So, how's school, kid?" asked Hisashi, smiling. Izuku took a deep breath. It's good, a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, but I'll be fine. The sports festival starts on Monday, so there's that." "That's right, some of the guys in here are going to have it on the TV, so I'll be watching, kid," said Hisashi. "Man, if only your mom were alive to see you take that stage." Izuku looked down. "That's actually what I'm here to talk to you about." "What if she was?" Hisashi looked at Izuku confused. "I don't follow." "What if I told you that I can make it so mom is alive and with us," said Izuku. "Like what, time travel?" asked Hisashi as he sat back on his chair. "You know that's impossible, Izuku. I get it, you're fast, but you're talking about turning back time." Izuku shook his head. "I wouldn't be turning back time per se, I would be going back. I can stop mom from being killed." "No," said Hisashi, plain and simple. Izuku was stunned. What? Why not?" "I get that you're fast, Izuku, but time travel is just impossible," explained Hisashi. "But that's just the thing. May and I found out that my speed is actually a form of cosmic energy. While I was fighting Melissa, I somehow entered a force, a speed force. I could see my past, present, and even the future. But that's not all. I even saw mom, alive with us. All I have to do is enter that speed force again and save mom," explained Izuku. "My answer is still no," said Hisashi. "You'll be changing the timeline, and we've both seen enough sci-fi movies to know that can't end well. What if the world changes? What if you're the one who changes?" "I don't care," said Izuku. "I care," said Hisashi. "Izuku, I am so proud of the young man you've become. Knowing that there is even the smallest of chances of you changing what makes you you, is not worth it. And if your mom knew about it, she would never allow it to happen." Izuku now had tears in his eyes. "But Dad, we can be a family again. You, me, Mom, no more bars separating us, just us, together again. We are a family, Izuku. I miss your mom just as much as you do, but things happen for a reason," said Hisashi. "I believe that, and so should you. What do Mitsuki and Masaru think about it?" "They think I should do it," said Izuku. No, it's too dangerous, Izuku. You can't, promise me you won't." Izuku stayed silent. "Please, promise me." With a heavy heart, Izuku nodded as he wiped away the tears. "All right, Dad, I promise." "Good, now tell me, when did you start calling Hatsune by her first name? Something you want to tell me?" asked Hisashi with a smirk on his face. Izuku laughed and sniffled. "It actually happened after the USJ was attacked. She and we got closer." Hisashi smiled. "Atta boy, see, this is what you should be doing. I have to ask, have you two kissed yet?" Izuku blushed, and no. "Oh come on, Izuku, you should go for it." His father's teasing only made Izuku blush more. "When I was your age, your mom and I couldn't keep our hands off of each other." "Okay. Way too much information," said Izuku, his eyes wide. Hisashi then turned towards the cells. "Hey guys. My son got a girlfriend." From the cells the inmates began to cheer and clap. "Way to go, kid. "Keep it up," they yelled from their cells. Izuku put his head down on the counter, embarrassed. "Someone get me out of here." After the 5 minutes were over, Izuku said goodbye to his father and went back home, but first he had to make a quick stop to his mom. Paying his respects, Izuku was just about to leave the graveyard when he got a call. Looking at this phone, he noticed that it was Mei. "Hey Mei, what's up?" he asked, picking up the call. "Izuku, are we still on for tonight?" asked Mei. Izuku was actually going to go out with Mei the weekend of the USJ attack, but they pushed it back for obvious reasons, but now it was time. "Yeah, of course." "Why, did something come up?" asked Izuku, nervous. No, it's just. You know what, I'll tell you later. I'll see you then, bye." With that, Mei hung up on Izuku, which left Izuku very confused. "Strange, but whatever. Man, I can't believe I'm going out on a date with Mei," said Izuku happily. "I should go get changed." With that, Izuku took the train home. After showering, Izuku went to his room to pick out some clothes. He had 3 options in front of him but couldn't decide which one. Man, this is tough." "Please tell me that's not what you're thinking of wearing," said Bakugo, appearing at the doorway. Izuku turned. "Yeah, why? What's wrong with these choices?" Bakugo walked into the room. "They're boring as hell, and lame." Bakugo then flung all of the clothes Izuku picked to the side. "Let me handle this, I'll make you look good." After changing a couple of times and getting some compliments from Bakugo's parents, Izuku went to the mall where he was going to meet up with Mei. Standing in front of the entrance, Izuku had on a black jacket with a green shirt, blue jeans, and his signature red shoes. As Izuku stood there, his nerves began to get the better of him. He already had a lot on his mind, but was a date with Mei really what he needed right now? However, before he could answer that question, someone called out to him, "Hey Izuku." Turning, Izuku found Mei walking over to him. Izuku's eyes widened. Whoa! Standing in front of him was Mei, wearing a green jacket, a white button-up shirt that had straps almost like a belt going across, a belt around her waist, and much to Izuku's surprise, a light red skirt on. For as long as Izuku knew Mei, he had never seen her in a skirt. UA had a skirt for every female student, but Mei refused to wear it, saying that it would have gotten in the way of making her babies. Which in all fairness was true. "So what do you think?" asked Mei as she pushed away her hair. Still surprised, Izuku was silent. After a few seconds he snapped out of it, "You look amazing. I don't think I've ever seen you in a skirt." Mei nodded. "I don't really wear this kind of stuff, but my mom made me buy it in case I need it. It's going to take some time to get used to this." Izuku smiled. "If you're uncomfortable, we can go find you some new clothes." "And no, it's fine really. Besides, I picked this out just for you," Mei said that last part in a low tone. "What was that?" asked Izuku, unable to hear the last part. "Nothing. Anyway, what are we doing first?" asked Mei. Izuku pointed behind him. "I was thinking a movie. There's one I think you might like." Mei smiled. "Can't wait. Let's go." The two then walked into the mall and towards the cinema. Paying for the tickets and some popcorn, Izuku and Mei got to their seats. The movie they were watching was called I, Robot. It was a science fiction/action movie. It wasn't the best of movies, but when Izuku turned to Mei, he could see the smile on her face. After the movie, the two walked out of the movie theater. And that's why the 3 laws of robotics are important. That is also why the advancements in AI are dangerous. If we aren't careful, they could become even smarter and become self-aware one day, said Hatsum as Izuku listened. "But if they do become self-aware, wouldn't they just break the 3 laws of robotics?" asked Izuku. Mei thought about it. "That is a good question. Let's not find out the answer to that." Agreed. "So what do you want to do next, Mei?" asked Izuku. "We could go grab a bite to eat, or we could." However, as Izuku was speaking, Mei grabbed his arm and began to pull him into the mall. What the? "Mei, where are you taking me?" Stopping in front of a hardware store, it dawned on Mei what she just did. Sorry about that. I saw some gear that I wanted to check out." Izuku smiled. "Well, this looks like a good place to start. I do see some components that we can use for the sensors on my suit. Let's go in." Nodding, Mei and Izuku went inside and began to look around. They then began to talk to the store owner, who was very knowledgeable about everything about if this component was compatible with this one or if one part was better than the other. After over an hour inside the store, the two walked out with a few bags of stuff. "Maybe we went a bit overboard," said Izuku. Mei sat down on a bench to rest. "Maybe just a little." But that's when it hit Mei. "Oh, sorry about this. I know you wanted to hang out with me, but it seems like I just dragged you along." Hey, don't worry about it. It wasn't what I had in mind, but I enjoyed myself nonetheless. Besides, seeing you smile and having fun is what matters, said Izuku, which caused a small blush to form on Mei's face. Speaking of smiles, Izuku, there's something bothering you, isn't there? Asked Mei in a firm voice. Izuku's eyes widened for a second. What? Of course not. Why would you say that? Because, ever since the USJ incident you've been different somehow. You seem to get lost in thought a lot more than you used to. Izuku stayed silent. You're thinking about what Melissa said, aren't you? Izuku sighed. Yes. Izuku, you can't take what she said seriously. Melissa was crazy, she wanted to get inside your head. Explained Mei. I know that, it's just, what if she was telling the truth? What if I was actually there the day Mom died? What if there's a chance to save Mom? Mei was about to say something when Izuku cut her off. I know, it sounds crazy, but if you saw what I saw you'd say differently. I don't know how, but I think I can do it. I can save my mom from dying. I won, I beat Melissa, but why does it feel like I lost? Mei then reached out and grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku, it's because you lost so much. I can't even pretend how it must have felt like for you. But I do know that you are the bravest person I know. Despite everything you've lost, you still chose to keep moving forward. I guess that's one of the reasons why I like you. Izuku looked up at Mei. You do? Mei nodded. Yeah, I do. I know that people think I'm all about making babies and building stuff. I may not show it all the time, but I'm still a girl. But there's also something else I like, and that's spending time with you. Mei, I like you too, and yeah, you can be a handful sometimes to deal with. Izuku saw Mei pouting, but you are also the smartest person I know. You didn't even care when you found out about my dad. Izuku then sighed, but I'm just too distracted right now. I can't give you an answer. Mei smiled, I know and I understand. So whenever you're ready we'll finish talking about this. How does that sound? That sounds great, Mei, and sorry, said Izuku. Don't be, I know I'm not. Let's go eat, I'm getting hungry, said Mei, getting up from the bench. Izuku followed, but before he took a step he called out to Mei. The sports festival. Mei turned, if I win we'll finish talking. I hope you win then. The two of them then went to grab a bite to eat. After eating, Izuku walked Mei to the train station and then to her house. Tonight's been fun, Izuku. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. Sorry if I killed the mood earlier, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. Mei shook her head, don't be. Besides, it's not like it's going to be the last time we go out. Unless, you don't want to? I do. Just wait, it'll be better than today, said Izuku. Can't wait. After a few moments of awkward silence, Mei took a deep breath. I should head inside. We have a big day tomorrow. Yeah, the sports festival. Everyone will be watching. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mei. Try to get some rest. Pleaded Izuku. Mei shrugged, I'll try, but no promises. That's as good as it's going to get, so I'll take it. Well, good night, Mei. Izuku was about to turn to leave, but before he could, Mei leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Good night, she said as her long pink dreadlocks covered her face. Without saying another word, Mei ran inside her house, leaving Izuku stunned. After taking a few moments to compose himself, Izuku slowly began to walk away from her house. Once he was out of sight, Izuku took off with green lightning trailing behind him. Within 3 seconds, Izuku stopped inside the hut. He didn't want to risk the chance of Mei seeing him blush. The next day, UA. Today was UA's sports festival and people were already packed inside the arena. People from all over Japan came to see this event, and even more watched at home. Class 1A were currently sitting in a waiting room donning their gym uniforms. Man, I wish we could have used our hero costumes, said Mina. Same, but I get why they had us change. Not every class is costumes, so we would be at an advantage, said Kirishima. The class were all talking amongst each other, but Izuku sat on a bench by himself. Hey nerd. How'd it go with the inventor last night? Asked Bakugo, throwing his arm around Izuku's shoulder. It was great actually. Answered Izuku. Bakugo blinked a couple of times, that's it? Come on, give me details. Did you two kiss at least? Izuku blushed slightly. Bakugo smirked, oh? I'll take that as a yes. So, how was it? It was only a kiss on the cheek. It wasn't anything serious, said Izuku, trying to push Bakugo away. Yeah, but it was still something, said Bakugo as he gave Izuku a noogie. But that's when someone stopped behind them, Midoriya. They both turned around to find Todoroki standing there, which was rare. Their dual-colored classmate never talked to anyone. Todoroki, what's up? When it comes to raw strength, I'm clearly stronger. You may have speed, but that's all you have. That's why I'm going to beat you today, said Todoroki, staring down Izuku. Bakugo stood up. What the hell is this about half and half? Are you trying to start something? That's when Izuku stood up and grabbed Bakugo by the shoulder. Izuku-chan. Izuku then turned to Todoroki. I don't know where this came from, but if you think I'm all about speed, then you're dead wrong. I'm guessing you have something to prove, but guess what? I really don't care. I have my own reasons to win, and you can sure as hell be sure I will. The class fell into silence. The two then stared each other down, almost daring the other to say something else, but before either of them could, Bakugo got in between them. All right, you two, that's enough. Save it for when we are on the field. Todoroki turned away and left Izuku alone. Bakugo sighed. What the hell was that about, nerd? Izuku sat down. Nothing. Bullshit, you looked like you were about to fight half and half over there. Explain, demanded Bakugo. But Izuku stayed silent. Something else happened while you were out with the inventor. What happened? Izuku then stood up. It doesn't matter, now leave me alone. Bakugo was about to say something when the speakers suddenly went on. Will all first-year classes please make your way towards the arena? The class then all began to walk towards the arena. Soon they found themselves waiting in the tunnel of the arena. They were then flagged to walk onto the field. And there they are. The world-famous Class 1A, yelled Present Mike from the announcer's booth. As Izuku stepped out of the tunnel, he and the rest of the class were met by the sound of roaring applause and cheers that was nearly deafening. Izuku looked around at the thousands of people in the stands. Wow, there's so many people here. I wish Mom could have been here to see this. Prison. In prison, Hisashi sat in the rec area in front of a TV watching the students walk onto the field. Hey Firebreath, you got a son there, right? Asked an inmate. Hisashi nodded. Yeah, the one with the green messy hair is mine. Oh look, there he is. Pointing at the screen, Hisashi smiled seeing his son. Go get him, kid. UA. After all the classes had been introduced, they then found themselves in front of a small stage. Izuku looked over to the support course and found Mei. He waved and she waved back. Now let's get UA's sports festival going. And who else to be your referee on the ground than the one and only Midnight? On the stage, the 18-plus hero known as Midnight walked onto the stage wearing her hero costume that left little to the imagination. I do hope you kids are ready. Cause this is one festival where you have to give it your all. The boys all blushed at the sight of the hero, the girls all stared at her. Izuku blushed but soon looked away. Now that everyone is ready, let's kick things off with the ceremonial speech by none other than Class 1A's class president Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was stunned. What? When was this a thing? Looking around, Izuku saw everyone looking at him. But that's when Bakugo pushed him forward. You should be helping me. I could, but seeing you panic is a lot more entertaining. Now get your ass up there, said Bakugo. With no other option, Izuku walked onto the stage and now stood in front of everyone in the stadium. Taking a deep breath, Izuku readied himself. Time, it's a valuable thing. But it can very easily fly by us if we aren't careful. No one is immortal, heroes come and go, but the memory of them lives on. It's what we do with the time we have that gives our lives meaning. So that's why I want everyone, every student, civilian, hero, and anyone else hearing this to know that it's not too late. Go out there and do what you love. But always remember, time gives and takes, but it's up to us to do what we want with the time we are given. The stadium fell silent. Izuku thought he messed up, but his worry soon was broken when the entire stadium cheered. Seeing that the people liked it, Izuku stepped off the stage. As he went back to his class, he looked over at Mei, who had a worried look on her face. Thank you for that, Midoriya. Now let's find out what event you students will be competing in first, shall we? Midnight cracked her whip and pointed up towards the Jumbotron. Appearing on the screen was a wheel with all of the different events. Soon it spun rapidly before stopping suddenly on an event. Looks like the first up is the obstacle race. Izuku smiled. Oh, this should be easy. Class 1A all simultaneously sighed. They all knew there was no beating Izuku in a race. However, one boy in Class 1B that had blue hair and glasses looked at Izuku. However, this won't be an ordinary obstacle race. We had added a few surprises, so watch out for them. You are allowed to use your quirks, so go crazy. But keep in mind, only the first 42 students who cross the finish line move on, said Midnight. Now go to the starting line and get ready. The classes all walked over to a tunnel where they were all pushed up against each other. Izuku was in the middle of the pack, while Todoroki was in the front. Izuku yawned as he waited for the signal to go out. Alright. If everyone is ready? Then let's get this show on the road, yelled Present Mike as a loud buzzer sound was heard. The entire first-year class took off but was soon stopped when a wall of ice blocked their path. It was Todoroki. Using his quirk he managed to temporarily slow everyone down. As he ran forward, however, robots, like the ones in the entrance exam, appeared, including the massive zero-pointers. But Todoroki wasn't worried. Throwing his arm up, he froze over the entire wave of robots in front of him. Running past them, he looked back to see them falling. However, at that same time the other students had already broken free of his ice and were running him down. And look at them go. Todoroki has a firm lead as of this moment, but will that last? Announced Mike. Hey Mike, I think you're forgetting someone, said Aizawa. Huh? Who? Asked Mike as the camera panned towards the starting line. What the hell? Is he doing it again? Aizawa nodded. Yeah, he is. This is why I hate speed-type quirk users. They always think they could slack off. Down on the field, Izuku was laying down on the ground, just waiting. Maybe I should get some snacks while I wait. Getting up, Izuku dusted himself off and in a streak of green lightning he disappeared. The crowd was surprised. The camera looked around for him but couldn't find him. Where did he go? Asked Mike. Aizawa sighed. I have no idea, but I get the feeling we'll find out soon enough. With everyone else, they were giving it their all. Once they got past the robots, the students were faced with another challenge. This one included a pitfall. A large section of the ground was hollowed out, leaving only pillars that had ropes attached to them. Todoroki used his ice to freeze the rope and glide over them, while Bakugo used his explosions to fly over. But others had to think things through. How the heck are we going to make it across? Asked Mina, as herself, Uraka, and Sue all stopped at the edge of the fall. Ha ha. That's where you have to think outside the box, said Mei, appearing beside them. This will be the perfect chance to show off what my babies can do. Mei has a strange metal backpack attached to her back and special boots. Jumping from the ledge, Mei activated her baby, which shot out a spike and attached to a pillar. Using the momentum, Mei swung herself from pillar to pillar. Is that even allowed? Asked Uraka. Maybe? Midnight would have said something by now, right? Questioned Mina. That's when Sue jumped onto the rope. Come on, we can't fall behind. The others quickly rallied themselves and began to cross the second obstacle. Elsewhere, Izuku patiently waited at a table with a receipt in his hands. Back with the others, they were now on the third and final challenge. And it looks like Todoroki is still in the lead and is just a few hundred meters away from winning. But first he has to get by the minefield. In front of him, Todoroki saw that the ground had weird circles. Those must be the mines. I'll need to be careful. With Izuku, order for Izuku. A man wearing a white and red uniform called out. Standing up, Izuku walked over to the counter. That's me, he said in English. Here you are, sir. Please enjoy, said the man, handing over a bag of food. Grabbing the bag, Izuku nodded, thanks. Once again, Izuku took off. With Aizawa and Mike. Would you look at that? It seems like Todoroki and Bakugo are going at it. Who's going to win? Asked Mike as the crowd cheered. Still no sign of Midoriya. Does he plan on losing already? Questioned Aizawa. Huh? What are you talking about, Mr. Aizawa? I am planning on winning this, said Izuku. The two heroes jumped when they turned to find Izuku sitting in a chair, in the booth with them. Midoriya? Where the heck did you go? Asked Mike. Izuku grabbed some fries and ate them. I went to go eat. Want some? It's still warm, said Izuku as he put up the bag with the In and Out logo on it. All Might, who was sitting across the booth, could see inside and see the logo as well. See that logo? It's from a burger chain based in the USA and only in a few states. He managed to run across the Pacific Ocean, find a location, order food, wait for the food, and run back. All while the race is going on? Grabbing another handful of fries, Izuku tossed the bag to Aizawa. I should probably get going. They're about to cross the finish line. With a loud boom. Izuku was gone in a flash. Did he really just do that? Asked Mike, still surprised as to what happened. Aizawa grumbled as he turned back to the Jumbotron. I hate speedsters. Back in the obstacle race, Bakugo and Todoroki were neck and neck and the finish line was just a few feet away. Bakugo's explosions fired off behind him as he used them to repel himself forward, while using his ice to freeze the ground and glide with ease. Both of them were concentrating on winning. Both now were inches from the line when out of nowhere a green blur ran past them. Oh my goodness! We have a photo finish. We'll have to go to the film to see who crossed first," announced Mike. The crowd roared as they put the image up on the Jumbotron. The crowd watched as Bakugo and Todoroki extended out their arms, but as the video went frame for frame, the crowd fell silent. There, in one of the last 3 frames, Izuku stood across the line. However, on the second he seemed as if he jumped back. But it was the third that surprised them. The third and final frame had Izuku smiling at the camera with a burger in his hand as Bakugo and Todoroki stretched out their arms. Everyone turned to Izuku, who was standing at the finish line finishing up his burger. And the winner is Izuku Midoriya," announced Mike. The crowd once again exploded in cheer. Izuku dusted the crumbs off and gave the peace sign to the crowd. "I told you I would win." However, as Izuku celebrated his victory, he suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Uh-oh. Turning around, Izuku found a very pissed off Bakugo. "You damn nerd. I thought I told you multiple times now, don't mess with us," said Bakugo angrily. Izuku swallowed hard when he suddenly ran. "Get back here, you coward," yelled Bakugo, chasing after him. The other students all then began to finish the race as Midnight announced the first 42 students who made it. Izuku noticed that everyone in Class 1A had made it, and to his surprise so did Mei. "Still can't believe how fast you are, Midoriya," said Uraka, walking towards him as he ducked Bakugo's grabs. Izuku smiled. "I surprise myself sometimes. While your speed is impressive, it's not the only thing that wins matches." Izuku and Uraka turned to find a boy with blue hair and glasses standing in front of them. "You also need brains." "Oh? And who are you?" asked Izuku. "Tenya Ida, Class 1B Vice President," said Ida. "I see, but while you are right, speed isn't everything. It also helps to be the fastest in the school," explained Izuku. Ida adjusted his glasses. "While that remains to be seen. Don't forget we all have our weaknesses." Ida then walked past Izuku. "For example, a father who's a murderer." Izuku's eyes widened. Turning, he found Ida walking away from him. "Why, you little..." Izuku was about to confront Ida but stopped when he noticed his anger getting the better of him. "Midoriya, what did he mean by that?" asked Uraka, who heard everything. "It was nothing. Let's go back with the others. Seems like Midnight is about to announce the next event." Izuku then turned to leave, and left Uraka wondering what Ida meant by that. Now back with the others, Bakugo tapped Izuku's shoulder. "Hey nerd, look, the old hag is up there." Motioning toward the stands, Izuku managed to find Mitsuki and Masaru. But he then noticed something strange, an empty seat in between them. It took a second, but Izuku finally realized what they did. They bought an extra ticket so that Inko could sit with them. She couldn't be there physically, but at the very least Izuku could picture her there cheering him on. Smiling, Izuku turned to Midnight, who was in the middle of announcing the next event. Something happened while Izuku wasn't paying attention, but he didn't care. "And now that's cleared up, we can move on to the rules for the cavalry battle. The remaining students will group up in teams of a minimum of 2 and a max of 4. One person will be the rider while the rest will carry said person. But, the person on top will have a headband with a set amount of points. Points will be based on the position you got during the obstacle race, so the higher place you scored, the more your points will be worth." Izuku hummed, "I see, so I should be worth more. But just how much more?" Midnight then gave an evil smile. "Take first place for example. His points worth will be a whopping 10 million points." Izuku's face went blank. "What?" He then felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Looking around, he noticed everyone watching him. "Oh no. You have 5 minutes to get into teams, good luck." With that, Midnight walked off the stage, leaving the students to find teams. Izuku quickly went to find teammates, but everyone in his class politely declined to be on his team. Even Bakugo said that he wanted to be his own team because he didn't want to win that way. Feeling a bit dejected, Izuku began to panic. "Hey, need some teammates?" someone asked. Looking up, Izuku found Mei and Uraka standing in front of him. "You guys, are you sure? I'll be a huge target." Uraka smiled, "Of course. Besides, with your speed no one will be able to touch us," said Mei. "That's true, so I guess it's just a game of tag then," said Izuku. "Alright, let's do this." The cavalry battle rules were easy to understand. The game would go on for 10 minutes. Each rider will have the total amount of points around their head. And if it just so happened to be taken, you could still take them back. In the end, however, Izuku was just too fast. They tried, they really did, but even when everyone working against them, his speed proved to be too much. By the end of it, Izuku and his team were the only team still standing. Literally, everyone else had tired themselves down. And once again, Team Midoriya has won. announced Mike. Izuku sighed when the final buzzer was heard. That was easier than I thought, said Izuku as Mei, who was the rider, hopped off. I didn't even show off my babies, said Mei, slightly pouting. About that, I thought we couldn't bring any gear, said Uraka. Taking off her jetpack, Mei began to work on it. Normally no, but I got permission before the festival started. I was hoping to use them so the scouts and companies could see them, but someone had to move too fast. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, but everyone was just too slow. At least you made it to the final round. Uraka nodded. Yeah. Now that we're in the final, everyone is going to look at you. I really hope my parents are watching. Mei stopped working on her jetpack when Uraka mentioned her parents. She turned towards Izuku to find him with his back turned. Yeah, I bet they're proud. Izuku then began to walk away. Mei was going to go after him when Bakugo stopped her. Leave him, he needs some time to think. We both know what he's been thinking these last couple of days. Do you think he'll do it? Asked Mei. I don't know, I don't even know if he can. But it's up to him to decide. Explained Bakugo. The remaining students were then told to wait in one of the waiting rooms. The final event was going to consist of one-on-one fights. Walking in the tunnel, Izuku looked up to see Todoroki waiting for him. We need to talk. Not now, said Izuku, trying to walk by him. But that's when someone else's voice was heard. You can't expect much from him. I mean, what do you expect from the son of a killer? Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Turning, he found the tall boy with glasses entering the tunnel. What the hell did you say? Asked Izuku. Ida walked towards Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, son of Hisashi Midoriya, was convicted a few years ago for murdering his wife while their son was out. Currently spending life in prison. Shut up, said Izuku, his eyes flashing green. Why? Is this hard to hear? The truth can be rather hard to listen to, said Ida. However, before Ida could say another word, Izuku zoomed towards the boy and pinned him against the wall. I said shut up, yelled Izuku, his eyes burning green with power as lightning crackled around him. Ida smiled. Look at you, showing your true side, aren't you? Noticing what he was doing, Izuku let go of Ida, his eyes then stopped glowing. My father is an innocent man. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but say another word about my father or my mom again, and I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. With that, Izuku walked away from the two. Todoroki walked over to Ida. Why the hell did you do that for? There are lines you shouldn't cross. Ida got up. It's called psychological warfare. Now his head is all messed up. As soon as Izuku turned the corner, he ran out of there in the blink of an eye. He soon found himself on the roof of the stadium looking down at the crowd. There he could see that the brackets for the fights were already displayed. He was going to fight someone called Shinso? But that didn't matter right now. All Izuku could think about was his mom. As Izuku was clearing his mind, he suddenly heard the sound of a jetpack. What are you doing up here, Mei? Looking for you, said Mei, walking up to him and sitting beside him. What's on your mind, Izuku? Izuku sighed. A lot of things, actually. I know I said we would finish this if I won the sports festival, but I like you, Mei, I really do. But these last couple of days I can't stop thinking about what Melissa told me, about Mom. You know, I didn't even get the chance to say I loved her before she died. But she had to have known, right? She had to know I loved her. Mei suddenly reached out and hugged Izuku. Of course she knew Izuku. After some time, Izuku broke the hug. Mei, if I want any hope to become a person that is worthy of you, I have to fix what's wrong with me first. Mei reached out and turned Izuku's face towards her. Listen to me, Izuku, whatever you need to do, wherever you need to go, do it. No matter how long it takes, when you get back I'll be here. Izuku grabbed Mei's hand. Thank you. I love you, Izuku, said Mei. Izuku looked at Mei with a sad expression on his face. I love you too, Mei. Getting up, Mei walked over to the edge of the stadium and activated her jetpack. Seeing this, Izuku also got up. That's why I'm sorry, Mei, but I have to do this. With a loud boom that echoed throughout the stadium, Izuku ran towards UA's main campus. Bakugo was in the rest area when he heard the boom. He smiled. Well, I guess you'll see if it was the right call or not. Go get him, you damn nerd. Izuku ran towards the support department and grabbed his suit. Spinning around, Izuku put it on and was now in his green costume. Closing his eyes, Izuku thought back to his mother. When he opened his eyes again, his mind no longer wavered. He was going to do this. In a flash, Izuku disappeared and began to run. As he ran, he thought back to when he spoke to his father. I'm sorry, Dad, I know I promised I wouldn't do it, but I want us to be a family with Mom. Now over the Pacific Ocean, Izuku kicked it up a notch. The water broke apart as he ran by. Izuku was now running as fast if not faster than when he fought Melissa. He then began to feel it, his vision tunneling, his muscles tightening, and with one finally powerful scream Izuku entered the Speed Force once again. Once inside, Izuku looked around and noticed he was once again surrounded by stars and planets. He then saw images of his past, when he spoke with his father, his date with May. But he wasn't interested in that, there was only one place in time he wanted to go. That's when he saw it, an image of his house and a streak of red lightning followed by green running towards it. That's it. Hold on Mom, I'm coming to save you. Izuku's home years ago. Inko and Hisashi were sitting around in the living room watching some TV and enjoying some tea. Maybe I should have gone with Mitsuki, said Inko, putting down her tea. Hisashi smiled, it's been a while since we've had a day off to ourselves Inko. Sit back, enjoy, Izuku will be back soon, when he does I'll take the two of you out for some dinner. Inko sighed, I guess you're right. I should just relax. And I do hope it's that ramen place we both like. It is, now relax, said Hisashi. That's when Inko noticed that his teacup was empty. I'll get you some more, said Inko, getting up and going to the kitchen. As she was getting the pot, a loud booming sound was heard that echoed throughout the apartment. Hisashi quickly got up while Inko, startled by the sound, dropped the pot, causing tea to spill everywhere. That's when the door to their apartment exploded open and in came two streaks of light, one red and one green. They began to swarm inside the apartment, with lightning sparking off of them. Inko found herself surrounded by these unknowns with no way of getting out. Hisashi panicked. Inko, who couldn't move, reached out for her husband, Hisashi. Hisashi tried to run towards her, but that's when something suddenly knocked him back, knocking him out. Inko saw this. Hisashi. That's when the two streaks of light crashed into each other almost as if they were fighting. But Inko then saw as the green flash of light was sent flying out of the apartment. This made the red streak stop. Inko then got a look at what was behind the light. There standing in front of her was a person clad in red, their eyes glowing red, and their face vibrating so fast that it was distorted. That's when the person raised their hand as it vibrated at supersonic speeds. Inko's eyes widened as the person thrusted their hand forward. But just as they were about to kill her, Izuku appeared, tackling the person away. The two then crashed onto the floor. Getting up, Izuku grabbed the person in red. You're not going to kill her this time, Melissa. You're never hurting me or the ones I care about again. Izuku then began to beat down Melissa and made sure she couldn't hurt his mother. Seeing that she was knocked out, Izuku turned and found another version of himself looking at him from the door to the apartment. The Izuku who was at the door had a face of pure surprise. But the Izuku who just saved his mother turned to her, who was crying in fear. It's okay now, ma'am, you're safe now, he said with a smile. As Izuku helped his mother, the world around him suddenly turned white. The light was blinding, shielding his eyes. Izuku didn't know what was going on. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku then found himself sitting on a sofa. He looked around and noticed that he was at home. Oh Izuku, you're awake. I was just about to wake you up, dinner is ready, said a voice appearing from the kitchen. Izuku's eyes watered as he found his mother, Inko, alive and well. Izuku, what's wrong? Are you all right? She asked, rushing to his side. Izuku wiped away the tears. Yeah Mom, I'm fine. It's just been so long. Inko didn't know what was going on but knew that her son was hurting, so she wrapped him in a hug. Shh, it's okay now dear. I am here. Chapter 10, Wrong. Letting go of his mother, Izuku wiped away his tears. Are you feeling better? Asked Inko. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm good Mom. Better than usual actually. Good, now go get ready or you'll be late for school, said Inko. Izuku looked at the time and noticed that he had less than an hour to get to school. Oh right. I better hurry up or I'll be late. Aizawa is going to get pissed if I'm late. Quickly showering and changing, Izuku grabbed his uniform, but he was so much in a rush that he didn't notice that it was different. Going to the station, he got on the train and got off on the stop he usually does for UA, but as he walked down the street he noticed something. Normally once you got off the train you could see UA's main building, but Izuku couldn't. UA's gated walls would normally be a sight to behold, but what Izuku found was the remains of a broken down school. The gate was torn off, the main building looked like it had been hit by a bomb. Walls were gone, windows shattered, and the paths once filled with students were empty. What happened here? UA, it's gone. As Izuku was standing there in disbelief, he suddenly got a phone call. Reaching into his pocket, he answered the call. Hello? Midoriya. Where are you? School is about to start. It was Uraka. Uraka, What happened to UA? Asked Izuku. UA? Asked Uraka confused. Why are you over there? That area has been condemned. Ever since the attack the school's been shut down. Izuku's eyes widened. An attack? Is she talking about the USJ? No, that attack wasn't that long ago, the building looks like it's been abandoned for years. This happened before we got in. Hello, Midoriya? Are you there? Asked Uraka, not hearing a response from him. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I guess I was still tired. What school do we go to again? Asked Izuku. Uraka told him, but as Izuku turned to leave he stopped. Something is wrong, and I need to find out what. After finally finding out which school he attended, Izuku made his way towards it. Arriving an hour late, Izuku was told to stay after school to make up the time. Going throughout the day, Izuku began to remember. He had friends at this school that he's never met at UA. There was also another person missing, Bakugo, he was nowhere to be found. It was now after school and Uraka tried to get Izuku to hang out with her, but he refused and said he had to go help his mom. In reality, however, he was going to go to the hut. Making it down to the beach, Izuku smiled seeing that his and Mei's little warehouse was still there. Going inside, he noticed everything was the same, from the stacks of papers, to the pile of scrap. Hey Mei, you in here? Asked Izuku. Appearing from behind a pile of scrap, Mei waved. Yeah, I'm here. Wait, did you just call me by my first name? Izuku realized his mistake. Right, things are different here. Me and Mei aren't as close as before. I need to play along. Sorry about that, I wanted to see if I'd get a reaction from you, said Izuku, trying to play it off. Mei got closer to Izuku and began to inspect him. Something's different about you. I just can't tell what. What are you talking about, Hatsune? It's me, said Izuku. Still not convinced, Mei stepped back. Alright, I'll ask you a few questions. First, when's my birthday? April 18th, answered Izuku. Correct, why did we build the hut? Asked Mei. We built it because we thought we could use the scrap metal to build stuff. Answered Izuku. Which we have. Alright, this one is more personal. Where did we celebrate my 5th birthday party? Asked Mei. Izuku was about to answer when he stopped. I don't know that, I met Mei when we were in middle school. But just as Izuku was about to make something up, his head suddenly began to hurt. Grabbing his head, it felt as if small needles were stabbing into his head. What the hell? My head hurts. That's when images began to play inside his mind, more specifically, new memories of a time he didn't know about. He remembered that they went to an amusement park for Mei's 5th birthday. He also remembered her forcing him to get on the rides. Midoriya, you alright? Asked Mei. Feeling the pain subside, Izuku nodded. Why yeah, I'm fine. Migraine, that's all, and to answer your question, we went to an amusement park. You also forced me on the big rides, even though I was scared. Mei laughed. Yeah, I do remember that. But you liked it anyway. So, what brings you here? I thought you'd be out with Uraka. We were going to hang out, but I'd rather spend it here with you, said Izuku. Oh? What's brought this all of a sudden? You usually spend your days with Uraka. Explained Mei. Izuku shrugged. Don't know, so what are you working on? Mei smiled and began to explain a new piece of gear she was working on. The two worked on it for a couple of hours when they were interrupted by Izuku's phone going off. Hello? Izuku, where are you? Asked his mother. You were supposed to be home an hour ago. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh shoot, really? Sorry, I guess I lost track of time. I'll head over now. Hanging up the call, Izuku turned to Mei. Guess you got to go? Yeah, sorry about this. We were almost done too, said Izuku. Mei shrugged. Don't worry about it. There's always tomorrow. Let's just clean up and head home. After cleaning up, Izuku walked Mei to the train station where they said they would meet up again tomorrow. Making it home, Izuku found his mother finishing up dinner. Good, you're here, just in time. Taking a seat at the dinner table, Izuku smiled. Everything looks great, Mom. Inko placed down the plate of food. I made your favorite, now eat up before it gets cold. The two then began to eat, but halfway through their meal Izuku looked around and noticed that his father wasn't with them. Hey Mom, is Dad working late or something? Inko stopped and looked at Izuku with a confused look on her face. Izuku, are you alright? Your father, he's been dead for a few years now. Izuku's heart stopped. What? How? Inko looked down. It was a freak accident. You, Bakugo, and your father were out when there was a villain attack. The heroes tried their best to take down the villain, but you were caught up in the battle. No, that can't be, said Izuku in disbelief. I shouldn't be surprised that you don't remember, but it was a traumatizing experience. It took 2 days to find the 3 of you, but in the end only you survived. Izuku dropped his fork. Standing up, Izuku put his hands on the table. Kachan and Dad are dead. That night Izuku laid on his bed still in shock at the news. Is this how things turn out if my mom is alive? Izuku sighed. I guess it is. It's weird, they're dead but I don't feel like they are. Still, I should go visit their grave tomorrow. Izuku tried to sleep that night but found that his mind couldn't, no rather it wouldn't let him. How could he just accept the fact that his best friend and father were dead? Something wasn't quite right. Since it was the weekend, Izuku spent most of the day looking stuff up. He found that Yue was attacked a year after his mother's death. He also found out that several top heroes were dead. Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Midnight, Present Mike, Endeavor, Night Eye, and several others were all dead. The cause of death: murdered by an unknown villain. Izuku immediately thought of Shigaraki, but with his quirk he wouldn't have left a body behind. There's still one person unaccounted for. There's no way he would have let this happen. Izuku was talking about All Might. In every newsletter, every article he could find, they all said the same. All Might, symbol of peace. Missing. He was at Yue when it was attacked, but he seemed to disappear off the face of the planet. All Might's missing, Kachan, and Dad dead. Could it be? Izuku shook his head. No, it wouldn't have changed this much. Still, I need to find out what happened. And I know just where to go. After spending that entire evening with his mother, they went out shopping together, ate at a fancy restaurant, and just talked. That was something Izuku yearned for more than anything in the world. As they walked home, Izuku looked happy. Why are you so happy? Asked Inko. Oh, it's been a while since we spoke and everything just feels so unreal, said Izuku. We talked just yesterday, Izuku. Inko's face then turned to worry. Are you feeling alright, Izuku? These last 2 days you've been acting weird. Izuku nodded. I'm fine, Mom. Really? That's when Inko stepped aside. I know things have been hard for you these last couple of years. But I can tell when something's bothering you. Tell me. Izuku looked into his mother's eyes. It's just. But as Izuku was about to explain what was going on, every screen in the area suddenly turned to static. The people began to mutter and look around as their screens suddenly came back online and showed the image of a man with a disfigured face appearing on every screen. His face was disfigured and was wearing a suit. Greetings, all of Japan. My name is All for One, and I'm here to deliver a message to your leader. This country no longer belongs to you, it belongs to me now. The attack at the so-called hero school was my doing. I was the one who was responsible for all of those heroes' deaths. Everyone watching let out an audible gasp. That's horrible, said Inko, scared. Izuku clenched his fist. Now, many of you may be asking yourself, why has this person only revealed himself now? Simple, I was healing. The heroes put up a good fight, but they were no match for me. Only one man was strong enough to stop me, All Might. He was the only one able to hurt me, and as you can see, he did. But as we fought, I managed to outsmart him. All these years you've all thought he was dead, but you couldn't be more wrong. May I present to you All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi. Reaching out, of UFO grabbed something and began to move his arm. The camera moved back to get the whole picture, and that's when everyone saw it. A man with weird yellow hair, a face so skinny you could see bones, and with blood dripping down several cuts appeared. This is the one you named the symbol of peace. Look at him, so pathetic, so weak. Even a child can beat him now. Your once beam of hope finally shined its last beam. For I have taken what makes him so powerful. Said a foe with a big smile. I have taken his quirk. Izuku's eyes widened. That's impossible. Some of you may be doubting me, but rest assured it is the truth. I believe a demonstration is in order. The camera panned out, showing a wall behind a foe. Turning around, he lifted his arm up and pointed his closed fist towards the wall. As he did, his entire arm began to glow red with energy. What was it that All Might said? Ah, right, smash. Not even throwing a punch, a foe managed to destroy the wall in front of him. Followed by the entire building he was in, then followed by the buildings in front of him. All of Japan watched as an entire city was wiped off the face of the earth in a matter of seconds. The once proudly standing city was turned into nothing but a barren wasteland. As Izuku and his mother watched this, a powerful gust of wind was felt. It almost knocked them down as a result. Izuku held his mother and made sure she wasn't hurt. That wind pressure, we can feel it from here. Turning back around, with All Might still in his grasp, Afo smiled. Taking me seriously now? I now have the power to destroy the entire island of Japan. But what will be the point of ruling over a country if it's gone? So here's my ultimatum: surrender and live under my control. Or you can fight, just know that I will kill anyone who dares oppose me. You have 2 weeks to decide. If I don't get an answer by then, this will happen to every city in Japan. For your own sake, I hope you decide quickly. Every screen once again turned back to normal and the face of Afo disappeared. Everyone who watched it was stunned to silence. Just that fact that All Might was alive after all these years was a shock. But to see him in that state shattered any and all hope they had. After their initial shock was over, Izuku and his mother quickly went home, where Inko immediately made plans to leave the city. Since Izuku and Uraka were together, their parents talked often, and Inko knew that Uraka's parents were from the countryside. Talking it over for a bit, they made plans to go and take refuge there. School had also been cancelled until future notice, as all of Japan fell into fear. Izuku tried to get out of the house, but his mother would always catch him, until one night he remembered. It had now been 4 days since the ultimatum from Afo went out, and Izuku was in his room looking at the window. I still can't believe I forgot it. I've been so distracted by what's happened that I forgot I have super speed. I'll just go to UA and find out how things went so wrong. I just wish I had my hero uniform. Whatever, I moved too fast for others to see. Walking over to the window, Izuku looked outside to find that it was a 4-story drop. Lucky for him, however, he was right next to the fire escape. Landing on the railing, Izuku tried to make as little noise as he could. With a creak, Izuku stepped onto the metal railing. Making it down to the street level, Izuku stopped at an alleyway. The streets were empty and the trains had stopped running, so that meant Izuku could cut loose and run. Stretching his legs, Izuku took a standing sprinter stance. Grinning, he flexed his muscles and took off. As he took off, Izuku felt the wind blowing past his face, his muscles tightening up, and his breathing getting heavy. After a few moments, Izuku noticed that he wasn't running fast at all. On the contrary, he was moving slower than ever. As Izuku was processing what was going on, he suddenly tripped and stumbled, crashing into a pair of trash cans. A loud crashing sound was heard throughout the street. Man, what the heck happened?" asked Izuku as he pushed the cans away. Getting up, he threw the trash off of himself. "My speed, it's gone." Izuku had lost his speed. With super fast travel out of the picture, he had no other choice but to walk. This gave him time to think about what was going on. Did going back in time somehow cut his speed off, or did someone do it? These questions would have to be answered later. Right now, Izuku had to go to UA to find out what really happened to all of the heroes. After a 3-hour walk, it was now around 1 a.m. when Izuku got to UA. Standing in front of UA's gates, he began to reminisce about his class. Time to see if I can find something here. Stepping inside the gates, Izuku began to look all throughout the school. He checked the classes, the lunch area, the offices, and the gyms, but found nothing. Going into class 1A, Izuku saw the entire room was a mess. He then took a seat on one of the desks and put his head on it. I didn't find a single clue. There wasn't even a single clue that could have helped me understand what happened. "You want to understand? Here's something you'll understand," said a voice behind Izuku. Turning around, Izuku was met by a fist hitting him across the face. The punch sent Izuku off of his chair and crashing into several other chairs. Izuku laid on the ground groaning in pain when a cloud suddenly appeared in front of his face. "What the?" He tried to get the cloud off of his face, but as he tried, something wrapped around his hands. Suddenly, Izuku felt himself get lifted off the ground. The cloud around his face cleared, only to reveal a wall in front of him. Smacking into the wall, Izuku spit out blood. Sliding down, Izuku hit the floor, bleeding from his face. "I'm going to ask you once, kid, who the hell are you?" asked a voice in the darkness. Flipping over, Izuku sat on the floor looking into the darkness of the room. "Who are you?" Instead of a verbal answer, Izuku instead got a bow staff to the face. "I'm the one asking the questions here, kid. Now answer me before I lose my patience. If you're a teacher here, then you have to remember, it's me, Izuku Midoriya. I'm a student here at UA, I was in the hero course," answered Izuku. "Bullshit, this school has been closed for years. And you're too young to be a student from back then." That's when Izuku heard something land. "You'll have to come up with a better excuse than that." Izuku watched as a hand came out from the darkness and grabbed him by the neck. Lifting him off the ground, Izuku began to gasp for air. "I'm telling the truth," said Izuku, struggling. As Izuku felt the air leave his lungs, he saw something glimmering in the dark. They were goggles. There was only one person who wore goggles like that. Mr. Aizawa, it's me. Eraserhead, try to remember." Hearing that name, the person let go of Izuku. Thinking that it was his old teacher, Izuku looked up as he regained his breath. "Mr. Aizawa, it's you, isn't it?" "No," said a voice through the darkness. Izuku's eyes widened as someone came out of the dark. "Aizawa is dead, has been for a while. I know because I watched him die." Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. He expected to see Aizawa, but instead he found a tall man with blue eyes, blue wavy hair, and who was wearing a blacked-out gi with a UA's symbol on the back. "Who are you?" The man stood over Izuku. "The name is Oboro Shirakumo." Izuku looked at the man with a confused look on his face. "I have no idea who you are." Taken aback, the man slumped forward. I know I wasn't a top 10 hero, but I still graduated from UA. "Really, nothing?" Izuku shook his head. "No, sorry." "But what did you mean? Is Aizawa really dead?" Shirakumo turned towards Izuku. "Yeah, he's dead. He died a while ago. We got a lead on a villain. Turns out it was just a trap. With no backup we fought like hell, but in the end he sacrificed himself in order to save my life. All I did was watch as he turned to ash in front of me. And no, that can't be. So it's true, they really are all gone." Izuku sat down on a chair and processed the information. However, as Shirakumo got in front of him, "The way you were talking, you made it almost seem like you thought he was alive." Izuku sighed. "You might not believe it, but they were." Shirakumo's eyes widened. "At least in my reality." "Your reality? I don't understand." Izuku stood up. "In my world Aizawa is alive, and so are all the heroes. But I've never heard about you. My best guess is you're dead." Izuku then thought back to his encounters with his teacher. He did always say that he hated speedsters. Could that be related to you? Could be. So let me get this straight, you're from a different reality. "How the heck did you even get here?" asked Shirakumo. "I have, or had super speed. I somehow must have traveled to this world." However, as Izuku was explaining, he grabbed his head. Izuku then screamed out in pain as images began to flood into his head. Shirakumo watched as Izuku fell to his knees in pain. "Kid, you alright?" Snapping his eyes open, Izuku looked like he was in a trance. "I see now, I remember, the day Dad and Kachan died. I remember it all now. This isn't another reality, this is my reality, this is real." "Kid, you aren't making any sense," said Shirakumo. Izuku picked himself up. "Something changed, the past has changed. Whatever it was, it affected the time stream. We need to find out before I forget everything about the original timeline." "Let's say I believe you, can you turn things back to how they were?" asked Shirakumo. "If I had my super speed, yes," explained Izuku. "But I have to know what changed." "So, how do we do it?" asked Shirakumo. "We'll need a few things. Some chemicals mostly, and some help from Mother Nature," said Izuku. "And I know just where to get them. The entire nation is in lockdown, kid. Wherever you're planning to go, you won't make it," said Shirakumo. Izuku balled his fist. "I got here, didn't I? I can make it." Shirakumo looked at Izuku and saw pure determination. "You remind me of Aizawa, kid. Alright, fine, I'll help you. So where are we going?" Izuku smiled. "To the beach. But it'll have to wait until the night. If my mom notices I'm gone, I'll get into some serious trouble." "Perfect, I can contact some of my old friends. See if they can help out in any way," said Shirakumo. "Good, we'll need it. So, how are you getting me home? You got a car?" asked Izuku. Shirakumo smirked. "I got something better." Moments later, Izuku found himself soaring over the city atop of a cloud. "Whoa! Your quirk is awesome." Shirakumo smiled. "I know, right? Hang on, kid, I'm kicking it up a notch." The cloud Izuku was on then began to move faster. The hour-long trip Izuku made turned into only 1 hour. Making it to his apartment building, Izuku jumped off the cloud and landed on the fire escape. "Thanks for the ride. Don't mention it. So I'll come and pick you up tomorrow night. By then I'll know if we'll have backup or not," said Shirakumo. Izuku nodded. "Perfect, I'll see you then." With that, Shirakumo took off into the night sky, leaving Izuku to sneak back into his room. As Shirakumo flew in the sky, he couldn't help but think about what Izuku told him. If Aizawa were alive now, he'd probably call the kid crazy. The next morning, Izuku woke up as the sun beamed through his window. It was quiet, the city was quiet, his apartment was quiet, and it all felt so weird. Getting up, Izuku went to the restroom before going into the kitchen. There he found his mother sitting at the kitchen table looking at a photo. "Mom?" Inko turned. "Everything all right?" Inko nodded. "Yes, everything is fine. Just thinking about your father, that's all. Izuku took a seat beside Inko and noticed that it was a photo of the three of them together. Do you remember this? You were 8 years old when we took you to the amusement park, Inko laughed. You were so scared of going on any rides that we spent the entire day walking around and eating food. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I remember. I ate so much popcorn that I felt sick. You even threw up a couple of times, said Inko. But even then we enjoyed ourselves. We were a family. I miss your father so much, Izuku. Izuku hugged his mother. I miss him too, Mom. But he's always watching us from up there. I just know he is. Yeah, I guess you're right. Now, let's have breakfast. There isn't much with all the stores closed, but I think I can make something. Izuku smiled as he watched his mother move about in the kitchen. But as they waited, their doorbell suddenly rang. Who can that be? Asked Inko. Izuku stood up. I'll get that, Mom. Going over to the door, Izuku expected to find someone standing there, but once he opened the door there was no one. Instead, Izuku found a package in front of the door. Picking it up, Izuku closed the door and went inside. Hey Mom, did you order something? Asked Izuku. No, why? Asked Inko from the kitchen. Izuku looked at the label on the package and noticed it was for him. Did I order something and forget? But that's when Izuku noticed who it was from. His heart began to beat rapidly as he read the name, Melissa Shield. Running into his room, Izuku felt sick as he threw the package onto his bed. No, it can't be her. Can it? Grabbing the package, Izuku began to tear into it. As he ripped the packaging, something fell out of it. Reaching down, Izuku picked up a letter and began to read it out loud. Dear Izuku, it's been a while, hasn't it? I'm sure you're wondering if it's really me. Yes. It's really me, your old friend Melissa Shield. You hurt my feelings, Izuku. How could you throw me into something you had no idea what it was? Maybe I should punish you a bit, or maybe I should do to you what you did to me. But that wouldn't be any fun, no. In the meantime, I'll give you this, a little something to remember me by. Looking into the package, Izuku pulled out his costume, but it was in Melissa's red color. Damn you, Melissa. Izuku then went back to the letter. You're also probably wondering why this place is all wrong. Well, if you want to find that out, you'll just have to find me. Until then, I'll keep myself busy here. Love, Melissa. As he finished up reading the letter, Izuku crumpled it up and threw it to the side. So this is your fault, Melissa. You're the reason why this time is fucked up. I swear, I will find you and make you tell me what you did. Izuku. Are you packed yet? We leave for the countryside tomorrow morning, yelled Inko. Looking down at the suit, Izuku sighed. I'm sorry, Mom, but I won't be going with you. In order to set everything like how it was, I have to find Melissa. With Shirakumo. Making his way back to the destroyed UA, Shirakumo jumped off of his cloud. Walking through the deserted halls, he made his way towards Gym Gamma. Stopping in the middle of the gym, Shirakumo took a deep breath, plus ultra. That's when the floor of the gym began to shift. As it did, the ground underneath Shirakumo began to sink. That's when we see that it was actually a platform that was going down. Once a few meters down, the platform stopped. Stepping off it, the lights suddenly turned on. As Shirakumo walked, the wall was seen plastered with pictures of the fallen heroes, each and every single one of them. It was a memorial. Stopping in front of a computer screen, Shirakumo began to type. Before long, the screen turned on and out appeared a sign that said outgoing call. Come on, please be still out there. After a minute of waiting, the screen changed. 2 shadowy figures then appeared. Well, if it isn't the survivor. What do you want? Asked one of the figures. From the outline you could tell this person had a large amount of muscle. You better not be asking us to go after a foe, it's not happening. Shirakumo smirked. After what I'm about to tell you, you might want to reconsider. The game has changed, guys, it's time we counterattack. One of the figures stepped into the light, partially illuminating his face, but Shirakumo could see it was a prosthetic eye. I'm listening. The other shadow didn't go into the light, but you could see the faintest outline of what looked like a long beak, almost like a mask. If you called us, then that means you're already thinking of a way to win. I'll listen as well. Shirakumo nodded. I am, but our success rests on one single kid. All I need from you is to be ready when I call. Chapter 11. Fixing. Inko was up early that morning, making sure they had everything they needed to go to the countryside. Alright, clothes check, medical supplies check, food check, documentation check. Alright, everything looks good on this end. Inko turned to the clock to find that it was almost 9. Uraka's parents were going to pick them up at 9:30. I better wake up Izuku. Walking over to his room, she knocked. Izuku, Wake up, it's almost time to leave. Inko got no response. Izuku? It's time to wake up. Make sure to grab a jacket. It looks like it's going to rain today. Still no response. Izuku? Inko then opened the door. Izuku? Peeking inside, Inko noticed his stuff by the door. Looking at the bed, she saw that it was made, but only one problem: Izuku wasn't on it. Opening the door fully, Inko looked around the room. Izuku. Now's not the time for games. Please come out, we have to leave, said Inko, now slightly panicking. Walking by his desk, she noticed that there was a note. Reaching for it, Inko grabbed it and began to read it. Dear Mom, I'm sorry. I know you'll probably be angry about this, but it was the only way. I couldn't stand there and watch you cry when I told you this, but I'm not going with you. I'm staying in the city. I know you won't understand why I'm doing this, but trust me when I say that it's for everyone's good. Please get to safety. Once things are done, I'll find you and tell you what really is going on. I love you, Mom, and again, I'm sorry. Placing down the letter, Inko had tears in her eyes. Why? I just don't understand why. Izuku, what exactly are you doing? With Izuku. Standing in an alleyway, Izuku threw over his hood and began to walk down the street. I'll make this right, Mom, I promise you. But first, I need to get my speed back. Making his way towards the beach, Izuku walked into the hut as dark clouds began to roll in from the sea. I should have everything I need here. After the accident, I wrote down everything that was splashed on me, down to the amount. I need to replicate the event that gave me my speed. Grabbing the chemicals, Izuku now had most of them lined up on a desk. He only needed one more, but couldn't find it. Damn it, where is the ninhydrin? Looking for this? Asked a voice behind Izuku. Izuku sighed as he recognized the voice. Hey Hatsune. Getting up and looking behind him, Izuku found Mei holding the chemical he needed. So what's this all about? Asked Mei, looking at the vials of chemicals. This is some heavy-duty stuff you have here. Are you planning on blowing something up or what? What are you doing here, Hatsune? I thought you left the city this morning, said Izuku. Mei looked at the chemical. I can say the same thing to you. I got a call from your mom, who said you went missing. I'm not missing, I'm just getting ready, said Izuku. Now can I please have that chemical back? Not until you tell me what exactly you are planning to do with it. All of it, said Mei. I can't tell you that, said Izuku. Mei hummed, guess you aren't getting it back then. Izuku reached out to take the chemical, but Mei moved. Answer my question and I might give it to you. Come on Hatsune, give me the chemical, said Izuku, now slightly annoyed. Once again Izuku reached out for the chemical, but once again Mei moved out of the way. You aren't going to make this easy, are you? Nope, said Mei. After some back and forth, Izuku finally gave up. Fine, I'll tell you. I plan on getting my powers back. Mei raised an eyebrow. Powers? What powers? My super speed. I need to replicate the accident that granted my powers. I need my speed, said Izuku. Mei gave him a confused look. What speed? Like a quirk, Midoriya, you don't have one. I know I don't, but that's not what I'm talking about. Back in my time I was granted super speed. But as Izuku was explaining, Mei cut him off. Your time? What did you mean by that? Asked Mei. Izuku sighed. Does that have something to do with you acting strange these last couple of days? Yes. Izuku looked at Mei. Look, I know what I'm about to say won't make any sense, but please hear me out. I'm not from this timeline, I'm from another timeline. One where the world isn't so messed up. One where my dad and Bakugo are alive but my mom is dead. One where I have super speed due to an accident. One where you and me, not important. What is important is this time is all wrong, the heroes weren't meant to die. This UFO shouldn't be taking over Japan, I know who did this. But to fix everything I need my speed. I need to go back, I need to fix what Melissa broke. I need. Midoriya, slow down. Look around you, you are trying to gain speed with chemicals? That's just scientifically impossible, said Mei. Let's say I believe you, what were you going to say about you and me? What was different in that timeline between us? Well, in this timeline I'm with Uraka, but in my original timeline I was with you. Mei's eyes widened. That's why I called you by your first name, I thought that things stayed the same but that wasn't the case, said Izuku. So that's why you spent more time with me. Izuku nodded. So this Melissa person changed something in the past that affected the time stream? And you need super speed to fix it, how? Asked Mei. It's complicated, but I tap into a strange force when I move my body at super speeds. Melissa changed something in the past that affected this world. And I intend to find out what, said Izuku. Listen, there isn't much time left, I need to get my speed back. Please, give me the chemical. Mei looked at the chemical and then to Izuku. I still may not know what you are trying to do or what you were talking about. But, you've never lied to me before. I'll give it to you, but I'm helping you. Izuku nodded, thanks Hatsune, let's get to work. After getting everything he needed, Izuku, with Mei's help, was now strapped on a chair in the now pouring rain with lightning rods surrounding him. With the chemicals beside him, Hatsune wasn't liking this. Are you sure this is safe? Not in the slightest. But this is the only way. Now all we need is some help from Mother Nature, said Izuku as lightning strikes were seen from the ocean. Alright Hatsune, get back. I don't want you to get caught in this. Backing away, Mei watched and waited for lightning to strike Izuku. Looking up, Izuku felt as the rain hit his face. Come on, hit me. In that moment Izuku's eyes widened when a flash of yellow appeared. Falling from the sky, a bolt of lightning came down and struck Izuku. Mei shielded her eyes, but as the bolt struck, the shockwave knocked her back. The impact managed to knock her to the sand, but that was the least of her concern right now. Looking at Izuku, she noticed that he had disappeared underneath a ball of flame. Midoriya, yelled Mei as Izuku burst into flames. Pushing towards the fire, Mei took off her raincoat and threw it over Izuku in an effort to smother the fire. After a few seconds the fire was out, but the damage was already done. Removing the sheet, Mei's eyes filled with horror as Izuku had third-degree burns all over his body. Even his skin turned black and was smoking as a result. Oh my god, I need to call for help. Mei reached into her pocket to grab her cell phone, but just as she pressed the first number, Izuku reached out and grabbed her arm. And no, we have to do it again, said Izuku, struggling to get the words out. What? Are you crazy? You look like a burnt light bulb. I'm calling for help now, said Mei, but she then felt Izuku's grip tighten. Trust me, said Izuku, as rain dripped down his face. Mei didn't want this, she didn't want to see Izuku like this. The logical thing to do now was to call for help, but she'd known Izuku too long to know that he would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. With a heavy heart, Mei nodded and quickly went to get more of the chemicals. Soon everything was once again set up. Now the only thing that was needed was another bolt of lightning. With his skin still warm at a touch, Izuku waited. However, with every drop of rain that fell on his now exposed skin brought only pain. With each passing second, Izuku could feel his mind starting to lose consciousness. If this didn't happen soon, then Izuku would pass out at best. Mei looked on again. This is suicide. No, I can't let Midoriya go through this. I have to stop him. Running over to the chair, Mei reached out to get Izuku off, but in that moment another bolt of lightning came crashing down. Once again the strike hit Izuku, but this time things were different. Izuku could feel the chemicals fall on him. He then felt the electricity course through his veins, in every fiber of his being. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku watched as everything around him was in slow motion. He watched as raindrops slowly fell in front of him. Looking towards the ocean, he saw a wave was just about to crash onto the shore. Looking towards Mei, he found that she had once again been thrown away. But this time she wasn't falling for the sand, instead she was blown towards a pile of metal scraps they had outside the hut. No, Mei. With green lightning jumping off his body, Izuku sprung into action. Mei felt the strike push her off her feet. She looked back to see where she was flying towards. She then saw it, the metal scraps. Mei knew that if she hit the scraps it would mean serious injury. But before Mei could even think about anything else, a flash of green was seen that engulfed the entire beach. Blinded temporarily, Mei soon opened her eyes to find that she was being held by Izuku. Looking down at her, Izuku smiled. Believe me now? Mei reached out and touched his face as it began to heal rapidly. Wow, guess you really were telling the truth. After fully healing, Izuku and Mei went back inside the hut. This is amazing. The burns you suffered would have taken months to heal and would have left scars. But you healed in a few minutes, and no scars either. Izuku put on a new shirt and pants. Yeah, that's the same reaction you had the first time you saw this. I am seeing this for the first time. Different timeline, remember? Said Mei. Right, I almost forgot, joked Izuku. Mei's face then turned serious. So now that you have your speed, are you going to stop this Melissa person? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I am. I have to find out what she changed and change it back. I see, then you might need this, said Mei, tossing something over to Izuku. Catching it, Izuku noticed what it was. I saw it on the workbench, thought it might be important, said Mei. Izuku smirked as he held onto Melissa's red costume. Thanks, but this isn't mine. It's Melissa's, although I do need a suit now. That's when Izuku got an idea. Let's see what I can do, red isn't really my color. Disappearing for a few seconds, he reappeared. Izuku now held onto his green costume. Much better. Spinning around rapidly, Izuku stopped, showing that he now put on the costume. Yeah, you look better in green, said Mei. Now, you better go and find this Melissa person and fix things. I will, thank you Hatsune, said Izuku. Don't thank me, just go fix this world already, said Mei smiling. With a flash of green trailing behind him, Izuku took off towards UA. It's not like this, me will keep on going. UA. Making it to UA in 10 seconds, Izuku went towards Class 1A. Hey Shirakumo. Are you here? Asked Izuku. For a few seconds Izuku didn't get a response, it was only after he stepped on a leaf he got a response. I'm here. Taken by surprise, Izuku jumped. Where the heck did you come from? Family secret, so you being here, does that mean you got your speed back? Asked Shirakumo. Izuku nodded as he raised his arm and began to vibrate it at super speeds. It hurt like hell, but it was worth it. Good, now we can get down to business. However, before we do that, I need to know. Do you have family nearby? Anyone who can get hurt when the fighting starts? Asked Shirakumo. I have family and someone I care about, but they are in the countryside right now or about to leave. They should be safe. Explained Izuku. Shirakumo nodded. Good, then don't hold back. Come, I got the backup we need to pull this off. Following Shirakumo, Izuku was taken to the gym where they stood in the middle of it, plus Ultra. With those two words the floor underneath began to move. Izuku was surprised to say the least, he didn't know UA had this type of gear. Making it down to the lower level, Izuku saw several screens a bit further down turned on. What is this? It's a bunker the school had in case of a villain attack on the main campus. This was meant to serve as a last resort when the students couldn't get out or the teachers failed. Now I use it to keep up with news about a foe. Explained Shirakumo. Wow, UA sure doesn't cheap out on things. So who are these people you were talking about? Asked Izuku. Walking over to the screen, Shirakumo pressed a button and on said screen appeared two men. One had on a tank top, was full of muscle, and had a prosthetic eye. So this is the kid we are banking on? Shirakumo, you told us that the person would be strong. He doesn't seem too strong to me. Explained another person. This person had on a long plague doctor's mask and was wearing white gloves. Guys, relax, he's strong, trust me. If he wasn't I wouldn't have said anything about him. Shirakumo turned to Izuku. You are strong, right? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Well, I'm not physically strong per se. I'm just fast, stupid fast. Shirakumo blinked a couple of times before letting out a sigh. Well, it works. Muscular, overhaul, meet Midoriya. He can move really fast. Let's see, said Muscular, crossing his arms. I want to see how fast he is. Izuku smirked. Alright, fine, where are you now? In a compound 75 miles east of your location. Explained Muscular. He then reached into his eye and removed the prosthetic. Come and find me, if you can take this eye from me then I'll. What, this eye? Asked Izuku. Muscular looked at Izuku holding his prosthetic eye in his hand. But the thing was, Izuku was with Shirakumo right now. Muscular looked at his hand and noticed that his eye was gone. How did you? Izuku disappeared and reappeared in a split second. I told you, I'm fast. That's when Muscular touched his eye and noticed that it was back. Well, I'll be damned. This kid really is fast, said Muscular. Now that we have confirmed his usefulness, let's get on with it. What's your plan for taking down All for One? Asked Overhaul. Easy, we fight him head on. Reports have it that the US and Japan are going to launch a full-scale assault on the villain. An aerial assault followed by ground troops. What they don't know is that a foe has his own forces. Pressing a button on the control panel, an image of a Nomu appeared. Izuku flinched at the sight of it. These are Nomus. Genetically altered humans that were turned into these monsters by a foe. They have quirks thanks to their once human hosts, so we have to be careful. Each has also been augmented with super strength and durability. Taking one down won't be easy. That's where we come in, we'll be leading the charge after the ground troops to help them. Once we've cleared away we move in for the big bad and take him down. Muscular raised an eyebrow. What about the kid? He will be busy with another problem. It's too complicated to explain, but know this, if he wins then this world will go back to how it was. The whereabouts of the person he's looking for is unknown. Right now the only working theory of their location is that they might be at the fight. Explained Shirakumo. If you see a person in a red costume like his, run away. You won't be able to stand up to them. This person, are they affiliated with a foe? Asked Overhaul. As far as I know, no. But there is reason to believe that this time might be different. I'm the only one who can take this person on and have the best chance of survival, said Izuku, stepping forward. I need to stop them and find out what they've changed and fix it before it's too late. However, at that moment Izuku's head once again began to hurt. But this time the pain was excruciating. It seemed as the very nerves in his head were being ripped apart, sending signals throughout his body. Screaming out in pain, Izuku grabbed his head before falling to the ground. Kid, yelled Shirakumo as he went to check on him. Damn it, he's having a seizure. His time and this one are conflicting in his mind. If he doesn't do anything about it then. That's when Shirakumo realized what would happen. Running over to a cabinet he grabbed some sort of medicine and injected it into Izuku's leg. Izuku stopped screaming as soon as the medicine went in. Come on kid, stay with me. We need you for this to work. After stabilizing Izuku, Shirakumo went back to explaining the plan to the others. Once they heard the details they agreed to join him. Since there were still a few days left and there were still things to get ready, the group agreed to meet the morning before the assault. But the military was going to commence their attack sometime around noon. Only one problem, Izuku wasn't waking up. It was now the morning of the attack and Shirakumo was nervous. The whole reason why he agreed to make this plan was so that Izuku could find Melissa and find out what she changed and fix it. Without him then there was no point to any of this. Feeling a bit frustrated, Shirakumo looked at an old picture of his friends. What do I do guys? If he doesn't wake up, your sacrifice would have been in vain. They won't be, said Izuku sitting up from his bed. I won't let it happen. Shirakumo went over to Izuku and helped him sit up. Kid. You're awake. So does that mean? Izuku shook his head. No, I still remember. But I also remember more stuff from this timeline. How I got together with Uraka, the day my dad and Bakugo died. My memories are being rewritten. If we don't find out what Melissa changed then I'll lose it all. Shirakumo's eyes widened. No. You can't do that. You have to remember Aizawa. Don't you dare forget him. The world may have already forgotten him, but don't forget. I won't. How long do we have until a foe attacks? Asked Izuku. Less than 12 hours. Answered Shirakumo. And we only have 2 reinforcements? This doesn't look like it's a fight we are going to win, said Izuku getting up. There are other heroes, but from what Overhaul has told me they won't join us. Rumors are spreading that some of the villains are going to launch an attack and have some sort of weapon that might take down a foe, but it's just that, rumors, said Shirakumo. There's only one person who can take down a foe, said Izuku. Shirakumo looked at Izuku. That's suicide. You'll never get him out. Besides, we don't even know where he is. It's worth a try. We have 12 hours to find him or else this entire world is gone. Pressing a button the computer Izuku brought up an image of All Might. You saw the broadcast. For all we know All Might is dead. Besides, his quirk is gone. He won't be of any help to us. Argued Shirakumo. Izuku shook his head. He's not dead. A foe is like Melissa. He won't kill his greatest enemy until they know there are the ones who did it or they have achieved their goal. Shirakumo was surprised. Can anyone be that sick in the head? Yes. Melissa is a prime example. But forget about that now. What do you have on All Might? Asked Izuku. Going over to the computer, Shirakumo brought up an image of Japan. The map showed 2 red dots. When the broadcast went out I picked up the signal and noticed that it was being pinged from different locations. I narrowed down the frequencies, giving me 2 possible locations. One is a commercial area. The other is in a hospital a few cities down. Then we'll start at the commercial area. With any luck we might find him there. We move out now, get what you need, said Izuku as he walked away from the monitor. Shirakumo was surprised. When did he become so commanding? He kind of reminds me of Aizawa, minus the bored look. Hey wait, what about Melissa? Weren't you going to find her? Izuku didn't even turn around. I already know where she'll be. Commercial area, 10 hours before attack. Standing outside of a building, Izuku and Shirakumo noticed that it was a bar. This is one of the locations? Asked Izuku. Shirakumo nodded. Seems like it, although it does seem a bit out of place. Izuku looked at the building, but found nothing that would stand out. How so? Shirakumo nodded. Look at the buildings surrounding it. Each one of them have power lines going into them. While this bar doesn't. So unless they have invisible wires, they are drawing power from something else. Let's go find out what's going on, said Izuku as he pulled his mask down. Follow in behind me. Shirakumo nodded. With green lightning crackling around him, Izuku took off towards the bar. Making it to the front door, Izuku placed his hands on it and began to vibrate his hands. Just a bit more speed and I'll break through. This is just like at the... Izuku tried to remember where he did this move before but couldn't. Was it the park? No, that doesn't sound right. A warehouse? Oh god, I can't remember. Melissa better be where I think she'll be. I'm starting to lose more of my original memories. With a loud boom, the door exploded open. Seeing this happen, Shirakumo rushed towards the building. At the same time, Izuku rushed inside as the door and the debris looked as if it was in slow motion. Quickly looking around, Izuku didn't find anyone. Time then went back to normal as the door fell to the ground just as Shirakumo rushed in ready for a fight. Don't bother, no one is here, explained Izuku. Nothing? At all? Asked Shirakumo. Izuku shook his head. I'll look around, maybe there's something you missed. See if you can find anything that will help us out. With that, Izuku ran towards the other rooms, checking them all for any useful information. His green lightning struck the walls as he ran by. Soon, he checked all the rooms again but found nothing useful. However, he did notice that one of the rooms had been used recently. With nothing else to go through, Izuku went to find Shirakumo. He found him standing behind the bar moving around some bottles. Now is not the time for a drink, said Izuku. I'm not drinking. I think I found something, explained Shirakumo. Izuku walked over but just found bottles of alcohol. I don't get it, said Izuku. It's just a wall of alcohol. You're a bit young so you wouldn't understand. These bottles are out of order. At small bars like these you want customers to see the top shelf stuff. No self-respecting bar owner would keep a $10,000 bottle on the bottom shelf. All of these bottles are mixed up, so once you move them to their proper place. Grabbing the last bottle, Shirakumo placed it down. As soon as he did, a loud clicking sound was heard. The two turned around to find the front of the bar where you serve the drinks was moving. The entire part was shifting to the left as it did. It exposed steps leading down. Once it had finished, Izuku and Shirakumo looked at each other. You don't think? Asked Shirakumo. Only one way to find out, said Izuku as he walked down the steps. They soon found themselves underneath the bar, and what they found surprised them. The area was large, the same length as 10 football fields at least and 2 fields wide. All along the walls, in every possible place, laid several pods filled with green mossy liquid. What is all this? Asked Izuku. Walking over to one, Shirakumo noticed something. There's something inside of the pods. Shirakumo went in to get a closer look when from the water a disfigured face popped up, scaring the hero. What the hell? What are those things? Are these the Nomus? Asked Izuku as he walked deeper into this place. Finding a computer, Izuku went on it to see what he could find. Going through it, he noticed that there were several files. Clicking on one of the folders, Izuku noticed that it had a video. Appearing on the screen was a female doctor with a white lab coat. Behind her appeared a man with no shirt or clothes strapped to a medical bed. Experiment 452 will now begin. The process of obtaining enough test subjects has been getting increasingly difficult and quality has been lackluster. But I have to make do with what my master gives me. Subject is in full restraints and serum will now be injected. The doctor then pressed a button causing large needles to appear from the sides. They then stopped in front of the man before digging into various places in his body. One of them included a needle into the back of his head. Screaming out in pain, the man let out cries for help, but the doctor just laughed and seemed to enjoy hearing him scream. Pressing another button, the doctor then injected the man with some sort of drug. Taking an immediate effect, the man suddenly began to convulse. The heart rate monitor attached to his chest began to beep as the man's heart rate skyrocketed. Before long, the man began to change. His once slightly tanned skin began to turn black with red streaks running down his arms and legs. Suddenly growing in height and weight, the man collapsed the bed he was on due to sheer weight. Yes. Come on. All I need is one viable test subject. Soon the man's face began to morph into something not human-like. Slowly it turned into a more bird-like feature. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw this, the monster, from the... Izuku tried to remember the place but once again found himself unable to remember. Hey kid, what's wrong? It looks like you've seen a ghost, said Shirakumo. Izuku took a deep breath. I'm fine, it's just I've seen that creature before but I can't remember where. These are the Nomus. Those things look strong enough to take down All Might, said Shirakumo. Let's go, we didn't find him here. It was a long shot but at least we came out with some information. Izuku turned to Shirakumo, what about these things? We can't just leave them. That's when Izuku saw Shirakumo pull out several C4 explosives from a cloud. We won't. The yield is concentrated so there should be minimal damage to the surrounding buildings. Once I set them up, run us out of here. Izuku nodded as Shirakumo began to place the charges. But as Izuku waited for him to be finished, a tapping sound was heard. What was that? Shirakumo stopped. What was what? Izuku ran over to a wall. After a few seconds he heard the tapping again. It's behind this wall. Hey, bring some of that C4. Placing the C4 on the wall, Izuku and Shirakumo took cover, and with a click of a button a small explosion ripped through the underground compound. Izuku ran into the room as the dust was settling, and what he saw shocked him. Shirakumo. Get in here now. Running in, Shirakumo was ready for a fight, but what he saw shocked him as well. My God. You were right. He isn't dead. There, chained up against the wall, broken, bloody, and burned, was All Might in his skinny form. Izuku quickly ran in and began to unhook All Might from his trap. Once free, the once great hero fell. Using his quirk, Shirakumo created a cloud and caught the hero. What the hell did All for One do to him? Asked Shirakumo. I don't know. But he needs help right now. Once we are out, blow this place up, said Izuku as he watched the hero move on the cloud. Sorry, but I can't let you leave this place, said a voice from the hole they came in. Standing in the hole was a foe. Izuku and Shirakumo stood in shock as they were now face to face with the man who could destroy cities without even blinking. Not after you found him. All Might's services are still needed. Izuku could feel the darkness surrounding a foe. Just what the hell is he? Shirakumo gritted his teeth. Why you, what did you do to him? A foe laughed. Nothing much really. He had something I wanted, so I decided to take it. His quirk? Answered Izuku. Yes, but unfortunately, I was misinformed. It turns out his quirk can't be forced upon another or taken. It must be given willingly, and well, that was never going to happen. So I went for the next best thing, said a foe. Shirakumo put it together, the Nomu. Precisely, each one of those Nomus have been genetically modified to take on All Might himself. Analyzing his DNA, I was able to find weaknesses I would have never searched for. Now with an army of Nomus with the power to destroy All Might, I can take over the world. Boasted a foe. Why are you telling us this? Asked Shirakumo. All for One grinned, simple, dead men tell no tale. Raising his hand, a foe caused Izuku and Shirakumo to flinch. That's when black tendrils shot out of the villain's fingers and headed towards the two. Moving fast enough, Izuku managed to grab Shirakumo and move him out of the way. The black tendril stabbed into the ground. Oh? Impressive, you managed to dodge my tendrils. The other heroes who found me before didn't do as well. Now that's a quirk worth taking. Izuku smiled. Sorry, but I like my powers, so if you don't mind we'll be leaving. Grabbing Shirakumo, the cloud with All Might on it, and with green lightning jumping off of his body, Izuku took off towards the entrance. He assumed that he was faster than a foe, but that soon became untrue when a tendril appeared. Moving out of the way, Izuku was going to dodge it when All for One moved his arm. This caused the tendril to change direction. Izuku's eyes widened. He can track me. At these speeds? Izuku jumped into the air, but as he did, the tendril managed to cut him across the thigh. With blood running down his leg, Izuku stopped in the middle of the hallway surrounded by the tubes. Maybe you aren't as fast as I thought, said a foe. Izuku looked down at his leg. I'm slower. Something is wrong with my speed. I should be faster than this, much faster. Now stay there while I kill you both, said a foe, as his arm began to turn into a spring. Not even giving him a chance to launch his attack, Izuku took off. He wasn't going to stay around and fight, he knew he couldn't win. A foe smiled as the green trail of lightning left the room. Deactivating high quirks, a foe put his arm down. They got away. Oh well, it's not like they can do anything to me anymore. This world will be mine, but first comes Japan. Making it to UA, Izuku put Shirakumo down. We need to help him, said Izuku as he looked at the cloud with All Might. Get him down to the bunker now, ordered Shirakumo. Rushing towards the bunker, Shirakumo began to work on the hero. But with his injuries, the only thing that was for certain was, All Might was lucky to be alive. After taking 2 hours to patch him up, Shirakumo let the hero rest. How is he? Asked Izuku. Alive, but weak. He won't be able to move for a while, explained Shirakumo. Izuku bawled his first, then he can't fight, and if he can't fight, then we lose, All Might truly was the only one who could defeat him, said Shirakumo. Now what do we do? Izuku sighed. The plan stays the same, we move once all for one attacks. Are you crazy? Asked Shirakumo. It's over, kid, without All Might we don't stand a chance. It's not over yet, said Izuku as he turned to leave. But as he did, Shirakumo grabbed him by the shoulder and turned him around. Listen, kid, we gave it a try but it's over. A foe won even before he attacked. Izuku threw off Shirakumo's hand. It's not over. We are still here, right? As long as we're here then there's still hope, still a chance. I can't give up, I still have to find Melissa and fix what she broke. Shirakumo's expression turned to one of anger. You go towards the fighting, then what? You'll die without any plan. I won't, my speed will help me, answered Izuku. Oh, will it? Rushing towards Izuku, Shirakumo pulled his fist back and punched Izuku in the chest. It managed to send Izuku forward a few meters. Groaning in pain, Izuku got up and stared at Shirakumo. Your speed isn't good if you can't fight properly. FYI, that was me holding back. I let you have that one, said Izuku. Shirakumo scoffed, you didn't let me have shit. I'm just better. Without warning, Izuku ran at Shirakumo in an effort to punch him. But seeing that Izuku was much slower, Shirakumo dodged using a cloud. The cloud blocked Izuku's view. As he tried to get it off of him, Shirakumo had disappeared from his sight. Up here, kid. Looking up, Izuku found Shirakumo in the air, and before he could react, Izuku was met by a powerful kick across the face. This caused Izuku to slam against the wall. How? Asked Izuku as blood ran down his lip. Shirakumo then stopped in front of him. You may be fast, but your moves are too linear. Even a much slower opponent can predict your movements. Then grabbing him by the costume, Shirakumo picked up Izuku. Think rationally, kid, you can't win. It's over. I won't let you kill yourself over this. With a stern look on his face, Izuku vibrated his hand and moving it faster than Shirakumo could react, he hit him in the chest. The speed and vibration caused the hero to fly across the room before slamming against the monitor. I will do what I have to do. I get it, you've lost people, I have too, but people are waiting for me in another time, so I won't give up. If you aren't going to help me, then stay out of my way. With that, Izuku walked away but stopped halfway. If Aizawa was here, he wouldn't have given up this easily. In a flash of green, Izuku took off, leaving Shirakumo to his thoughts. Picking himself off the floor, Shirakumo cursed himself, damn it. Hours later. The time was now, the limit set by a foe had just expired and still Japan refused to submit to him. The only thing that was left was to find this villain and fight him, but that was proving more difficult. No radar, quirk, or satellite could find him, but they soon found out where he was. Floating over Japan's parliament building, a foe appeared. He watched as the military were evacuating civilians. I gave you a chance, now suffer for your insolence. Raising his hand high into the air, All for One activated a quirk. From the palm of his hand a ball of black energy appeared, small at first but it soon began to grow and grow until it was the size of an 8-story building. With this, my world begins. While yours falls. Throwing his arm down, a foe launched the ball of energy towards the ground. Hitting the tip of the parliament building, the ball of energy compressed before expanding in a massive explosion. The entire city of Tokyo where the parliament building was located was leveled, even the nearby cities were severely damaged as a result. The world watched as Japan had lost another city, gone along with the countless people dead in an instant. Now where the once great city stood, only the empty silence and a crater stood. One down, several more to go. Sensing something coming, a foe turned around and raised his hand, stopping an artillery shell. Looking down, he noticed that several divisions were moving towards his location. Pests. Closing his hands, a foe activated another quirk. This one opened up several hundred black sludge portals. From them a hand reached out, soon the face of a bird-like monster appeared roaring. From the portals hundreds of the Nomus appeared ready to take on everyone. Go my pretties, run wild. Kill all those who get in your way. In another city. Izuku looked down at his phone. He looked on as a foe erased an entire city in the blink of an eye. After leaving Shirakumo, Izuku looked for Melissa but couldn't find her, but he knew where she would be. Melissa would be somewhere in Japan and would only appear once Izuku made it to the battlefield. Sighing, Izuku stood up. This is what Melissa wants, but I can't just stand here and watch people die. I'll save as many as I can, but Melissa is my target. Crouching down in a sprinter stance, Izuku let his green lighting jump off of him. With his head down, Izuku felt his muscles tighten, and with a powerful push Izuku raised his head. With his eyes burning green with energy, Izuku took off. The sky lit up with green lightning, a sign that Izuku was coming. Shirakumo, who was standing atop of UA, saw the lightning. There he goes. Stupid kid is just going to die. If you're worried about him, then go. If you don't, you'll regret it. Don't let this become another incident like with Aizawa, said a voice behind Shirakumo. However, he wasn't the only one who saw the green lightning. Standing atop Mount Fuji, Melissa too saw the green lightning. So you finally decided to move. Very well then, I guess I should do the same. Pulling her mask down and with red lightning jumping off her body, Melissa too was ready to fight. Chapter 12, Goodbye. Goodbye. Gunfire erupted from the rifles of each soldier. At the same time the monster roars of the Nomus echoed throughout the battlefield. Shit. Focus on one. Bring down these bastards, yelled out a squad commander. His men threw grenades, emptied their clips, and reloaded their weapons as the Nomus approached. But as they were firing, a roar was heard from above. Looking up, one of the men found a creature coming down on them. Landing on top of a Humvee, the vehicle exploded, sending the men to the floor. But before anyone could get up, they were picked up by the Nomus and killed. One soldier managed to crawl away but didn't get far when a Nomu grabbed him. Lifting him off the ground, the Nomu roared in his face. The soldier's face was filled with fear as the creature began to squeeze the life out of him. Feeling his bones breaking, the man thought this was the end, but as the Nomu was about to deliver the final crushing blow, a green streak of light was seen zigzagging throughout the battlefield. Faster than the Nomu could see, the creature no longer had the man in its grasp. Suddenly feeling the ground underneath his feet, the man looked up to see Izuku. Are you all right? Asked Izuku as green lightning cracked around him. Lost for words, the soldier nodded. Good, stay here. You're at a safe distance. Looking around, the soldier saw that several more of his fellow troops were here. Izuku was about to take off, but the man called out, Wait. Who are you? You're a hero, right? Izuku didn't even turn around. I'm just someone who wants to help. Stay here and look after the others. With a loud boom, Izuku took off back towards the fighting. With everything slowing down around him, Izuku could see everything, every bullet, every splatter of blood, and every person. He watched as the troops managed to kill a Nomu. He could also see the many deaths of the brave men and women who fought. He would save who he could, but in those few moments when he wasn't there, many more soldiers fell, killed by the creatures. Knowing what he had to do, Izuku ran at one. With green sparks jumping off of his body, Izuku began to rotate his arms in a circular motion. With enough speed, Izuku created a massive tornado that knocked several Nomus away. The troops cheered as Izuku stood in front of them. Their savior had arrived. But all of this soon caught the eye of one man, All for One. Looking down and seeing Izuku run throughout the wasteland intrigued him. Just who is this person? I'm sure I would have dealt with him years ago if they were this fast. It can't be. As Izuku stood in front of the soldiers, he looked back at them. Get back. You can't fight these things. But before any of them could move, something came crashing down in front of Izuku. The impact managed to send Izuku flying back towards the soldiers. Catching him, the soldiers made sure he was all right. I should have known you'd come here. Izuku was lifted to his feet. What, miss me already? A foe laughed. Not particularly, but I am curious. What did you do with All Might? With green lightning jumping off his body, Izuku stared down the villain. Wouldn't you like to know? You intend to fight me, boy? Please, the only one who could have taken me on was All Might. And you are no All Might. Taunted a foe. Izuku smirked. I may not be All Might, but I am much faster than he is. That is yet to be seen. If you think you have a chance, then. But as a foe was talking, a green streak of light appeared in front of him. With his fist pulled back, Izuku smiled as his body sparked. In a flash, Izuku punched the villain across the face. A foe's head whiplashed to the side. The actual punch did little damage, but just as he turned his head around, another punch came in. Appearing and disappearing all around the villain, Izuku would come in and punch him across the face. Soon the powerful villain found himself on his knees as the blows kept coming at super speeds. However, a foe had just the quirk for this. Suddenly his eyes began to glow red with power. With a powerful yell, a foe got up as a red burst of energy irradiated from his body. The blast caught Izuku by surprise and managed to knock him through a destroyed tank. Fool, I have several quirks. I could kill you with just about all of them. But this one is my favorite. Once again a foe's eyes began to glow, but this time instead of a burst of energy, 2 red beams appeared from his eyes. Izuku, who was barely picking himself up, saw the death beams headed towards him. Shit, got to move. In a flash of green, Izuku took off, But as he looked behind him, he noticed the beams of energy were tracking him. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. As Izuku ran through the battlefield, he looked around to find a solution to his problem. That's when he noticed the Nomus. Please let this work. Running at a group of 4 Nomus, Izuku ran in between them. The beams of energy pierced the 4 monsters before exploding. The shockwave sent Izuku flying towards a destroyed building. Perhaps you are as fast as you say. Maybe your quirk is worth taking. Nomus, bring me his head. Ordered a foe. The Nomus roared as they went to execute their orders, but as they did, gunfire erupted. The soldiers Izuku saved opened fire. Don't let them get close to the kid, one yelled. All for One turned towards them as bullets bounced off his body. Forget the boy, dispose of these insects. With a new target, the Nomus all focused on the men. They stood no chance. From the rubble Izuku could hear the men being ripped apart. No. Quickly getting up, Izuku rushed the opening, but just before he could reach it to help the men, a red streak of light smashed into him, pushing him back down to the ground. Well, if it isn't Izuku. Did you like my little present? Asked Melissa, standing in front of Izuku. With bruises covering his face, Izuku's eyes widened when he saw her. Melissa. I've been looking for you, yelled Izuku as he got up. Aw, aren't you sweet? Well, it has been a while since we last met. If memory serves me right, you threw me into the Speed Force. That wasn't very nice, Izuku, said Melissa with a pouting face. Izuku gritted his teeth. What did you do, Melissa? You changed something that ruined everything. What was it? Melissa smirked. If you want to know that, you'll just have to catch me. Without warning, Izuku ran towards Melissa. She in turn ran away. The two then ran throughout the battlefield. As they did, the two took shots at each other. Izuku tried to punch Melissa, but she simply grabbed his arm and threw him towards a wall. Flipping in the air, Izuku twisted his body and landed feet first on the wall. Without missing a beat, Izuku began to run on the wall itself. Melissa let out a smile as she saw this. Since when did you learn to do that? Look at you, getting stronger and faster. I wonder who gave you that motivation? Was it me? I hope it was me. After all we've been through, I'm sure it was. Copying him, Melissa too began to run along it. Shut up, yelled Izuku as he tried to smack Melissa across the face. Speeding up, Melissa ducked under the punch and came up and uppercutted Izuku. As Izuku flew upward, he managed to grab Melissa by the costume and drag her along. The two then fly across the sky before falling to the ground. Lucky for them, they both landed on their feet and continued to run, with Izuku giving chase. You ruined this world, yelled Izuku as he tried to punch Melissa. Countless people died, heroes dead, and to top it all off, my father and best friend, dead. What did you change? Dodging with ease, Melissa began to play with Izuku, tripping him up, slapping him across the face a couple of times, and even running circles around him. Answer me. You villain. That word caused Melissa's eyes to widen. What did you just say? Grabbing Izuku by the mask, Melissa threw him head first into a brick wall. The wall cracked before falling over on top of Izuku. What did you just call me? Yelled Melissa as she pulled him out and ran. Putting him in front of her, Melissa forced Izuku to crash through buildings, rocks, Nomus, and military vehicles. It was the same as the last time they fought, only this time, Melissa wasn't playing around. Finally spinning around, Melissa threw him to the slope of the crater. Bloody and bruised, Izuku gasped for air. You call yourself a hero, and me a villain? You don't even know what it means, do you? Who are you to judge who's right and who's wrong? Just then a foe landed atop of the outer rim of the crater. Looking down, he noticed the two fighting. Another one? How bizarre. No matter, with the two of you here I can kill both of you at the same time. Raising his arm, a foe created a large ball of black energy. Melissa looked up at the villain and didn't even flinch. Take him for example. He thinks what he's doing is right. Does he think he's a villain? No. Then maybe he's a hero? Wrong again. There is only one person who stood the test of time when called a hero. Just as All for One was going to launch the ball of energy, a high-pitched sound was heard. A foe stopped. What is that sound? Looking up, a foe activated another quirk that gave him the ability to see at long range, and no, that's impossible. Whatever it was, it had a foe scared. Finally crashing down in front of the villain, a loud booming voice was heard. I don't know who the girl in the red is, but the boy in green is a friend. I would kindly ask you to leave him alone. From the smoke, a massive fist appeared in front of a foe and managed to connect. The hit sent the villain flying back several meters. Regaining his composure, a foe dug his feet into the ground, upending the very earth underneath him. There's no way you should be back. Your injuries. From the smoke standing proud but with bandage wraps around his arms and legs stood All Might. Never underestimate the burning fire within me. That, and I had some help. Heads up kid, said a voice behind Melissa. Turning around, Melissa found Shirakumo, only to be kicked across the face. Landing in front of Izuku, Shirakumo stretched out his arm. Need a hand? I didn't think you would show up, said Izuku, grabbing Shirakumo's hand. With his help Izuku now stood up. Yeah well, someone told me if I didn't go I would regret it. Look, I was wrong alright. So how about we forget about that and focus on this person? Proposed Shirakumo. Izuku nodded, I appreciate the help, but you're too slow. You'll only get in my way, go deal with the Nomus and protect the soldiers. I knew that kick was too easy. Alright fine, but you better find out what she did. With that Shirakumo used his quirk and flew towards the soldiers. Appearing in a flash of red Melissa glared at Izuku, I see you brought backup. Unfortunately for you, it doesn't matter how many people you bring. Today is the day where you all die. The two then ran at each other as sparks jumped and crashed all over the area surrounding them. With a loud boom, a shockwave radiated from their fight. But as they fought Izuku noticed that no matter how fast he was going, Melissa was just faster. Izuku would go in for a punch, only to have her disappear and reappear to his side and counter. What's wrong Izuku, are you feeling a bit slow? Asked Melissa as she kneed him in the stomach. Something's wrong, I should be faster than you. Argued Izuku as he ran. Appearing beside him Melissa smiled, you are, or should I say was. You feel it don't you? Your connection to the speed force it's weaker. And do you want to know why? It doesn't matter. I only want to know one thing from you, said Izuku. As the two ran Izuku noticed they were headed towards the direction of bullets that had already been fired. As everything moved in slow-mo Izuku grabbed a piece of debris out of the air and threw it at Melissa. The debris managed to hit Melissa in the leg causing her to fall. Before she even had a chance to recover Izuku appeared and held her down. Tell me what you did. What did you change in the past? Demanded Izuku. Melissa then smirked, that's the beauty of it Izuku. Suddenly vibrating her entire body Melissa managed to push Izuku away. Falling to the floor it was now Melissa's turn to hold Izuku down. Looking at her, Izuku found her red glowing eyes staring down at her. This is all your fault, Izuku. You caused all of this. Izuku's eyes widened, liar. Vibrating his hand Izuku tried to attack Melissa but she quickly got out of the way. Standing up Izuku looked around, only to be punched across the face. You feel it in your bones, Izuku. You know I'm telling the truth. You also know what happened that changed all of this. Taunted Melissa. I don't remember, yelled Izuku as he tried to fight back to no avail. That's when Izuku felt something pierce his side. Looking to his left Izuku found Melissa stabbing the bayonet of a rifle into his side. Then let me help you remember. Faster than Izuku could react Melissa plunged her hand into Izuku's chest. Since you have never time traveled before your internal molecular structure must be out of sync. Lucky for you, I can fix it. Unlucky for you, this is going to hurt, a lot. Vibrating her fist and generating a substantial amount of red lightning Melissa began the process. That's when Izuku screamed out in agony as his entire molecular structure was being rearranged. Inside his mind, Izuku saw flashes of his memory. One where he sat atop of the UA arena, another where he sat with Mei, then when he kissed her. You were doing so well in the sports festival, but something in the back of your head kept telling you to do it. Do you remember what it was? Asked Melissa as her voice echoed inside Izuku's mind. That's when the image changed, to one where Izuku ran into the speed force. He then saw it, he went back in time to that fateful day. You were there Izuku, the day when your mother was supposed to die by my hand. But it didn't quite turn out that way, no, you finally did it Izuku. You stopped me from killing your mother. What a hero. But like a stone thrown into still water, ripples appeared. But you didn't just disrupt a small puddle, no you disrupted the timeline. Throwing everything off slightly from the true timeline but enough. Enough to create this world, this timeline, said Melissa as she pulled her hand free. So tell me Izuku, do you remember now, or did you already know and not say anything? With tears running down his face Izuku ran at Melissa. I remember. I've always known. But it wouldn't have changed this much. Throwing another barrage of punches Melissa laughed, you are such an amateur. As someone once said, time travel theory is a bitch. With blood running down his nose Izuku fell to his knees, well I had my fun, guess it's time to finally end you. Izuku spit blood onto the floor, why you can't kill me, if I die you'll never become you. Melissa smiled, I thought the same thing, that is until I figured it out. You see, when we last fought, you threw me into the Speed Force, tried to get me lost in it. Unfortunately for you, I was still in it when you decided to travel back in time. And since the Speed Force isn't time, instead intertwined with it, I've become something that exists outside of it. You just made me into an unkillable being. No matter what happens to me now, the past, or the future, I will always exist. You just lifted the very thing holding me back, so in a sense, I should thank you. Raising her hand into the air, Melissa began to vibrate it. Well, it's been fun, Izuku. But once I'm done with you, I'll move on to the other versions of you. Maybe I'll make it so you were never born, or I can make it so that you never have kids and your legacy dies with you. So many choices, so much time. Sorry, but you'll have to come back to that. Appearing on Melissa's face was a cloud that obstructed her vision. In a state of shock, Melissa tried to remove the cloud only to have another appear. Running over to Izuku, Shirakumo helped him up. Come on, kid, you can still fix everything. You just have to go back and stop yourself. But as Shirakumo was explaining, Melissa came in and cracked the hero across the face. Well, if it isn't the survivor. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Staggering back, Shirakumo tried to fight back, but with Melissa's speed he didn't stand a chance. With blood splattering across the ground, Shirakumo was beaten to an inch of his life. Grabbing the hero by the costume, Melissa smiled. You may be known in this time, but in the future you are forgotten. A worthless speck in the fabric of history. You watched as your precious friend died before your eyes, right? Then you can do the same and watch this entire world crumble. Letting the hero go, Melissa then turned her attention back to Izuku. Now, where were we? Standing on wobbly legs, Izuku put his fists up. I was just about to kick your ass. We'll see. Mocked Melissa as red lightning jumped off of her body. Running in, Melissa prepared to end Izuku, but before she could get close, a large explosion erupted beside them. The impact managed to send everyone within the battlefield to the floor. Izuku's body was flung to the side before rolling to a stop. Pushing himself off the ground, Izuku turned his head to find All Might and a foe in a power struggle. The two locked hands and pushed against each other. I'm surprised, All Might, after everything, you just don't give up. All Might gave his signature smile. You may have beaten me before, but no matter how many times you beat me, I will always get back up. Pushing with all his power, All Might began to force a foe to his knees. Hitting the ground, a foe gritted his teeth. And no, this isn't possible. I'm supposed to be the strongest, I'm supposed to destroy this world. All Might then raised his fist and punched the villain in the back of the head. Not today, you lose all for one. But as blood ran the villain's nose, a foe smiled. Wrong, I will achieve my goals. Even if that means taking you down with me. All for One then activated one of his quirks. At first it seemed like it did nothing. All Might looked around and saw nothing had changed. A dud? However, that was far from the truth. Just offshore of California, a small submarine was heard underneath the ocean. No one knew about it, but it was sure as hell going to make an impression. Inside the vessel was quiet. Only a small person was sitting down with a strange device around their head. Whoever it was, they were crying, but their cries soon became worse when the device around their head began to beep. Soon a surge of energy coursed through their body. The girl let out an agonizing cry as something began to grow and glow on her head. The machine then began to spark as it signaled an overload of power. Then it happened. With her eyes now glowing white, the energy coming off the girl was expelled. The sub disintegrated and then the water, but the blast didn't stop. The explosion made it to the surface, then on land. People tried to shield themselves from it, but nothing worked. Men, women, and children, all gone in the blink of an eye, almost as if they never existed. Then the entire western seaboard of the United States was gone, but the explosion was spreading. Within a minute of the initial explosion, the blast had wiped Hawaii from the face of the earth and was rapidly approaching Japan. Back with Shirakumo, he got an alert from his phone. Pulling it out, his eyes widened when he noticed what it was. Still unable to walk, Shirakumo dragged his body towards Izuku. Reaching, he noticed how badly injured Izuku was. Hey kid, you have to get up. We have major trouble heading this way. Izuku looked at Shirakumo. What now? The US is gone. Whatever a foe did, it's heading this way. You have to go back and fix this, said Shirakumo. You have to. But before he could say anything else, Melissa came in and kicked the hero away. He won't be going anywhere, said Melissa. We are all going to die together. She then turned to Izuku. How does it feel, Izuku, to know how hopeless you are, how weak you are? Getting up, Izuku tried to punch Melissa, but she quickly dodged and appeared behind him. Thanks to your actions, your own selfish actions, the world is going to end. You could have changed the time for the better, but no, you just thought of yourself and saved poor little mommy. Well, look at where it's gotten you. I hope your mother has good seats. Just then the surge of energy FO unleashed reached the main island of Japan. Right on time. Any last words before we all die? Izuku watched as the blast inched closer. Opening his mouth, Izuku was about to say something but stopped when a large cloud appeared around Melissa. Stupid hero. This trick won't work on me twice, yelled Melissa as she moved her hands at super speed and blew the clouds away. But just as the clouds cleared and while Melissa was still a bit distracted, Shirakumo came flying down and landed on top of Melissa. This was your grand plan? Asked Melissa. Turning around rapidly, Melissa threw Shirakumo off of herself. Grabbing him out of the air with one hand, she looked at the hero. You were supposed to die ages ago, why don't I finish the job? Lifting her other hand, Melissa began to vibrate it. While looking Shirakumo in the eyes, she stabbed into his chest, destroying his heart. Feeling his arms and legs starting to go numb from the lack of blood, Shirakumo grabbed Melissa's neck and with all his might he turned it around. A loud crack was heard as Melissa's neck was snapped. Hitting the floor with a thud, Melissa was dead. Izuku couldn't believe it. Why, you killed her? I wish. Just then Shirakumo fell to the floor. Running over, Izuku caught him and gently put him down. There's still time, kid. You have to run. Izuku looked at Shirakumo. I can still save this world. I can still save you. But Shirakumo shook his head. There's no saving us, kid. If you really want to save this world, then make sure this world never happens. Only you have the power to do that. Melissa was the one making you slow. Now that she's gone, there should be enough juice for you. Reaching into his costume, Shirakumo pulled out a small disc that resembled the entrance exam ones. Give it to Aizawa and tell him I'm sorry. Izuku took the disc. I will, and I'm sorry too. Shirakumo smiled. Don't worry about that now, kid. Now go, run. With that, Shirakumo closed his eyes for the final time. Groaning in pain, Izuku got up just as the energy surge began to take over the battlefield. Looking behind him, Izuku saw as All Might stood over a defeated foe. With nothing else to do, Izuku took off, but the wound on his side still hadn't healed yet. Starting off slowly, Izuku limped his way across the battlefield. As he did, the white light had taken Shirakumo. Soon the light engulfed All Might and All for One. As it did, Izuku swore he saw the faint smile on the number one hero's face. Pushing himself through the pain, and as the wound on his side bled, Izuku soon had green lightning jumping off of his body. His entire body was hurting, but he had to do this. The alternative was to let the white light engulf him. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pulled everything into him. Just then there was a loud boom as Izuku entered the Speed Force. Once again finding himself surrounded by stars and galaxies, Izuku thought of his mother. But as he did, he suddenly felt his body being pulled towards something. In a flash of white light, Izuku then found himself tumbling into the ground in front of a house. Izuku? Is that you? What are you wearing? Asked someone stepping out of the house. Izuku looked up to find his mother. Mom. Running over to her, Izuku wrapped his mother in a hug. The two hugged for a while before Inko walked her son in to talk. Sitting down at the kitchen table, Izuku pulled back his mask. Have you seen the news? It looks like the world is ending. Izuku nodded. It is, and it's all my fault. Inko tilted her head. What? What I'm going to say is going to sound crazy, but in another world I'm a hero in training. I was born quirkless, but thanks to a freak accident I was granted super speed. In my timeline you die and Dad is blamed for it. Years passed and I joined UA to try to prove Dad's innocence, but I just couldn't take it anymore. I needed to save you. And I did, but when I did, everything changed. All of this happened because I saved you. Now the only way to save everyone is to prevent this time from ever happening. For that to happen, you have to die. Izuku hung his head as tears ran down his face. I'll find a way to save everyone and you, I promise. Inko saw the sadness in Izuku's eyes. Reaching out, she lifted his head and seeing him in tears, she knew he'd gone through a lot. Izuku, you have to let me go. Izuku shook his head. And no, I can't. I won't. Yes you can, and you will, it's okay. I am so proud of you, always have been, always will be. But you can't let me dictate the choices you make in your life. Now listen to me, Izuku, let me go. You can't trade the lives of billions of people for me, I won't let you do that. I love you more than anything in this world. That will never change, no matter if I'm dead or alive. Now go, save the world. Leaning in, Inko kissed Izuku on the forehead. I love you, Izuku. Wiping the tears away, Izuku stood up and pulled his mask back down. Inko stood up and with a proud smile on her face the two embraced. I'm so sorry, Mom. It's fine, Izuku, I'll rest easy knowing that I'm looking out for you from above. Now go make me proud, my son, and say hello to your father for me, will you? Said Inko as she broke the hug. Izuku nodded, I will, Mom, goodbye. I love you. With green lightning jumping off his body, Izuku once again went into the Speed Force. This time he thought of himself and when he wanted to stop Melissa from killing his mother. Suddenly running through the Speed Force, Izuku looked ahead of him to find himself, the past version of himself. Izuku. Stop, yelled Izuku, chasing after his past self. Past Izuku looked back to find Izuku. Who the hell are you? Izuku then tried to reach out and stop his past self but instead got an elbow to his nose. Get away. I have to save her, I have to save Mom. Izuku staggered back as blood ran down his nose. Shaking it off, Izuku once again chased after himself. If you do this, you'll break the world. Billions will die. I know how you feel, but Mom doesn't want this. She doesn't want to exchange herself for others. Past Izuku shook his head, you lie. Mom would want us to save her. I'm sorry, but I told Mom I'd save the world and that's what I intend on doing. Even if that means taking you down. With his lightning jumping off him at a much crazier rate, Izuku slowly began to gain on his past self. Looking ahead, Izuku could see the city they lived in, then he saw his home. He needed to stop his past self before it was too late. With blood running down his cut and his broken nose, Izuku grunted as he pushed forward. Reaching out his hand, Izuku managed to touch his past self. No. Don't do this. I need, cried out past Izuku. Forgive me. Just then Izuku jumped at himself and tackled him. Suddenly the green lightning that jumped off of each other combined, and with a loud crack, the entire area was engulfed in a blinding white light. Inside the light, Izuku suddenly saw images pop into his mind. He could see the day his mother died, feel Melissa's hand pierce her heart, and feel the last thing Inko thought of before taking her final breath. Izuku cried as he felt the last thing she thought of was for her family. Mom, I just want you to know, me and Dad are going to be alright. So don't worry, I won't be alone. I have my dad, Bakugo, my friends at school, and especially Mei. Goodbye, Mom. But then something strange happened. As the images of his mother disappeared, new images began to play, ones of himself. However, something was wrong. It wasn't him per se but other versions of himself. An image of himself with golden spiky hair appeared, another where he had a trident and a crown on his head, one where he had claws on each one of his hands, one where he had a green ring around his finger, one where he ran from zombies, one where he bit someone's head off while wearing a black suit, one where he wore a strange costume and swung through the city, and finally one where he wore a cape and fired laser beams from his eyes. What is this? Other versions of me? However, before Izuku could grasp the situation, a voice was heard echoing through the white light, Izuku. There's still time. You have to save them, save. The voice cut out before returning. It's coming. You have to be ready. But before the voice could say anything else, the voice fell silent. Still a bit confused, Izuku looked around for the person but found no one. That's when another blinding light washed over Izuku, forcing his eyes closed. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku felt the warm rays of the sun hit his face. Izuku was laying on the roof of the UA arena wearing his gym uniform. I'm back? He asked himself. Getting up, Izuku walked over to the edge and found that Midnight was announcing the next fighters. He then looked at the broadcast booth and found both present, Mike and Aizawa. Then he looked at his classmates, but his eyes went to Bakugo, who was alive and currently hitting Kirishima on the head. Falling to his knees, Izuku let out a relieved sigh, but it was also a bittersweet moment. If everything was as it was before, that meant his mom was dead. There were just 2 more things to check. Raising his hand, Izuku looked at it. He was going to see if he had his speed. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began to move his hand. But much to his surprise and delight, green lightning sparked off it as it moved at super speeds. Izuku smiled as he now had his powers back. Now that I know I have my powers, I still have one more thing I need to check. Taking off with a loud boom, Izuku ran throughout the UA stadium in search of Mei. At his speeds, Izuku quickly found her. Mei was surprised to say the least when a flash of green light stopped in front of her. Izuku? What happened? Weren't you just on the roof? Without saying a word, Izuku leaned in and kissed Mei on the lips. A few moments later, Izuku pulled away and waited for Mei's reaction. What the heck, why did you do that for? And so suddenly? Couldn't you have done this somewhere more private? Izuku smiled. I'm back, Mei, I'm really back. Back? What are you talking about? I just talked to you on the roof a minute ago, said Mei, confused as to what he was talking about. As she thought about it, Mei put it together. Oh God, you did it, didn't you? Izuku nodded, yeah, I did. But his face then turned to one of sadness when he thought back to what happened. May noticed that look and grabbed his hand. Tell me what happened. I'll tell you after the sports festival. Right now, I need to check something. I'll be right back, said Izuku as he turned to leave. Wait. What about the sports festival? Asked May. Izuku looked back, right, sorry but this is more important. Tell Aizawa I withdraw, I need to see if things are really back to how they should be. In a flash of green lightning, Izuku took off leaving May in disbelief. Running throughout the city, Izuku had 2 stops he needed to go. Within seconds Izuku stopped in front of a grave that had Inko's name on it. Falling to his knees Izuku began to cry. After all he went through, there was still nothing he could have done to save her. If Izuku was to become the person he is now, the sad truth was that Inko, his mother, had to die. Come on Izuku, you still have 1 stop to go. After paying his respects Izuku took off once again. This time he stood in front of a prison gate. Going inside, the guards were checking him in when one of them noticed who he was. Izuku explained that the school had given him permission to leave and withdraw from the sports festival. After clearing the checkpoints Izuku was taken to the visitors section where he sat down in front of the glass. A few minutes later the door on the other side of the glass opened up. I already told you, no one should be visiting me right now. It's not my son, it has to be a stranger. I have to go back, my son is competing right now, said Hisashi as he was being brought in. But as he turned his eyes widened when he saw Izuku sitting down. Oh. Taking a seat, Hisashi grabbed the phone. What the hell are you doing here Izuku? Shouldn't you be at the sports festival? Izuku nodded, yeah well, I decided to come here. There's something I need to tell you. Hisashi was surprised, what could be so important that you left the school? I mean come on, I know I told you to get in trouble but I didn't mean this. I met Mom, said Izuku. Hisashi stopped talking. What? I met Mom. In person, alive, and well, said Izuku. That's not possible Izuku. Your mom is dead, said Hisashi. Izuku then interrupted, I did it, Dad. That thing you told me not to do, I did it. Hisashi couldn't believe it. Izuku, then does that mean? Izuku shook his head, no, she's still gone. I don't understand, if you changed the past why hasn't the future changed? Asked Hisashi. Because I messed everything up Dad. I wanted to save Mom so bad that I would do whatever it took. But in order for that to happen, countless people had to die. Explained Izuku as tears ran down his face. I tried Dad, I really did. I tried to find a way to save her and everyone but I couldn't. I just wasn't fast enough to do it. So, I had to set things right. I had to let Mom die, and for that I am sorry. Hisashi looked through the glass as his son cried. Reaching out he touched the glass separating the two. Izuku. Hisashi felt powerless, his son was hurting right in front of him, but he couldn't even comfort him properly. Hisashi was silent as Izuku let everything go. By the time Izuku calmed down he had already exceeded his visiting time for the day. Promising he'd come back Izuku left the prison, but instead of running he walked. Chapter 13, There are always consequences. There are always consequences. Izuku bounced his leg in super speed as he sat in a chair, but this was no ordinary chair, this chair was sitting right in front of Nezu's desk. Currently Izuku was sitting in Nezu's office with Aizawa and All Might beside him. So, how are you guys this fine morning? Asked Izuku. Nezu gave a small smile, we are doing just fine Midoriya. The sports festival was fun wasn't it? Everyone enjoyed themselves, said Izuku. Yes it was, said Nezu, still with that smile on his face. You know why you're here, right Midoriya? Izuku thought about it, not a clue. Aizawa sighed, yes you do, now stop acting dumb. Why did you withdraw from the festival? I had something to do. Explained Izuku. You had something to do. This thing you had to do, did it warrant the use of your quirk? Asked Nezu. Izuku nodded, yes. So let me get this straight, you illegally used your quirk, left school grounds, and won't tell us why you did it? That's cause for suspension Midoriya, even expulsion. Explained Nezu. So unless you want to stay in this school, I suggest you tell us why, said All Might. Izuku sighed, you won't believe me even if I told you. Try us, said Aizawa. Alright then, don't say I didn't warn you. Izuku then began to explain it all. He talked about his adventure in another timeline, how he went back to save his mom but ended up ruining everything. He even talked about how he stopped his past self and that somehow fixed the timeline. Furthermore, He talked about meeting a certain hero but conveniently left out the name. After all that, the two heroes looked at each other in disbelief. "You expect us to believe you time traveled?" asked All Might. "Believe me if you want, it really doesn't matter. What's done is done, so, what's my punishment going to be?" asked Izuku, sitting back on the chair. Nezu jumped out of his seat and walked around his desk. "We won't expel you, but instead you will be helping around UA after school until the start of your internships." "Internships? Oh right, I remember something about that." "Alright fine," said Izuku. "Just so you know, I don't regret leaving the sports festival. What I did before is another question." Aizawa looked at Izuku and saw a hint of sadness behind a sense of guilt. What did he do before? The meeting ended and Izuku was allowed to leave. The two heroes stayed behind and talked about other unrelated stuff. Once done, Aizawa walked out of the office. As he walked into the teacher's lounge, he suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by him. Looking behind him, Aizawa didn't see anything strange. He then looked at his desk only to find Izuku sitting in his chair. "Took you long enough, I was getting bored." Aizawa sighed. "I hate speedsters." "What are you doing here, Midoriya? You're supposed to be in class right now." Izuku spun around in the chair. "I know, but there's something I need to talk to you about." "Can it wait until after school?" "I'm kind of busy right now," said Aizawa. "And get out of my chair." Quickly getting off, Izuku now stood beside the hero's desk. "It's kind of important." Sitting down, Aizawa pulled out some papers. "Look, whatever it is, come back after school. I have to sort through all of these offers." That's when Izuku interrupted. "Does Shirakumo ring any bells?" Aizawa stopped dead in his tracks. "How do you know that name?" "You remember what I said in that meeting just now, right? That I did something before that I kind of regretted. Well, I'm going to tell you what I did. You may not believe me, but know that what I did was what I thought, at the time, to be the right thing," said Izuku. Aizawa turned to his student. "Let's hear it." Izuku then got to work explaining everything to Aizawa. By the end of it, the pro hero simply looked at his student with sorrow. "And that's everything. I changed the past by saving my mom, but in doing that I disrupted the timeline so much that I destroyed the world." Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku. "Don't beat yourself too much. If I had the powers you had, I probably would have done the same. And to be honest, I wouldn't have changed things back. There's just some things I don't get. If I really did make Melissa a living paradox, does that mean she'll come back?" asked Izuku. Aizawa shrugged. "Honestly, I don't know. If what she said was true, then yes. She'll be back." Izuku looked at his teacher. "And I'll be ready for her. Another thing, my memories are all different. I can remember my life before I changed the time. I can remember the time I spent with my mom. I remember dating Uraka in that world. I shouldn't be able to remember. Maybe the timeline is still messed up?" "That, or it seems the timeline gave you a reward," said Aizawa. "Take what you learned and keep moving forward. Shirakumo would want that." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I'll do that. But I also think you can do with forgiving yourself for Shirakumo's death." Getting up, Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a small disc and placed it on Aizawa's desk. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "An entrance exam disc? Why do you have that?" Tapping it, Izuku activated the disc and out appeared a holographic image of Shirakumo. "Hey Shota. Miss me? I bet you did." Aizawa's eyes widened when he saw his old friend's face once again. "Man, you must be either grilling the kid or telling him to move on. That's so like you, Shota." Shirakumo's expression then turned serious. "Don't blame the kid too much though. If I had his speed, I would have done the same. You see, in my world, you die while saving me from some villains. That day keeps playing over and over in my mind. But if the kid goes through with it, this world won't even exist, and that's okay too. That just means things went how they were supposed to. The kid told me, well, I figured it out actually, your version of me must have died, and I guess you blame yourself for me/his death. Well, I'm here to tell you don't. If I died, it's probably because I rushed into a fight without thinking. Something you told me multiple times not to do. I died because I chose wrong, not because you couldn't or didn't make it. So stop it, you hear me, stop it. Anyway, I should go. An old friend told me I should go help the kid before I regret it. You know, he kind of reminds me of you in a way. Well, I guess I'll see you later, Shota, take care now." Giving a bright smile, Shirakumo slowly faded away as the image disappeared. Aizawa stood up and grabbed the small disc, holding it in his hand. Tears suddenly began to fall on it. Turning, Aizawa looked at Izuku with tears in his eyes. "Thank you for this. Truly, thank you. You should go to class now, we both know how midnight gets when you're late." Izuku nodded. "I'll see you in homeroom, Aizawa." With that, Izuku was just about to walk out of the door when Aizawa stopped him. Wait, I forgot to tell you. Your father's new trial, it's set to start in 2 weeks. You'll be in your internship, but you should be able to be there, explained Aizawa. Izuku's eyes widened. Thanks. Walking to class, Izuku could hardly contain himself. This was it, his father was finally going to get out of jail. He could be with his dad once again. Just hold on for a bit longer, Dad. However, right now Izuku was happy. It was after school that had him worried. He still had to explain everything he did to Mei. Later that day, Izuku stood outside UA's gates waiting for Mei. When it was apparent that she wasn't coming out, Izuku went in to find her. Going towards the support department, Izuku found her still working on something. Come on, I just need to align the compound and... Just then a puff of black smoke rose up, completely covering Mei in it. Coughing, Mei fanned the smoke away. Damn it, another failure. What are you working on? Asked Izuku standing next to her. Startled, Mei jumped. Izuku. When the heck did you get here? Mei then looked around to find the lab empty. Where did everyone go? Mei, class ended 30 minutes ago. Your teacher is gone and so is most of the school. Explained Izuku. Oh, so that's why things got quiet. Guess I zoned out for a second and lost myself in my work, said Mei, wiping the black smudges off of her face. You think? Come on, let's go, or do you not want to hear what I did? Said Izuku. Mei nodded. I do. Hold on, I'll clean up real quick and then we can. But before Mei could say go, a flash of green ran around the lab. Go. Looking down on her desk, she found it clean. She then looked at Izuku, who dusted off his hands. Never mind, let's go. The two talked about the sports festival on the way to the beach. Izuku was a bit disappointed to find out that Mei had withdrawn as well, but not before showing off her babies. Still, Izuku was happy that Mei enjoyed her time. Making it down to the beach, the two entered the hut. Izuku wanted to relax for a bit, but Mei took a seat on an old couch they found. Sit. She ordered. Izuku sighed. Fine. Sitting down, Mei looked at Izuku with determined eyes. So, go ahead. What did you do? Izuku turned to Mei. Well, for starters, I time traveled. Mei's eyes widened. Really? So the papers were right. You must have opened a wormhole. Oh, but the energy needed to open a portal would have been greater than the energy given off by the sun. It would have to be black hole energy level, if not greater. Wait, when you run, your body gives off some sort of energy. Maybe it has something to do with that? But as Mei was rambling, Izuku hung his head. I went back to save my mom. Mei stopped. What? I saved Mom from Melissa, but in doing so I completely changed the timeline. And not in a good way. I was stuck in that world for a while until I got my powers again. But during that time I lived another life. Mom was alive, but Dad and Bakugo were dead. You and I weren't as close, and apparently me and Uraka got together. Mei couldn't believe what she was hearing, but it was that last part that made her heart ache the most. Izuku. Izuku looked at his hands. Then a villain showed up and destroyed the world, but before he could, Melissa was killed. Just as the world was ending, I ran back to when I decided to stop Melissa. I had to let my mom die, in order to set things right. What kind of a son am I that I let her die? I know she told me to do it, but still. I have all this speed, all this power, but what good is it if I can't save the ones I care about? I wish I never got these powers, they're nothing but a curse. Mei reached out and grabbed Izuku's head, pulling him, she brought him to her chest. Izuku, you have done nothing but good with those powers. You saved the class, saved All Might, and you even saved me. So don't you dare say that your speed is a curse. You're wrong, it's a blessing. We don't get to choose the quirks we were born with, but your powers chose you. So stop thinking that way, I won't let you have that mentality. Izuku hugged Mei back. Okay. Good, now I want you to promise me something. Izuku broke the hug and looked at Mei. No matter what happens from now on, no matter who it happens to, promise me that you will never change the past again. Mei, I don't think. But before Izuku finished that sentence, Mei grabbed his face. Promise me, said Mei, not as a demand but as a genuine request. Izuku looked into Mei's eyes and nodded. Okay, I promise you. Good. Good, said Mei, as she leaned back on the sofa. Izuku followed and then the two relaxed. Traveling through time was pretty fun though. I even saw different versions of myself. Different universes? Asked Mei, curiously. I wonder what makes them different from this one. So can I run some tests on you? Izuku sighed. Fine, just don't hurt me please. Mei smiled. I'll try not to. A few days later. It was now Monday and Izuku was back in class. After telling Bakugo what he did and being chewed out for it, Izuku took some time to think back. But one thing, or rather person, that kept popping into his mind was Melissa. There was still a chance she would come back, and if she did, her wrath would be unleashed. "Hey Midoriya, you alright?" asked someone, tapping him on the shoulder. Izuku turned to find Uraka. Oh yeah, just tired, that's all." "What happened again?" "Aizawa is about to announce how many internship offers we got," said Uraka. "I sure hope I did good." "I'm sure you'll be fine, myself on the other hand. I'm not too sure how many I'll get," said Izuku. "Right, you left early." "Well, I'm sure you'll be fine," said Uraka with a bright smile. Izuku saw her smile, which reminded him of his other life, one where he was with Uraka. "What the hell, I've never looked at Uraka like that before. Must be the other me's memories, I have to stop myself. I already have May." Just then Aizawa walked into the class. "Alright everyone, settle down. As many of you know, the sports festival wasn't just for fun. For those in the hero course, this was a time to show off. Why? Because of internships. Based on how well you did, each of you will be receiving offers from agencies around Japan. These are just to name a few." Clicking a button, the screen behind Aizawa showed each student's name and a number beside them. The number means how many internship offers you've received. You'll have 2 weeks to decide which offer you accept. However, in the meantime, you have more pressing matters to attend to. Izuku looked at his name and saw that he had 108 offers. Not bad, but much less compared to Bakugo's 894 or Todoroki's 962. "Not bad, more than I thought I'd get. So what are these pressing matters Aizawa is talking about?" "You all have to come up with a hero name," said Midnight, walking into the room wearing her hero costume. The boys in the class all got excited as she walked into class. The girls, on the other hand, looked at her with jealousy and hatred. "Midnight here will be handling and reviewing the names you pick out," explained Aizawa. Midnight nodded. "Just remember, you're most likely stuck with that name, so choose wisely. Now, whiteboards are making their way around. Take one and write down the hero name you want. Once you're done, come to the front and show us." Izuku grabbed a whiteboard and looked at it. "I wonder what my hero name should be? The Emerald Speedster? No, that's too lame. I want something that would make me stand out." Izuku sat in his chair thinking about what hero name he wanted as his classmates went up one by one to present. Bakugo chose the name Nitro. And yes, I know he has an official hero name, but I think it sucks, so I'm going with this one. Uraka came up with a Rabbity, which Izuku thought was fitting. It was now down to the 2 students, Izuku and Todoroki, still needed to present. "Alright, let's see, Midoriya, come up and show us what you got," said Midnight. Izuku looked down at the whiteboard to find it still blank. He needed to come up with something fast. Lucky for him, he was fast. Scribbling down a name, Izuku got up and walked towards the front. Turning his board around, Izuku showed the class his hero name. "You know what, he may be right," said Kirishima. "Yeah, after what we saw at the USJ, I believe it," said Mina. "Pretty bold if you ask me," said Kaminari. Izuku smiled. "Show me someone else who can do what I do and I'll drop the name. Until then, my hero name will be the Green Flash, the fastest man alive." Drop the green in the name. The Green Flash just sounds like a mouthful," suggested Midnight. "Or you could go with the Green Blur. It's up to you." Izuku thought about it. "The Flash sounds good. I'll go with that one." Midnight clapped her hands. "Excellent. Now Todoroki, you're up next." The hero watched as Todoroki walked up and showed his board, which just had his name on it. "Your name, huh? Well, I guess it's better than nothing. If you change your mind, let us know. Alright, now that everyone has gone, Aizawa will take over again. Bye." With that, the hero walked out of the class, but not before blowing a kiss. "Now that you have your hero names, all of you need to start taking this seriously. Your lives are going to change, get used to it. In time we will teach you how to act, fight, and carry yourselves like true heroes. For now, you will be all interning with a hero. Take a look at your offers and pick one. You have until Wednesday, and starting that Friday you go on a week-long study internship." Handing out a list of their offers, Izuku looked through the pages and found one name that popped out. "Huh? I didn't know he had his own agency. I'll keep that place in mind." School was now over and Izuku stood outside the gates to wait for May. Izuku expected her to be late, but much to his surprise she actually didn't take long. "Who are you?" asked Izuku. May looked at him with a confused look. "Huh? What are you talking about?" The Mei I know is never this early, so you're clearly a doppelganger, teased Izuku. Mei pouted slightly, hey. I can be on time sometimes. Besides, the teacher kicked me out. Izuku smiled, and there it is. Well, as long as you're here it's fine. Come on, let's go. As the two got on a train they noticed Ida, the boy from Class B. Izuku's eyes widened when he thought back to what he told him. Maybe I should go say something to him. I don't like how we parted ways. But before he could take a step forward, Mei grabbed his jacket. Izuku, look. Turning, Mei was looking at a TV that was hanging on the wall. That's when a reporter appeared. News reports are coming out that the hero Ingenium has been brutally beaten yesterday. Witnesses say that an unknown villain attacked the hero without warning and used a sword to sever his spinal cord. Doctors are not sure if he will ever walk again. Izuku's eyes widened. That's Ida's brother. Who the heck could have done that to him? Ingenium is one of the fastest heroes out there. He should have been able to dodge or at least leave. Who the hell could have done that? I don't know, but whoever they are, I hope the heroes catch him soon, said Mei. Yesterday night. Ingenium walked down the streets of a busy road. He was on patrol and was looking out for any criminal activity. That's when he got a phone call. Oh, it's Ida, I wonder how he's doing. Picking up the phone, Ingenium walked into an alley to get some privacy. Tenya. How are you? I saw your matches at the sports festival. Shame, but you'll get them next year. On the other side of the line, Ida sighed. I'm doing well, brother, and yes, it is a shame. But as Grandma always said, it's not a race but a marathon. I'll win next year, just you wait. That's what I like to hear. So, what's up? You don't usually call, said Ingenium, curious. Well, the thing is, I sort of said some mean things to someone in an effort to make them show their true colors. But in the end it didn't work, and after thinking about it for a while, I felt bad. I want to apologize, but I feel like he'll just ignore me. What should I do? Asked Ida. Ingenium leaned up against the wall. Well, if you truly feel bad then you'll find a way to apologize. You can't take back what you said, but you can fix it further. Just talk to him, and if you are really sorry then he'll listen. Ida thought about it. I'll do that, thank you, brother. I needed this. Ingenium smiled. Anytime, now get to bed and it's getting late. It's a school day tomorrow. Ida nodded. Right, be safe out there. Bye. With that, Ingenium hung up the call. With his phone in his pocket, Ingenium smiled. Oh, that brother of mine. He can be a real handful sometimes. However, that's when it happened. Out of the corner of his eye, Ingenium spotted something shiny headed towards him. Almost as if it was instinct, Ingenium leaned back and dodged throwing stars. What the hell? Looks like the rumors about you are true. You really are fast, said a voice above on the roof. Dropping down, the mystery person pulled out a sword from his back. Ingenium's eyes widened. That weapon, that voice, it's you, isn't it? You're the hero killer, Stain. Stepping into the light, a thin man with messy long hair and small red eyes. He wore a bodysuit that was lined with pieces of armor and an old ragged bandana mask. For his weapon, the hero killer had 2 swords on his back and several smaller knives on his side. That's right, hero, and guess what? I'm on a mission to exterminate the fake heroes in this world. Unfortunately for you, that also includes you. Without warning, Stain jumped at Ingenium, but just as the blade was supposed to touch his neck, Ingenium dodged out of the way. Hey, you're pretty fast, but you won't be able to touch me at your speed. We'll just see about that. Frustrated, Stain quickly jumped at Ingenium once again, but it was the same. Slash after slash failed to cut the hero. Soon, however, Ingenium found his back hitting the wall. Damn it. Seeing that his prey was cornered, Stain grabbed a knife from his back and plugged it down. With the help of his engines, Ingenium managed to stop the knife, but the two were now in a power struggle. Ingenium grunted as he fought like hell to keep the knife from piercing him. Looking up, he was taken aback when Stain had a smile on his face. This is it, hero, this is where you die. Pushing hard, the knife slowly began to inch its way towards the hero. But just as it was about to pierce his hero suit, something came running by them. The two were thrown to the side as a result. Stain slammed against the wall, while Ingenium hit the floor. Pushing himself off the floor, Ingenium looked around. What the hell was that? Another villain? But before he could get an answer, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Feeling something go through his back and out his front, Ingenium looked down to find the tip of Stain's sword coming out of him. Always look behind you, said Stain, standing behind the hero. Pulling out his sword, Ingenium fell forward onto his knees before falling face first onto the floor. Now, are you going to show yourself? I know you're out there. Just then another flash of light smashed into Stain. The villain smashed up against the wall, but before he could fall something ran up to him and grabbed him by the neck. Stain tried to lift his sword but whoever it was grabbed his wrists and broke them. The villain screamed out in pain but his cries were cut short when a mouth covered his mouth. "Shh, you make so much noise," said the person, as their face was masked by the darkness. "You are so much like the others. So angry, so bloodthirsty, so boring. Time and again you do this, doesn't it ever get tiring?" asked the mystery person. Stain said something but it was muffled, thanks to the person's hand. "Right, I forgot, you can't talk right now. Well, let me answer that for you. It does get boring, it did for the others, it will for you, and it did for me. Here, I'll set you free." Pulling a sword from behind his back, the mystery person stabbed into Stain's stomach. Stain's eyes widened when he felt the metal pierce his flesh. Finally removing their hand, the mystery person showed that Stain was now pinned to the wall. I'll kill you for this." No, you won't, rather you can't." "Why?" asked the person. "Because after all the heroes you've taken down, you can never kill yourself." Stepping towards the light, Stain saw someone wearing a mask that covered their face. Stunned, Stain recognized it. "That's my mask, I used it earlier in my career." "How did you get that?" The person laughed behind the mask. "Come now, you know I can't tell you that. But what I can say is that we share the same goal. To rid the world of the fake heroes, but in order to do that one man has to die in order to make our dream come true. Izuku Midoriya must die." In a flash of yellow light, the mystery person disappeared and took Stain with them. "Soon, this world too will know and feel my work. This world will be cleansed in the blood of the fake heroes. But not before I make Izuku Midoriya suffer just as I have. For I am the fastest killer alive." Chapter 14, Punishment. Punishment. Mei was frantically finishing something up on her workbench. Come on. I need to get this done before they leave." With several batches of chemicals around her, some boiling, Mei had to get this right. This was already her 5th time trying this and the past experiments led to some interesting outcomes. With the batch of chemicals now done, Mei grabbed the container and walked over to another station. This one had Izuku's suit, carefully dripping his hero costume into the solution, and after a minute Mei lifted the costume out. And much to her pleasure it had the desired effect. Yes. It worked. Now instead of the normal sized costume, it turned into a much smaller version of it. Now for the hard part. Folding it. Placing it down on the table, Mei used her quirk and zoomed in on the suit. Using a pair of tweezers she began to fold it. Once done, she used the same tweezers Mei brought them over and placed it inside of something small. With a click, Mei was officially done. Pulling up her goggles, she turned to look at the clock. 12:50 p.m., her eyes widened. Crap. I have to get this to Izuku now. Grabbing the object, Mei quickly ran out of the lab and down the halls of UA. With Izuku, he was currently standing outside of UA waiting to get on a bus that would take him and his class to the train station. Today was officially the first day of hero internships. Izuku looked around and found that all of his classmates had suitcases with numbers on them. These suitcases had their hero costumes, and Izuku didn't have one. Instead, he had a duffel bag with some clothes in it. "Is she almost here?" asked Aizawa, walking up to Izuku. "I have no idea, she could be asleep for all I know," explained Izuku. "Mei has a tendency to sleep in random places. Want me to go find her?" But just as Aizawa was going to answer, Mei came running out the main building's doors. "Finally. What took you so long?" asked Izuku as Mei caught her breath. After taking some deep breaths, Mei stood up straight. "I couldn't get the solution right, the damn thing kept blowing up on me, and then when it didn't, the suit would stretch or lose durability. Man, I need to start running more." "But you finished it right?" asked Aizawa. Mei nodded. "Yup. Sure did." Reaching into her pocket, Mei pulled out a green ring. "Ta-da." Aizawa blinked a couple of times. "That's it? That tiny ring has Midoriya's hero costume." "Sure does. After making some slight upgrades, I doused the suit into a solution that caused it to shrink. Once it was at the right size, I made a special ring that would eject the suit within," explained Mei. "Well, that's all fine and dandy, but won't his costume still be small when it pops out?" asked Aizawa. Mei shook her head. "Nope. Thermal expansion. All Izuku has to do is activate his speed and it should shoot out." Izuku took the ring and looked at it. "Impressive, but wait. You never tested this, right?" Mei looked away. "Of course I tested it, once." "And? What were the results?" asked Aizawa. Mei began to sweat a bit. The test dummy was crushed. Izuku looked at Mei. "But it was only one test and way before I made this one. That shouldn't happen, I hope. Izuku smiled as he threw the ring into the air and caught it. I'll just have to trust you. Thanks, Mei, I owe you one. This is a lot better than carrying around a suitcase. So how do I get it back into the ring? Mei then pulled out a spray can and tossed it to Izuku. Use that, it's the solution I used. As for getting the suit in the ring, use small tweezers. I can already tell that it is going to be difficult to get in, said Izuku, slipping on the ring into his right middle finger. When I get back we'll work on it together. Mei nodded. Can't wait. I can try to use some of my babies this time around. Are you two done? 'Cause we really have to get going, said Aizawa halfway on the bus. You should get going, said Mei. Make sure to call me on the day, alright? Yeah, I will. I'll need you there, said Izuku. In 3 days' time Izuku's dad was set to have his court date on whether or not he would be a free man once again. Mei saw that worried look on Izuku's face. Reaching out, she grabbed his hand. It's going to be fine, Izuku. Once he's out you'll be a family again. For now go, the class is waiting on you. Izuku squeezed her hand gently. Thanks, Mei, what would I do without you? The two looked at each other, and slowly began to lean in towards each other. But just before their lips could meet, Aizawa yelled from the bus. Midoriya. Get your ass into this bus now or we are leaving you here. Izuku flinched and then sighed. Right, I'm coming. I better get going. Mei pulled back her hands. I'll see you soon. With that Izuku quickly got onto the bus and sat down next to Bakugo, who was clearly teasing him, and so were the other guys on the bus. But one person didn't like it. She didn't like seeing Izuku all lovey-dovey with someone else. Clenching her fist, Uraka watched as Izuku laughed and seemed happy. What the hell is wrong with me? He already has someone, but why can't I just let him go? After a 30-minute bus ride the class got off and were currently waiting for their respective trains to arrive. Alright class, listen up, I want you all to be on your best behavior. Listen to the heroes, and if I get any complaints you won't hear the end of it from me. The class all nodded as they felt Aizawa's menacing aura. Good, you're free to talk amongst yourselves until your train arrives. Izuku found a bench and went to sit down. So are you ready for this? Asked Bakugo, walking up to him. Sure am, said Izuku. How sure are you? I mean, you picked the strictest hero I know. If you happen to breathe wrong, he'll tell you something, said Bakugo. Trust me, I'm well aware. But they offered and he is one of the best hand-to-hand fighters out there. And that's something I need to improve on. Yeah, I got the speed but I have no idea how to fight. That was made clear when I was fighting Melissa in the other timeline. Besides, there's still a chance she comes back. I need to be ready for if and when that happens. I won't repeat the same mistakes as before, said Izuku, looking at the ring. Bakugo saw Izuku's expression and couldn't help but think back to when they were kids. To the day after Izuku lost his mother, Bakugo would never forget the look of emptiness on his friend's face. Hey, if she does come back, you'll beat her again. You did it once, you will do it again. That, or I will, I still have to get my payback for what she did to you and Annie Inko. Izuku chuckled. Thanks, Kachan, it's good to know you have my back. Always have, always will. Just then a train pulled up to the station. That's my ride, I'll see you on that day. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Just try not to break anything, or anyone. Bakugo smirked. Ha. If I do break someone, that just means that they were weak. Izuku watched as one by one his class got onto their trains and left. And now it was down to only him, not even Aizawa was there. So, I guess this is my first test. I actually have to find his place. Shouldn't be too difficult. With sparks jumping off his body, Izuku quickly took off. Leaving the train station, he made a beeline towards UA. Running past the censors and teachers, Izuku made it into Nezu's office and stopped in front of a filing cabinet. Quickly going through every single drawer, Izuku finally found what he was looking for. Got you. Pulling out a file, Izuku saw that it had classified stamped in red. Smart, you have the only copy in paper form. You can't hack that. Reading through the file in seconds, Izuku now knew where to go. Really? Alright, let's see if this is accurate. Putting everything back the way it was, Izuku took off once again. This time, however, he stopped in front of an old run-down warehouse. This can't be the right place, could it? Asked Izuku as he looked at the shape this place was in. Walking up to the door, Izuku pushed it open only to have it creak with a high-pitched sound. Hello? Are you here? No response. Why is it so dark in here? Are you scared of the sun or something? Or maybe you're a vampire? I'm going with the vampire, explains why you're always tired during school. Now standing just out the reach of the sun coming in from the door, a voice was heard in the darkness. I'm not a vampire. I just work better in the dark. Villains can't see me coming. Izuku looked around for the person but couldn't find them. You know, you remind me of a hero in a comic book. Dresses all in black, like you, only works at night, like you, and has some serious trust issues. I'm not Batman, said a voice behind Izuku. Quickly turning around, Izuku found a tall person towering over him. Well, you sure do act like him. That's when the lights suddenly turned on, revealing that it was Izuku. Took you long enough to find this place. And here I thought you'd faster. Normally I would, but I had to look up this place. I didn't even know you had a hero agency. Explained Izuku. Technically I don't, at least for everyone not a hero I don't. But if you ask around and the right heroes, you'll eventually find this place. If you need someone to stake out a place for weeks at a time, I'm the man for that. Plus, the others think I'm the best hand-to-hand fighter hero out there. Are you? Asked Izuku. Izuku put some eye drops in his eyes. You'll just have to wait and find out. Now let's get started. First go unpack. There's a bed on the second floor. Once you're done, come back down and meet me in the training room. I'll need to see how much you know first if I'm going to teach you. Izuku nodded and went upstairs to put down his duffel bag. Throwing it onto the bed, Izuku also put his phone in there for safekeeping. Once done, Izuku walked back down and went towards the training room. There he found weights, a punching bag, an actual boxing ring, several bench press machines, and a treadmill. So this is where Eraserhead works out. Not bad, you got the basics down. Basics, yes, but it's just that, basic. The best way to train is to get out in the field, said Izuku. But we'll get to that soon enough. Now, you ready? Izuku nodded, yes. Good. Izuku then got into a fighting stance. Come at me, but don't use your speed. You're fast but you fight like an amateur and your movements are too linear. Izuku laughed. Shirakumo said the same thing to me, before I sent him flying into a monitor. Well, he was right. Now come on, fight me but don't use your speed. Izuku got into a sloppy fighting stance and charged Izuku. Izuku didn't stand a chance by the end of their first sparring match. The speedster was on his back looking at the ceiling. That was sloppy, kid, said Izuku, standing over him. Come on, get up, we aren't done yet. Getting up, Izuku cracked his neck. Ow, that hurt. Izuku scoffed, just so you know that was me holding back. Izuku's eyes widened. You and Shirakumo were a lot alike. Alright, what did I do wrong? For starters, your footing is all wrong. You need a solid foundation if you want to punch hard. And that's the next problem, you suck at throwing a punch. Copy me, arms up, one leg forward and extend your arm straight. Do this until it feels natural. Once it does, we'll move on to other stuff. Instructed Izuku. Izuku nodded, right. Training went on for the rest of the day. It was now night time and Izuku sat down on the table devouring his dinner, which consisted of hamburgers and fries. How did I do for the first day? Asked Izuku as he stuffed his face with food. Izuku sighed. At first you were terrible. I'd never seen anyone as bad as you. But like your power, you learn fast. Honestly, you are above average when it comes to fighting technique already. Izuku smiled, thanks. Izuku stood up, but you still have much to learn. We'll do the same thing tomorrow, then I'll take you out for some real-life experience. You mean patrol? Awesome. Can't wait then. Oh wait, but the day after tomorrow is, I can't, said Izuku, much to Izuku's surprise. That's when the decision on Dad's case is going to be. Right, then it seems you'll have to work twice as hard tomorrow, said Izuku. In the meantime, get some rest, you've got a rough few days coming up. Day 2. It was 7 a.m. when Izuku got up. Walking down to the first floor, he found Izuku staring at the TV. Last night 15 heroes were killed. All were pronounced dead on the scene and each had a USB drive on them. The heroes are still investigating who exactly did this and what exactly was on those drives. No witnesses were present, but people did report a streak of light flying past them. More on this story coming up on the morning news. Izuku narrowed his eyes. A streak of light, that's almost like me, said Izuku standing behind Izuku. Turning around, Izuku looked at Izuku. It couldn't have been you, the sensors would have captured you leaving last night. But still, could this be the work of the hero killer? Everything adds up, but still 15 heroes die in one night. He usually takes down 1, 2 at the best. You don't think it's... But Izuku shook his head. No, it's not Melissa. She would have come straight at me. This is someone else. Could be, but stay alert, if she does show up, deal with her quickly," instructed Aizawa. Izuku nodded as green lightning jumped off of his body. "Quickly, I can do." "Good, now let's start training again." With that, Izuku and Aizawa went back to it. Since Izuku learned so quickly, Aizawa was starting to move on to more advanced stuff, like how to perform jump kicks or trap and lock your opponents. By the end of the day, Izuku was sparring with Aizawa. No one would believe that Izuku didn't know a lick of fighting technique just 2 days ago. "Good, you've improved so much in these last 2 days. And all this was without your speed. Combine them together and there would be no one on this earth that could stop you," said Aizawa. Izuku sat on the floor. "Man, I can't wait to go on patrol." "Well, you are going to have to. Remember, tomorrow is the big day." Aizawa tossed a water bottle to Izuku, which he caught. Izuku looked at the water. "Yeah, tomorrow I finally get to see if my dad walks free." That night Izuku had taken a shower and was supposed to be asleep, but his mind wouldn't let him. Laying on the bed, Izuku found himself thinking about his dad. Just then his phone began to ring. Looking at who it was, he smiled and picked it up. "Hey May." "Izuku, figured you'd be still awake," answered May. "Could say the same thing about you. Got another baby you are working on?" asked Izuku. "Yup. This baby is going to help people with ice quirks increase their power. It's essentially an ice gun, but if they channel their power through it, the output will be increased," said May with enthusiasm. Izuku hummed. "That could work for people with low-ranked ice quirks. Maybe you could even make one for fire quirks too." May gasped. "I didn't think of that. If I just change out the quirk amplifier, then it should work. Now I have another baby to work on." "Glad I can help," said Izuku, laughing slightly. That's when May noticed. "Hey Izuku, it's going to be fine." Izuku lost his smile. "How can you be so sure? What if they don't let him out? What if this is the last chance he'll get?" "Then you'll find another way to help him," said May. Izuku sighed. "But what if I can't? Do you know how many times I've thought about breaking my dad out of prison? It'd be so easy too. I could get him out before anyone has time to blink. That would make you a wanted man. Yes, the heroes probably won't be able to catch you, but do you honestly believe that's what your dad would want?" Izuku stayed silent. "Didn't think so. Just, please don't give up hope." "Okay May, I won't," answered Izuku. "Good, now get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow morning." That's when May heard Izuku chuckle. "What's so funny? I should be the one telling you to rest up. We both know you end up sleeping late or not at all sometimes," said Izuku. "But, thanks May, I needed this." May looked at her baby. "I really didn't do anything, but you're welcome either way. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you check to see if there's another?" But before Izuku finished that sentence he stopped. "No, it's nothing, forget I said anything. Good night May." On the other side of the line, May raised an eyebrow. "Good night Izuku, I'll see you soon." With that, Izuku hung up the call, leaving May to think about what he was going to ask. Morning, courthouse. Izuku stood in the halls of the courtroom pacing back and forth. "Hey kid, stop, you're making me nervous just looking at you," said Aizawa leaning up against the wall. Stopping, Izuku looked at Aizawa. Sorry, it's just that." That's when Izuku felt something grab his hand. Looking to his side he found May. "Izuku, look at me, breathe okay. Take nice deep breaths and calm down." Following her instructions, Izuku tried to calm down but just simply couldn't. "Sorry, I can't, I'm just too nervous." However, that's when someone came in and smacked Izuku over the head. "Hey you damn nerd. Relax. Pacing like this isn't going to help you." Turning around he found Bakugo. "I get that this is a big moment, but you need to calm down." Taking a deep breath, Izuku exhaled. "Right, you're right. This isn't helping anyone. I need to stay focused on what's important." Just then the doors the courtroom opened up and out walked a police officer. "Those who are attending, please make your way inside. The hearing will start in 5 minutes." Walking into the courtroom, Izuku sat in the front row. May sat to his side, with Aizawa and Bakugo on the bench behind them. 4 minutes had gone by and the door on the side of the room opened up and out came Izuku's father. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw his father handcuffed and wearing the orange jumpsuit. Dad." Feeling his heart rate increase, Izuku began to sweat, and he was just about to have a panic attack when he felt someone grab his hand. Looking down, Izuku noticed that it was May. "It's okay, I'm right here with you." Calming down, Izuku went back to looking at his father. Hisashi and his son smiled at each other as the hearing was about to begin. A minute later, Izuku along with everyone in the court stood up as the judge and jurors walked into the courtroom. This is Hisashi Midoriya versus Japan. Both sides will try to convince the jury why this man shouldn't or should be free in light of new evidence. This might take all day, so let's get on with it. Izuku watched as police, old neighbors, heroes, and even Bakugo's parents took the stand and talked about what happened that night. All this did was flood Izuku's mind with terrible memories of Melissa and what she did. But every time Izuku thought that he would panic, Mei was there to comfort him. This went on for an excruciating 8 hours. It was now 5 p.m. and it was now up to the jury. Izuku watched as the 12 individuals walked into another room to decide his father's fate. This could take hours, if not go on to the next day. For 5 long hours Izuku waited in anguish for a verdict. All Might had taken the stand. The number 1 hero took the stand and told the jury about Melissa. How she confessed to killing his mother that fateful day, but was it enough? Izuku held his hands to his forehead when he heard the door to the jury room open. Snapping his head up, Izuku knew this was it. They came to a verdict. They brought Hisashi out once again and the judge took a seat. Has the jury come to an agreement? One of the jurors stood up. Yes, Your Honor. The judge nodded. Very well, speak the verdict. Pulling out a note, the juror began to read out loud. When it comes to the case of Hisashi Midoriya versus Japan, we the jury find the accused. Mei, who was still holding Izuku's hand, could feel him squeeze tighter, not guilty. Hearing those words, the courtroom erupted in cheer. Izuku had tears running down his face when those words that he longed for, finally processed into his mind. Mei immediately hugged Izuku, as she too had tears coming down her face. Hisashi himself had his face on the table, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Midoriya, you had several conditions placed on you while in court. As of this moment all conditions are hereby void and removed. You are now a free man. Thank you, Your Honor. With a strike of a gavel, Hisashi Midoriya was now a free man. A guard then came and removed his restraints. Turning to face the stands, Hisashi found Izuku being held up by Mei. Izuku had so many emotions running through his head right now that he couldn't take a step towards his father. But that's when Aizawa gave him a light push from behind. Go on, kid, you've waited long enough for this moment. Wiping the tears away, Izuku quickly ran towards his father and for the first time in years hugged him. Dad. Hisashi hugged his son. I'm here, son, I'm here. The judge cleared the room but everyone else stayed. After several minutes father and son separated. Wow, oh wow, you really have grown taller. From the other side of the glass I thought it was just an illusion, joked Hisashi. Izuku laughed. No tricks here, Dad. But you should thank Masaru and Mitsuki for feeding me. Hisashi looked at his old friends. Thank you, for taking care of Izuku.
I know Inko would be thankful as well.
I'll repay this kindness, I swear to you. Mitsuki smiled as she held her husband's hand. Please, we didn't do much. It was our pleasure taking care of Izuku. Right, Dad, this is Aizawa. He's my homeroom teacher at UA. I'm currently interning with him, said Izuku. Aizawa appeared and bowed slightly. It's good to finally meet you, Mr. Midoriya. And congratulations on being released. Hisashi nodded. The pro hero Eraserhead is your homeroom teacher. I did not see that coming. Izuku smirked. Then I bet you won't see this coming. Dad, meet All Might, the man who helped you become a free man. That's when All Might himself stepped forward. Mr. Midoriya, it's an honor to meet you. Hisashi was starstruck. It's All Might, in the flesh. The honor is mine. Even inside the walls of the jail your heroic acts spread. Thank you for all you've done for me, said Hisashi, bowing. All Might smiled. Please, it's what a hero would do. I'm just sorry it took so long to set you free. Raising his head, Hisashi smiled. Don't be. As long as I'm with Izuku everything will be fine. That's when Hisashi noticed someone beside his son. Is that who I think it is? Mei jumped slightly. In all the years she'd known Izuku, this was the first time seeing Hisashi. In the past Mei had asked to visit him but Izuku refused, saying that the first time they would meet was when he was a free man. Dad, this is Mei Hatsume, my girlfriend, said Izuku. It's nice to finally meet you, sir. I mean Mr. Midoriya, said Mei, slightly panicking. Hisashi's eyes softened. Hey, relax, I'm not going to hurt you. So you're Hatsume, thank you for staying by Izuku's side and I hope you'll continue to do so. Of course, said Mei, excitedly. Izuku saved me, there's no way I'm ever leaving him. Izuku blushed slightly at Mei's comments. Well, would you look at that? Seems like you have a wife now, you damn nerd, said Bakugo, jabbing his elbow into Izuku's side. Shut up, said Izuku. You know that's a long way out. As the group talked, a security guard walked over to them. Sorry folks, I have to ask you to leave. The next session is about to begin. But before any one of them could move, a yellow streak of light appeared in front of the man, before disappearing. However, that's when it happened. Blood came splattering out from the guard's neck as it had now been sliced open. Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't even see what the light was, or worse yet, who it was. They were moving so fast, I didn't even see them. However, as the initial shock hit them, several thuds were heard. Looking around, the group found the bodies of every single guard on the floor and with blood pooling underneath them. What the hell just happened? And what was that light? Asked Bakugo. Aizawa pulled down his goggles. I don't know. But that light, this must be the person killing the heroes. It's Stain. All Might couldn't believe it. Where is he? Midoriya. Just then the yellow light began to circle around them, like a shark hunting its prey. Izuku shook his head. Can't see. They're moving too fast, even for me. Hold on, I think I can. Raising his hand with the ring on his Izuku generated lightning, and the resulting heat caused his costume to spring out. In a flash of green light, Izuku ran towards his costume and quickly put it on. Stay here, I'll catch this guy. Aizawa's eyes widened. Wait, kid. Don't. But it was far too late. Izuku ran after the yellow light, but before he could even get close to the person, a hand wrapped around his neck. The entire room was hit with a powerful gust of wind as a result of the sudden stop in speed. Then a laugh echoed throughout the room. Far too slow, Izuku Midoriya. Standing in front of the group and with one hand around Izuku's neck, was Stain with a mask on his face. Izuku, yelled Mei. She tried to go help him but was stopped by Aizawa. Don't, shouted Aizawa. Stain, you kill heroes, right? Let the boy go, he isn't a hero yet. Stain looked up at Aizawa. Oh, Eraserhead, I've heard stories of your heroics. So brave, but yet so stupid at the same time. But it's as you say, I am the hero killer. Yes, this boy isn't a hero yet, but he will be, and how he is now, he is the greatest threat to my plans. That is why I will kill him. Hisashi's eyes widened. Like hell you are. Dropping Izuku, Stain ran at Hisashi and lifted him off the ground and pinned him against the wall with enough force to crack it. Looking up from the ground, Izuku looked at his father. Dad. Leave him alone. With sparks flying off of him, Izuku charged Stain, closing his fist. Izuku threw a punch. But just as he was centimeters from connecting, Stain turned his head and looked right at Izuku. Good, just like how I remember. Faster than Izuku could react, Stain grabbed the sword that was on his back and slashed down. Izuku's eyes widened as Stain cut him from chest to midsection. However, before the pain could even register, Stain began to punch Izuku in the face, over and over again. In real time, Mei and the others saw nothing but yellow and green light fighting with each other. All Might do something, yelled Mei. But what could he do? I can't, they're moving too fast for me to see. If I go in blind I might hit Midoriya. Then it was over. The group saw both lights die down, but only one staying on. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the result of the fight. Izuku was on the floor bleeding from the wound on his chest and bruises all over his body. Stomping on Izuku's head, Stain turned towards those present. He put up a decent fight, but when he wakes up I want you to tell him something. In 3 days my friends will attack a city and wipe out everyone in it. But I could care less about that. What matters is that in 3 days Izuku will have to choose. In a flash of yellow, Stain appeared behind Mei and Hisashi. He will pick between these two, one will live, and the other will die. Tell him not to bother searching, he won't find them. The next time we meet, I won't be so merciful. Oh, I almost forgot, my new friend sent over a gift, I hope you enjoy it. And just like that, Stain was gone, along with Mei and Hisashi. But not long after they disappeared, a black portal opened up in the courtroom. Aizawa instantly recognized what it was. It's the same portal from the USJ. Then that means. Both All Might and Aizawa readied themselves. From the portal a roar was heard and out came a Nomu that had the appearance of a tiger. It wasted no time and attacked All Might. The hero was pushed back as the creature tried to bite him. This one is different. It's not as strong. Aizawa jumped and using his capture weapon he wrapped it around the creature's neck and pulled it off All Might. Now. But before All Might could attack it, a blast of heat hit the Nomu. What followed surprised even All Might. A massive explosion hit the creature dead on. It screeched out in pain as another blast came in, followed by another, then another. Soon pieces of the monster's body were missing and its pain screams were silenced. Both heroes turned to find Bakugo was the one who just finished it off. Bakugo then ran towards Izuku. Hey nerd, come on, get up. You need to save your dad and girlfriend. Come on, get up. But Izuku was knocked completely out. Bakugo then turned to Aizawa, "Get him help now." Chapter 15, Choice. Choice. After the incident, Izuku was quickly taken to a local hospital. Bakugo and his parents followed behind them as they were still technically his guardians. Bursting through the doors to the OR, Izuku was put on a bed and wheeled into a spare room. The nurses and doctors got to work doing what they could. By the end of it, Izuku was out of any mortal danger, which was good news. Bakugo and his parents were then led into a room where Izuku lay still under the effects of the aesthetic and his injuries. Outside, Aizawa and All Might stood looking through the glass. "I didn't think Stain was this fast," said Aizawa. "He was on a completely different level." All Might nodded, "I agree, and this wasn't a random attack. Stain knew about Izuku's father and chose to attack this day. And now it seems he's aligned himself with the League. There's also the matter of Hatsume. Why did Stain take her? Was it really just to piss Midoriya off? All that's going to do is push him to take him down," explained Aizawa. Still, the time and room for this trial was meant to be secret. The only people who knew about it were those present. So someone squealed. If they did once, they'll probably do it again. Let's go find out who talked. With that, the two heroes went off to find out the person in question. Unknown location. Mei and Hisashi both slowly began to wake up. Looking around, they noticed they were in a cell. "Where are we?" asked Mei. Hisashi then suddenly got a feeling of nostalgia. "We are in a prison cell. Cold air, metal bars, and a cement floor. Seems like I'm back in my old cell." Mei tried to get up but was suddenly stopped when she noticed chains around her neck. "What the? These are quirk eliminators, only the government is supposed to have these." "How right you are, Mei Hatsume. You're as smart as they say you are," said a voice from the other side of the metal bars. Appearing from the darkness was Stain, his white mask reflecting off the small amount of light. Hisashi got up and tried to attack Stain, but the chain stopped him. "What do you want from us? We aren't heroes, so let her go at least." "I'll stay, one hostage should be enough to get what you want." Stain thought about it. "Yeah, no. The two of you have roles to play in my upcoming fight." Mei sat back down knowing that there was nothing she could do. "So you're the hero killer. As your name implies, I thought you only attacked heroes. I've never seen or heard of you taking hostages." Stain looked at Mei. "I don't, but in order to get to Izuku, I needed some help." "Ha! Izuku is going to find you and kick your ass," yelled Hisashi. "Your time spent killing heroes is just about to end." With yellow lightning jumping off of him, Stain grabbed the bars of the cell. "I wasn't always like this. I used to save lives, but slowly after time I found out the truth." "What truth?" asked Mei. "The truth is that the way of the heroes was flawed. We fight, I win, they are thrown in jail, they get out, and then we go back and forth. The endless cycle starts again, and every time it does, people get hurt. So I decided to end that cycle. I set out to achieve peace. So, I stopped holding back, I purged my world of the villains. But the heroes labeled me a villain. After all I did for them, they turned on me." Suddenly the cell Mei and Hisashi were in began to shake violently. "So if they wanted a villain, I gave them one." Looking at Stain, Mei suddenly saw his eyes turn green for a split second before returning back to red. "I killed them all, every single villain, every single hero. Then and only then, were my goals fulfilled." Hearing this, Mei understood. "Why you're from another Earth." The cell stopped shaking. "See, told you, smart. I come from an Earth very much like this one." "How did you even get here?" asked Hisashi. Stain smiled underneath his mask. "As my quest of washing the world of filth went on, I came across a certain speedster in my world. Care to guess who it was?" Mei's eyes widened. "Izuku, you killed him." "Right again. Killing him wasn't easy, but eventually I found out his weakness." Stain then pointed at the two of them. "You two are not only his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness. Thanks to you two I was able to kill him and take his speed for my own. With his speed I was able to take on everyone in a matter of minutes. Then I had done it, peace. However, one day when I looked over my completed work, something happened. It was as if time and space itself began to crumble and shift, almost like a bomb had gone off. My world began to crumble and disappear, but just as it did I heard a voice. It told me to run, so I did. I ran faster than I ever had before, and then it happened. A bright white light engulfed me, blinding me for a moment. But when I opened up my eyes I realized that I wasn't on my Earth anymore. When I arrived here I hypothesized that someone was messing with the fabric of time and space. Whoever it was, they caused a ripple effect throughout the multiverse, opening and connecting each one of them, but only to those with super speed." "And no," said Mei, knowing what this meant. When Izuku went back in time to save his mom. Stain stayed silent before laughing. He caused this. Oh, that's just great. You have to stop. If you spend time here or interfere with this world, there's no telling what you would change, said May. Stain was surprised. Stop? Why would I stop? I get a chance to clean up this world. Think about it, a world where there's no more crime, no victims, no pain. It'd be perfect. A perfect world, built on blood, said Hisashi. You'd kill countless people just for that stupid dream. Stain eyes widened. No. Not a stupid dream, the dream. I built a world where no boy would ever lose his parents because some hero couldn't save them. I won't make the same mistakes. Never again. May saw Stain's eyes soften, but in order to do that, I need Izuku out of the picture. He is the only person who has any chance of stopping me. However, first I need to break Izuku. But as Stain was speaking, a black portal opened up behind him. Oh, seems like my new friends want to talk. I'll see the two of you later. Turning his back on the two, Stain walked into the portal. May couldn't believe what she just heard and saw Izuku mention something about a portal when the USJ was attacked, and the ones responsible were the League of Villains. And now they are working together. Don't worry, Hatsune, Izuku will come and find us, just you wait. My son got me out of prison. He can get the both of us out of this mess, said Hisashi, trying to calm May down. May nodded. Why yeah, of course. Izuku will find us soon enough. Then we can get back to making babies together. Exactly. Wait, what? What did you just say? Asked Hisashi, confused as to what May and Izuku were doing. Hospital, 2 days later. It had now been 2 days since May and Hisashi were taken. During that time countless heroes went out to find them, but to no avail. Izuku on the other hand was still asleep, the wound on his chest healed rapidly, but still Izuku wouldn't wake up. Bakugo was sitting beside the bed looking at Izuku. You know, this is the second time you're in a hospital and refuse to wake up. We waited so long for you to wake up. But this time I don't think we can afford to wait. The inventor and your dad are still missing, and it's been 2 days since then. Stain gave us a 3 days warning, you can't lose them now. Not after what you've gone through, with May, and especially your dad. So get up, please. But still nothing. Bakugo sighed and got up to leave, but just as he was at the door frame he heard sparks. Turning, Bakugo found green lightning jumping off of Izuku's body. Shielding his eyes, Bakugo was suddenly hit by a bolt of lightning and sent crashing to the floor. Groaning in pain and with a slightly burnt shirt, he looked up to see Izuku sitting up on the bed, his eyes sparking green lightning. Izuku looked at his hand before looking at Bakugo, the spark in his eyes dying down. Kachan? Where am I and what happened? In a hospital, again. Explained Bakugo. As to what happened, you got your ass kicked. The masked villain sliced you from the chest down. Izuku's eyes widened as he began to remember. That's right, that person, they were fast. Faster than me. He then turned to Bakugo. Is everyone all right? Bakugo looked away. Izuku immediately began to worry. Who? With a heavy heart Bakugo turned and looked at Izuku. Hatsune, and your dad. They're both missing after that guy took them. Thing is, what happened at the courthouse was 2 days ago and there still hasn't been any word on them. Without skipping a beat, Izuku quickly got off the bed and stood up. I have to go, I have to find them. But before Izuku could even look for his clothes, Aizawa appeared from the door. Hold on kid, you have to wait first. Izuku turned. Wait? May and my dad are missing and you want me to wait? Aizawa nodded. Yes, that person was Stain. Let me ask you something, even after he just sent you to the hospital, do you think you can beat him? Thinking about it, Izuku shook his head. No, but still, I have to try. Aizawa then stepped up to Izuku. You'll try and fail. Right before Stain left he warned us that he wouldn't be so merciful next time you met. He put you in the hospital the first time you met, the next he'll kill you. Are you ready for that? Izuku once again stayed silent. Aizawa was right, he would die if he faced Stain again. Then what can I do? I can't just stay here and do nothing. Wrong, you can do something. Stain said he would face you in 3 days. That means we have 1 day to make you faster than he is. Do that, and there's a chance we can save them both, said Aizawa, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Faster, I can't. 1 day isn't enough to get that much faster. That's when Izuku thought of something. Unless, we add skill to the mix. Aizawa smirked. I like where this is going. I need you to train me. Once I save May and my dad I need to beat this guy, said Izuku, staring at Aizawa. Let's get to it then. Oh right, Before I forget. Catch. Reaching into his pocket, Aizawa threw something at Izuku. Catching it, Izuku looked down at it and smiled, revealing it to be the ring with his suit in it. Thanks, now I'm ready. The next day, 10:35 p.m. Every city across Japan was on high alert. Nezu, with the help of the police, were able to send out a message to every hero agency that an attack was coming today. Throughout the day, heroes combed the streets ready for anything. But as the day went on and night began to fall, their nerves began to show. Every little event that happened in a city triggered an all-out response. But as soon as they found out that it wasn't serious, they began to get paranoid. Little by little, the heroes got more and more worried. But now that it was night time and still nothing had happened, most simply went back home to rest. Izuku, on the other hand, was currently with Aizawa training. Man, you don't get tired, do you? Asked Aizawa. We've been training for 10 hours straight. No, not really, but we should rest. We both need to be at top form if we want to take down Stain. Explained Izuku as he threw himself onto a chair. After a moment of silence, Izuku spoke. Hey Aizawa, tell me the truth. Do you think I can take on Stain now? Aizawa took a second to answer that, but he ultimately sighed. Truthfully, I don't know. We only saw him once and his speed was greater than yours. You'll have to fight, and fight hard to even touch him. Izuku chuckled. Well, as long as I save the both of them, it's fine. I won't lose Mei, she might be the most important person in my life. Also my dad, I just got him out of jail, there's still so much we have to do together. But during all this, Aizawa had failed to inform Izuku about the choice he would have to make. He would have to choose between Mei or his father, one would live and the other would die. The reason why no one told him was because they thought it would be better for Izuku. If he knew about this beforehand, he wouldn't be able to focus on saving the both of them. Little did Aizawa know that this would prove to be one of the greatest mistakes of his life, second only to losing Shirakumo. As the two sat in silence, an alarm suddenly went off. Getting up, Aizawa ran to his computer and received an alert that the villains were on the move. Hasu City, a large number of Nomus has appeared. All available heroes are already on their way. Aizawa then turned to Izuku. Let's go join them. Izuku nodded. Holding out the ring on his finger, Izuku began to generate lightning. In a flash of green, the costume inside suddenly shot out. Izuku then ran at his costume and put it on. Now donning his costume, Izuku was ready. Let's go save them. Right, said Aizawa. Wait, how are you going to get me there? Izuku smiled. Cradle or piggyback? What? Asked Aizawa. Cradle or piggyback? I can carry you one of two ways. Explained Izuku. Choose. What? Neither, said Aizawa. Both ways are undignified. But Izuku simply shrugged. High above the city, a streak of green light was seen going through the streets. I hate this, said Aizawa, as Izuku gave him a piggyback ride. Hasu City. We need more backup, yelled a hero into his communication device as several cars exploded behind him. Backup is already on the way. Hold on as long as you can. Responded the dispatcher. But the hero didn't have much time left. Open fire, yelled a police officer. Several cops then fired at a Nomu that had no eyes, but the bullets simply bounced off of him. Sir. There's no stopping these things. They already took down our police station and several of the hero agencies, yelled another officer. I don't care. Hold this line until more heroes get here. If we hold for a bit longer, the civilians can evacuate, yelled the commander. But just then the no-eyed Nomu stood in front of the officer. Letting out a roar, it grabbed the car and threw it aside. It then reached out to grab the officer, but just before it could, a green streak of light went by. The Nomu was surprised when it felt nothing in its grasp. Sniffing the air, it then turned, and standing in front of it was Izuku and Aizawa. You good? Asked Izuku, as the officer looked around in surprise. The officer nodded. Why yeah, thank you. Good, now get out of here. We'll deal with these guys, you and your men help with the evacuation. Ordered Aizawa, to which the officers obeyed. He then turned to Izuku. You are never carrying me like that ever again. Izuku smirked. Why? Don't like the piggyback ride I gave you? Shut up and get to work. We have to take these things down, said Aizawa, pulling down his goggles. Should be simple enough, said Izuku as he looked up to see several Nomus. We'll deal with this and then go find Mei and my dad. Charging up his lightning, Izuku suddenly ran at the Nomus. Pulling his fist back, Izuku was just about to punch one when he saw something. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could faintly see a spark of yellow. Izuku turned his head, but as he did, the yellow light came crashing into him. As a result, Izuku was thrown into a wall of a nearby store, causing it to collapse on top of him. "Midoriya," yelled Aizawa as he saw the green hit the wall. But he didn't even have time to check on Izuku when a Nomu ran at him. Jumping into the air, Aizawa did his best to dodge. From the rubble a hand suddenly appeared. Soon, Izuku rose up from the pile. "I wondered if I had to go look for you. You just saved me a lot of trouble." Standing a few meters away was Stain, his mask over his face, and sword on his back. "Izuku Midoriya, we meet again and right on time. So, how are your injuries? Did they heal up all right?" asked Stain, mocking Izuku. Gritting his teeth, Izuku responded, "Perfectly fine. So tell me, where is Mei and my dad?" Stain smiled underneath the mask. "I'll tell you what, if you survive 5 minutes against me, I'll tell you where they are. But during those 5 minutes I'll be trying to kill you. Are you up for it?" Narrowing his eyes, Izuku's body suddenly sparked green lightning. "Bring it. I'm not the same guy you met 3 days ago. I won't go down so easily." Stain reached behind his back and grabbed his sword. "We'll see about that." In a flash of yellow, Stain appeared in front of Izuku, sword already swung. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw this, and instinctively leaned back. The blade passed mere centimeters from Izuku. "Not bad, let's see if you can dodge this," yelled Stain as he turned and slashed down. Still leaning back, Izuku saw the blade come down. Thinking fast, he used his momentum to fall and do a backflip. But as he flipped in the air, he outstretched his arm and touched the floor. That's when he pushed off the ground, narrowly dodging the blade as it hit the ground. Sliding to a stop and with sparks flying off him, Izuku looked at Stain. "It seems you really have improved. And in 3 days no less, most impressive. But unfortunately for you, I've seen those moves before," said Stain, putting away his sword. Izuku's eyes widened when Stain ran at him. What he saw surprised Izuku. It looked as if Aizawa himself was attacking him. Stain's movements were exactly like Aizawa, down to the angle of his legs. Izuku tried to dodge, but Stain punched him across the face, hard enough to draw blood. Turning, Izuku swung his fist and managed to graze Stain's mask. "Enough of this. Tell me where Mei and my dad are," yelled Izuku. Stain stopped running, and looked at a timer on his wrist. "You still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Try and stay alive, for their sake." Feeling frustrated, Izuku began to produce lightning. "Tell me." The two speedsters then ran at each other, meeting in the middle. A loud boom echoed throughout the city, shattering windows and knocking down people. However, as they fought, Shigaraki and Kurogiri stood atop a building watching the yellow and green lights. "Was this really a good idea, Shigaraki?" asked Kurogiri. Shigaraki nodded. "Yes, it's like Master said. We can't let this fake Stain ruin us. The only reason the Master agreed to help him was he thought the heroes would be able to stop him. However, it seems like the same kid who stopped us at the USJ is their only hope. But what if he fails? What becomes of us then?" asked Kurogiri. Shigaraki smiled. "It's still a win-win for us. The speedster dies and we go down as the ones who leveled an entire city. Besides, if it comes down to it, the Master has a plan. Still though, it seems this Stain has a personal vendetta against the student. I wonder what it could be?" 4 minutes and 30 seconds later. With a loud boom, Stain punched Izuku across the face. Blood splattered across the floor as Izuku staggered back. The last 4 minutes and 30 seconds were nothing short of a one-sided beatdown. Izuku did manage to break Stain's sword, but that only pissed him off. Grabbing Izuku's head, Stain then ran into a wall and began to drag him. Pieces of the wall broke off as Izuku's face dragged along. Getting to the end, Stain threw Izuku to the ground. Rolling to a stop, Izuku spit out blood as his mask was shredded in one half. Sighing, Stain hung his head. "Man, you are really slow, aren't you?" Slowly picking himself up, Izuku bled onto the floor. "Speak for yourself, I'm only getting warmed up." Yeah, but unfortunately for you. You are all out of time," said Stain, looking at his timer. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "Here, I think you should hear this." Stain reached into his pocket and pulled out a radio, and then tossed it. Catching it, Izuku looked at it for a second when two voices were heard from it. "Izuku," yelled two people. Immediately Izuku recognized them. "Mei. Dad. Where are you?" "I'm in a dark place, Izuku, I can't see a thing," said Mei. "Same here, can't see. We have no idea where we are," said Hisashi. "Just hold on a bit longer, I'll find you and save you both. I promise," said Izuku, now panicking. However, that's when Stain began to laugh. that's where you're wrong, kid. You won't be able to save them both. What are you talking about? Asked Izuku, turning to Stain. No one told you? Stain then smirked, I placed bombs. Right now both May and your father are surrounded by enough explosives to level a small building. And you're running out of time. Izuku's eyes widened, screaming he ran at Stain and actually managed to grab him. Slamming him up against a police car, Izuku began to punch him over and over again. Tell me where they are. Tell me. But as Izuku kept punching, Stain only smiled, yes. This is more like it. As Izuku went in for another punch, Stain managed to grab it out of midair. Should you really be wasting your time here? Holding up his wrist, Stain showed that Izuku only had 15 seconds left. Time is running out, Izuku. And you'll only get to save one. Now is the time you choose. Both are 1,500 miles from here. They could be in a building, underground, could be anywhere. May is west and your father is east. You have 13 seconds. Gritting his teeth, Izuku head-butted Stain one final time before taking off. Grabbing the radio, Izuku began to look for them. Hold on, you two, I'm coming. With May strapped to a chair, May managed to shake off the blind over her head. Looking around, she saw the amount of explosives around her. My God. Just then Hisashi's voice came through a radio mounted on the wall next to May. Hatsune? What do you see? Explosives, and a lot of them. Enough to level a small building. Explained May. How did we even get here? I don't know, but I'm sure that guy in the mask brought us here, said Hisashi. How are you anyway, are you injured? May looked at herself. No, I'm fine. Good. I would have hated it if something were to happen to you, said Hisashi. Hatsune, thank you. May raised an eyebrow. For what? For being with Izuku. These last couple of years have been hard for him. But I get the feeling, no, I know because of you he found the strength to keep going, said Hisashi as he shook off the bag over his head. I didn't do much, honestly. Izuku has always had a way of never giving up no matter how hard things got. Just like right now, Izuku is coming to save us, I know he is. But just then a beep sound was heard. May turned to find a clock counting down from 12 seconds, he's coming. Hisashi heard the same beeping on his side and looking to his left he too saw the timer. Hatsune, listen to me, I know we haven't spent a lot of time together but I can see you really care for Izuku. So I need you to promise me something. Please, keep an eye on Izuku for me. May's eyes widened, you can do that yourself when he saves us. 10 seconds. Please Hatsune, promise me that. 9 seconds. I won't. I know what you're trying to do, Izuku is going to save you. He's spent too much time trying to get you out of jail just to lose you now. I love Izuku but he needs you more than he needs me. He has to save you, he will, said May as the timer hit 6 seconds. May, yelled Hisashi, much to May's surprise. Please, make sure he doesn't do anything he would regret. 4 seconds left. As May was about to say something the door to the building she was in exploded. Green lightning then sparked around the room as Izuku quickly went in and got May out of the building. May. Are you alright? Asked Izuku, frantically. She couldn't believe it, as May stood there in shock. Tears began to run down her face. Your dad. Why did you come for me? Go find your dad. Izuku turned and saw the timer hit 3 seconds, I'm going. Picking May up, Izuku ran back to Hasu, where he found Aizawa helping people evacuate. Dropping her off next to him, Izuku didn't even stop, he just took off. As he ran to the east the timer hit 2 seconds. As he ran the radio Izuku had suddenly turned on, son. Izuku's eyes widened, Dad. Hold on, I'm coming. Pushing himself faster than before Izuku made it to the water, his father could be on several hundred small islands found in the Pacific Ocean. Making it about 1,500 miles out to sea, Izuku went around, looked, found, and checked each island he came upon. It's okay Izuku. I know I've told you many times, but I want you to hear it one more time. I am so proud of you, said Hisashi, with sadness in his voice. Hearing his dad's voice a tear ran down Izuku's face. Dad, stop, I'm coming to save you. 1 second. If your mom was alive to see you she would be as well. I'm sorry I was such a lousy father, I wish I could have been there for you on your birthday, graduation, and when you got married. But I will always be watching, me and your mom will be. Life's going to be unfair sometimes, but you'll get through it like you always do. Run at them heat on. Always remember, never look back. Izuku then came across a small island that had a makeshift building on it. Dad, I see the island. I'm here, yelled Izuku as he pushed himself. However, Hisashi smiled, "I love you, Izuku." Dad. Taking a step on the island's sandy beaches, Izuku bursted through the door and saw his father. He reached out for him, but as he did, the timer hit 0. As the world moved in slow motion, Izuku looked up at his father, and was surprised. Even now, with death having a hand around his neck, Hisashi smiled at Izuku. "No," yelled Izuku as the final thing he saw was a fireball taking his father. The resulting shockwave threw him back. Izuku was then engulfed in a fireball and fell into the ocean and slowly began to sink. Quickly swimming back to the island, Izuku slowly made it to the sand. With his hero costume in shreds, he looked around to find debris and fire all around him. Walking to where the building was, Izuku fell to his knees and began to grab burning logs. The flames burnt his hands, but Izuku didn't care. Tossing them aside, Izuku stopped when he saw his father. Reaching down, Izuku lifted Hisashi's body. Dad, hey, come on Dad, wake up. Please, not again. I can't lose you too, please Dad, wake up." With tears welling up in his eyes, Izuku felt his heart shatter. Now unable to hold back his tears, Izuku let it all go. "There was still so much I needed to do with you, so much to talk about. Why? Why?" Izuku then looked up to the sky. "Is this all just some sick joke? Is it? I lost my mom, and now my dad. The world doesn't want me to be happy. I'm so sorry Dad, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." With Aizawa. Using his capture weapon, Aizawa managed to ground a flying Nomu. Using his knife, he clipped the wings, rendering it unable to fly. With it now down, Aizawa then used his capture weapon to hold it down. "This one is down, take it." Several police officers then came and took it away. But just as Aizawa thought that it was over, more Nomus appeared. "There's no end to these things. We need all might or endeavor. We need." But before Aizawa could finish his sentence, a massive bolt of green lightning struck within the city, shattering windows and breaking walls. The resulting thunder echoed throughout the city and beyond. Covering his ears, Aizawa wasn't sure what was going on. Once the noise disappeared, he looked up to find all the Nomus that were attacking the heroes turning to the east. "What the is that?" Coming down the main street, Aizawa and every hero present could see someone walking towards them. Mei, who was taking shelter on a rooftop, saw this, and using her quirk she zoomed in. And no. Izuku was coming down the street holding his father in his arms. But something was different. Every step Izuku took resulted in green sparks jumping off of him. Every Nomu roared before charging in, but just as they were about to reach Izuku, a flash of green light engulfed the area. Blinded, Aizawa shielded his eyes, but once he opened them he flinched when Izuku now stood in front of him. "Aizawa." Izuku's voice was cold and empty. Looking up, Aizawa took a step back when he saw Izuku's eyes. The once bright light behind them was gone, and in its place was nothing. No light, no hope, no emotion. "Take him." Looking down, Aizawa saw Hisashi's body. Nodding, Aizawa took Hisashi from Izuku. The speedster then turned around. "Thank you, Aizawa, now keep him safe while I deal with them." Hearing this, a shiver ran down Aizawa's spine. He tried to speak, but his body wouldn't let him. In all his years of fighting crime, Aizawa never froze. Mustering up every ounce of willpower, the veteran hero spoke. Midoriya, what are you planning on doing?" Without looking back, Izuku responded, "Something I should have done from the start." With another bolt of green lightning, Izuku took off, but before the light could even register, it was over. Reappearing in front of Aizawa, Izuku dropped something at the hero's feet. Looking down, Aizawa couldn't believe what he was seeing. Midoriya. There on the floor, in a duffel bag, were all of the hearts of each and every single Nomu in the city. Then simultaneously every hero in the city reported that the Nomus just fell over dead. Izuku once again took Hisashi from Aizawa. "Thank you." As if nothing had happened, Izuku began to walk, not run, walk past Aizawa. Reaching the bottom floor, Mei watched as Izuku carried Hisashi. "Izuku," she yelled out to him, but he couldn't hear her. As he walked by her, Mei looked at Izuku's face only to see a single tear run down his face. The city was saved, no heroes were severely injured, and all of the civilians evacuated. But it came at a cost, one too high for Izuku to pay. Stain was nowhere to be found, but Aizawa knew he would be back. He also knew that whatever happened from now on was on Izuku, and for everyone's sake, he hoped the kid would make the right choices. The next day, Aizawa walked into a meeting with Nezu, All Might, and Naomasa, their topic of discussion, Izuku. Taking a seat, the hero could feel the heavy atmosphere. "How is Midoriya?" asked Nezu. "I don't know, after what happened he disappeared. I can only imagine what he's feeling right now," explained Aizawa. All Might then frowned, to have lost his father just days after he got out of prison. He worked so hard to get his father a second chance, only for this to happen. It isn't fair. Nezu nodded. It is a terrible thing, but I trust Midoriya will get through this. We already have a grievance counselor coming. They will help him. However, Aizawa thought otherwise. I'm not so sure if they could even help Midoriya. Everyone turned to Aizawa. I know what it's like to lose someone you care about as well as some in this room. We all know you can go down some dark places. I almost never came out again, but eventually I changed. But you didn't see his eyes when he held his father in his arms. They were cold and empty. The Midoriya we knew is gone. And I get the feeling he's going to do something he will regret. With Izuku. Sitting down on the sand, Izuku stared off into the sunset, when all of a sudden he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Izuku. Mei, leave. I don't want to talk to anyone right now, said Izuku. Mei kept walking towards Izuku. I'm worried about you. Why? Asked Izuku. Mei stopped. Because I care about you, that's why. Izuku scoffed. I'm not worth worrying over. I let my dad die and all because I wasn't fast enough. You're wrong. It wasn't your fault, Izuku. Argued Mei. Yes it was. I was so close, I could see my dad. I reached out for him, but... Izuku's voice began to break as he replayed the scene over and over in his mind. I didn't reach him in time, I couldn't get there fast enough, yelled Izuku. And to make things worse, Stain is gone. The heroes will find him and he'll get what's coming to him, Izuku, but you have to. But as Mei was speaking, Izuku interrupted. Yes, he'll get what's coming to him, but it won't be by the heroes, said Izuku, standing up. They'll just lock him up and that's if they can catch him. But I can do it, I can get revenge for what he did to my dad. How's that old saying go, an eye for an eye, right? Mei's eyes widened. Izuku, you aren't thinking straight. You just went through something terrible, take some time and... Just then green sparks jumped off of Izuku's body. Mei, I am thinking straight. Stain was willing to do whatever it took to get to me. So trust me when I say I will do the same to him. Stain will suffer, I won't make the same mistakes again. Never again. He then turned to Mei as his normal green lightning now had a hint of black surrounding it. I'm going to kill Stain. Chapter 16, Dish Best Served Cold. Dish Best Served Cold. A few days had gone by since that fateful night, and in that time Izuku was told to return to UA. But Izuku refused. He instead went home, not with Bakugo, but his original home. Aizawa and All Might found out about this and went to check on him, but Izuku wouldn't even come to the door. After several failed attempts, Aizawa went and got a key and opened the door. Only to find it empty and Izuku nowhere in sight. As Aizawa walked into the apartment, he noticed a note on a small stand. Grabbing it, Aizawa began to read it. Once done, he sighed. I should have known. He's gone again. Any idea where he would be? Asked All Might. Or maybe Hatsune knows. Hatsune told us to check their place down by the beach, but he's not there. We won't find him unless he wants to be found. Explained Aizawa. Come on, let's go back to UA. Midoriya will be at the funeral, maybe we can talk to him then. As the two heroes left, All Might couldn't help but wonder. Hey Aizawa, I have to ask. And I hope this doesn't come off as rude or disrespectful, but why do you care about Midoriya so much? You usually work alone. I get he's your student and all, but what you're doing is far beyond the responsibilities of a teacher. Aizawa kept walking down the halls of the building. You're right, what I'm doing is a bit strange for a teacher. But I'm not doing this because I'm his teacher, I'm doing this because I care about Midoriya. He helped me get closure with Shirakumo, helping him now is the least I can do. With Mei, UA. Mei was currently sitting across from Nezu, who was in deep thought. Are you sure about this, Hatsune? He may never forgive you if you go through with it. Mei nodded. I know, but he'll be alive to hate me for it. Besides, his father told me to make sure Izuku doesn't do anything he'll regret. And that's what I intend on doing. I hope it doesn't come to that, but with Midoriya acting on his own now, I fear he is capable of anything. Explained Nezu. I know, he wants to kill Stain. I understand that he's angry right now, but killing Stain won't bring back his father, said Mei, with sadness in her voice. If he does manage to do it, Midoriya will be branded a villain. That's something no one wants to happen, said Nezu. Try talking to him first, if that doesn't work then you can enact your plan. But Mei knew that talking wouldn't work. Izuku was dead serious about killing Stain. If she couldn't talk him out of it then she'd use other methods. 1 week since that day. Throughout the week leading up to Hisashi's funeral, reports were coming in that low-level villains were being beaten down by someone, leaving them with multiple fractures and some even in a comatose state. No evidence was found linking someone to the crimes, but reports say that in a blink of any eye a green streak appeared before disappearing. This was most certainly Izuku. He was going around beating people up. But none of that mattered right now, for today was the day they buried Hisashi. At the funeral service, family and friends came to see off Hisashi one final time. Bakugo and Mei were there and even some heroes, but much to everyone's surprise Izuku wasn't. "Is he really not going to show up?" asked Bakugo. "It's his own father's funeral." Mei clenched her hands together. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see." Once the service was over, it was now time to take Hisashi to the graveyard. With still no sign of Izuku, things went on as usual. The spot chosen to bury Hisashi was right next to Inko. Placing the headstone down, it read, "Here lies Hisashi Midoriya, a loving husband, father, and an innocent man. May he be with his wife who's waiting for him." The ceremony was now over and everyone began to leave. Bakugo and Mei stayed behind and hoped that Izuku would show up, but he never did. Bakugo left first, and it was now down to Mei. Looking at both tombs, Mei felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I'm sorry, Hisashi, it should have been me. If only Izuku wasn't worrying about me, he could have saved you. I couldn't do anything for you then, but I can for Izuku. I'll make sure he doesn't do anything he'll regret. I promise you." With that, Mei turned and began to walk away, but as she did, a strong wind blew. Mei was surprised. It wasn't windy at all. Where did this gust of wind come from? That's when she heard something, a sparking sound. Turning, Mei looked at Hisashi's grave to see someone standing over it. Their clothes were dirty, their hair a mess, and Mei could see something dripping from their hands. Using her quirk, she zoomed in and noticed that it was blood. Quickly running over, Mei reached out and grabbed the person by the arm. "Izuku." Turning the person around, Mei was shocked. It was Izuku. But he looked tired, dead tired. His face lacked color, his eyes dimmed, and his hair was a mess. "Izuku. Where have you been?" "We've been worried sick," yelled Mei, happy to see Izuku, but also sad to see him in such a state. Izuku said nothing as he turned to look at her. That's when Mei remembered the blood. Raising his arm, Mei found that his knuckles had open cuts and bruises. "How did you?" Mei gritted her teeth. "You're coming with me." Mei then began to drag Izuku. At first she felt some resistance, but that soon disappeared. After waving down a cab, Mei and Izuku got in and went down to the beach. Once inside the hut, Mei put Izuku on the sofa. "Hold on, I'll get the first aid kit." Going over to a workbench, Mei dug through some junk and got the kit. Walking back, Mei began to clean up Izuku's injured hand. "How did you get these injuries?" she asked, but got no response. "Were you the one taking down those villains?" Again, no answer. "You know you almost killed them, right?" asked Mei as she wrapped up one of his hands. As Mei was about to clean the other hand, Izuku spoke. "They deserved it." "They didn't deserve that," answered Mei. "You beat someone near death." "They deserved far worse if you ask me," answered Izuku in a monotone voice. "They were all criminals." "Yes, but they could have changed. Now they won't get that chance," answered Mei, feeling her anger grow. Izuku raised his head, his blank eyes now looking at Mei. "Good, they don't deserve it." That was the final straw. Standing up, Mei threw the med kit aside. "What the hell is wrong with you?" This was indeed a rare sight. Mei never raised her voice. One, she was always loud, and two is that she never got mad. This surprised Izuku, but his surprise soon turned to anger. "Me? Nothing. It's this way. The system is broken, Mei. The hero system failed to save my mom. The justice system failed my dad when they put an innocent man in prison. I won't let anyone else suffer like I have, not when I have the power to do something about it." Are you hearing yourself right now? You sound like a B-rank villain. You're sounding like. That's when Mei put it together. The way Izuku talked, acted, was now eerily similar to Stain's. "You have to stop, Izuku. Your dad wouldn't have wanted you to do this. Please, if you don't stop, the heroes will force you." Izuku hung his head. "My dad is dead now, Mei. My one reason to keep on going is now gone. And if he's gone, Stain doesn't deserve to live." "What about me? Aren't I reason enough to keep going?" asked Mei. "I mean, you saved me first." Slowly looking up, Izuku stared at Mei, with his dead tired eyes. "If it were you that died that night, I know for a fact that my dad would be supporting my actions right now. If you think what I'm doing is wrong, I made the wrong choice that night." Mei's eyes widened when she heard those words. "Why, you don't mean that, do you?" Izuku stayed silent. Izuku, every night since it happened I've been thinking why you saved me instead of your dad. I thought it was because you cared, guess I was wrong. Hanging her head, Mei had tears running down her face. Izuku just said that he'd rather have saved his father over her. At the time Mei thought he would, but hearing that broke her heart, so there's nothing I can say to make you stop, right? Izuku got up. No, but you can tell the heroes to stay out of my way. I'm sorry Mei, but I have to do this. Wiping the tears away Mei nodded, then I'm sorry too, but I made a promise to your father that I'd look after you and make sure you wouldn't do anything you'd regret. Reaching into the work area Mei pulled out the ice gun she was working on and fired. The gun glowed blue as it fired an ice beam at Izuku. Izuku was taken by surprise by Mei's sudden attack. Activating his speed Izuku managed to dodge out of the way. The ice beam hit the sofa he was on and froze it on the spot. How? You don't have an ice quirk? Asked Izuku, surprised that Mei used it considering she was building it to amplify ice quirk users. I scrapped that idea and went with something more original. I built a mini cyclotron that hits absolute zero. It doesn't freeze per se but it does eliminate movement. Explained Mei as she fired again. Dodging out of the way Izuku made sure none of those beams hit him or else it would be over. You won't be able to hit me Mei and you know that, said Izuku as he dodged another blast. I know, but I was just stalling, said Mei, firing rapidly. Izuku raised an eyebrow, stalling, for what? Just then the wall to the hut collapsed inward, sending pieces of metal everywhere and kicking up sand. Raising his arms to shield his eyes, Izuku was stunned to hear a loud boom. That's when from the sand a massive fist came from the sand. Izuku tried to dodge but by the time he saw it the fist was already touching his face. Another loud boom was heard as the hit connected. The hit was so strong that the sand in the air dispersed and Izuku was sent flying towards the wall. She was stalling until we arrived, said All Might. Izuku groaned in pain as he got up, but before he could stand, cuffs were thrown on his wrists. Looking up Izuku found Mei, All Might, and Aizawa all looking at him. Looks like the gang's all here. How did you even know I was here? Mei notified us. All she needed to do was make sure you stayed here long enough for us to get here. Explained Aizawa. Izuku chuckled, so what now? Now we bring you back to UA. There you will be confined and will be given therapy. Midoriya, you just lost someone important to you, you need help, you need a hero, said All Might. We are heroes, so helping is what we do. We are supposed to give people hope, not fear. No. My father needed a hero. I need revenge. And are you really going to pretend that you never shattered my dreams? Failed to give me hope? Asked Izuku. Aizawa and Mei looked at All Might. All Might's eyes widened. Izuku saw this and smirked. You still remember, don't you? What you said to me that day. I remember, and I regret those words every day, said All Might, hanging his head. Then where's my apology? Even after all this time, I still haven't heard a single sorry from you. While we're at it, where's my apology from that deadbeat cop Naomasa? He's supposed to have a lie detection quirk, he could have helped my dad. But all he kept saying was I can't tell, I can't tell. I didn't want to hear his excuses, I just wanted my dad out of prison. Izuku stayed silent, before laughing. You know it's funny actually. There is one person I should be thanking, and it isn't a hero. I should really be thanking Melissa. Everyone's eyes widened. The person who killed my mother was the only person who actually made an effort to get my dad out of prison. If it wasn't for her confession, we would have never made it to trial. Imagine that. Mei suddenly walked over to Izuku and pointed her freeze gun at him. Shut up. Melissa doesn't deserve to be on your mind, let alone thinking about thanking her. Enough, you're coming with us whether you like it or not. You'll have to catch me first, said Izuku as he suddenly began to vibrate his arms. Mei saw this and pulled the trigger. A blue beam of ice flew through the air, but in that moment Izuku raised his hands and managed to direct the blast at the cuffs. The cuffs froze over making them brittle and weak. With green lightning jumping off of him Izuku quickly got up and swung his arms, hitting Aizawa across the face and shattering the cuffs. All Might rushed in but as he raised his arm Izuku appeared and touched his weak spot. If I remember, it should be right around here. Activating his speed Izuku managed to shake All Might himself. The number one hero screamed out in pain as he fell to the floor on his knees. What did you do to me? I vibrated your entire molecular structure. Not enough to kill you but just enough to make it hurt, a lot, said Izuku as the hero hit the floor unconscious. As Izuku now stood over the defeated heroes a blast of ice managed to graze him on the shoulder. With his shoulder now encased in ice Izuku turned to Mei. In a flash Izuku appeared in front of her, and just as she was about to pull the trigger, Izuku slapped the gun out of her hands. Enough of that. Mei now stood eye to eye with Izuku. Are you going to knock me out like you did to them? No, but you have to stay out of my way, Mei. I don't want to hurt you, said Izuku. You already have, Mei said, glaring at Izuku. Izuku sighed, but as he was going to respond, something suddenly came from the outside. Whatever it was, Izuku caught it and noticed that it was a metal ball. What is this? Your last resort? Turning back to Mei, Izuku noticed a gas mask over her face. Yes, actually. The metal ball then cracked open and let out a purple gas that Izuku inhaled. One whiff was enough to make Izuku lightheaded. Dropping the ball, Izuku stumbled backwards. What is this? What did you do to me? He asked as he tried to grab onto stuff on the workbench, only to knock everything down. Midnight's quirk puts anyone to sleep within seconds. Works even better on men. With a little help from my baby and some muscle from Bakugo, you never expected it, said Mei as Izuku struggled to keep his eyes open. Be Bakugo, he's in on this too. Izuku fell to his knees. Mei then kneaded down with him and touched his face. This is for your own good, Izuku, I won't let you throw away your life so easily. With that, Izuku fell face first onto the floor, completely knocked out. Several hours later. Slowly waking up, Izuku could hear voices. He's waking up. Is everything ready? One voice asked. Yes, all containment procedures are in effect, another said. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku found himself in a room with a glass pane in front and several devices around his body. Where am I? You are at Izuku Midoriya, said Nezu appearing from the glass door. We've brought you here to help you, and make sure you don't get in our way. In your way? What are you talking about? Asked Izuku. We are taking down Stain, said All Might appearing behind the glass. This is a job for the heroes. You're too angry, it's clouding your judgment. Once we deal with Stain, we'll let you go. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I'm the only one who can even get close to touching him. You fight Stain and you'll all be dead before you could even blink. That's where you're wrong, said Aizawa, walking up to the glass with Hatsune by his side. We have a plan to stop him. Your plan will fail, explained Izuku. Who the hell even came up with this plan anyway? Nezu? It was me, said Mei, much to Izuku's surprise. What? There's no way, you couldn't have come up with a plan in such a short amount of time. Unless. Izuku then realized something. Unless you already had plans made. But in order to do that, you made plans to stop me? Mei hesitated for a second before shaking her head. No, the plans were originally for Melissa if she ever came back. Izuku scoffed, and now you're using the plans on me. But that's not the only reason why you made these plans now, is it? Yeah, I know you may. You don't make something unless you have 5 or more uses for it. So tell me, what's the other reason? You are also the reason why I made those plans. Why? Because you're too fast. After your little time travel incident, I calculated that you have a 85% chance of destroying the world. And the worst part is, you do it in under 5 minutes. Explained Mei. So I modified and made plans to stop you if that time ever came. Izuku was stunned. How could you? I trusted you, Mei. And now you're going to betray me? Mei slammed her fist onto the glass. I'm not betraying you, I'm helping you. I promised your father I'd keep you from doing anything you'll regret. And by all my past babies, I will keep that promise. Don't use my dad to justify what you're doing now, yelled Izuku. Killing Stain will be more than justified and you all know it. He's killed so many, not just my dad. I'll be doing everyone a favor. No, you wouldn't. If you kill Stain you'll be beyond our help. Please Izuku, we want to help but killing Stain won't help anyone in this situation, said All Might, pleading with Izuku. Izuku hung his head. That's where you're wrong. It would help me. Sorry kid, but we won't let you go through with this, said Aizawa. Yeah, I know. And I'm sorry too, but I can't have you guys stopping me. With that Izuku suddenly began to spark green lightning. Alarms went off in the room as Izuku shattered the restraints. Landing on his feet, Izuku ran at the glass in an effort to break it, but all he did was bounce off it like a ball. What the hell? You like it? It's a titanium alloy that has been weaved into the glass, making it virtually unbreakable. Explained Mei. Not even you will be able to break it, Izuku. After touching the glass, Izuku smirked. Not bad, this would have worked if you caught me 3 days ago. Unfortunately for you, all the time I've been gone I've been thinking of ways to kill Stain. So I've been working on some new tricks, want to see one? Backing up, Izuku hit the other end of the room and got into a sprinter's stance. Is he going to charge the glass? Asked Nezu. If he does, he'll break every bone in his face, he could even die, said Izuku, now worrying. Let him out. We can't do that. If we let him out now, we may not ever catch him again, argued All Might. He stays in there no matter what. Just then Izuku began to run at the glass. Izuku flinched when he was just inches from the glass. But much to everyone's surprise, Izuku didn't break it or bounce off it, no, instead he phased right through it. Mei was stunned. How? Izuku smirked as he now stood outside the glass. You like? I picked it while I was training. If I vibrate my entire body at just the right speed, I can pass through the space between molecules. Now, it's almost impossible for me to be chained up. Izuku jumped at Izuku, but Izuku simply sighed. When will you ever learn? Rushing in, Izuku grabbed Izuku's arm and flung him towards a wall. Izuku. Alright, this ends here. You're staying right here, Midoriya, yelled All Might as he too rushed him. Detroit Smash. All Might's massive fist came flying down, but once again Izuku had a plan. Raising his hand, Izuku appeared like he was going to take the hit straight on. Too easy, said Izuku as All Might's fist touched his hand, then a bright green light engulfed the area. As the light disappeared, All Might suddenly stopped. It seemed as if he was hit with a paralyzing agent. Falling to the floor, All Might struggled to move. I can't move, why? He asked. I just stole your kinetic energy. All that momentum you built up just now is gone. Izuku raised his arm to show it sparking lightning. You're fast, I'll give you that, All Might. But compared to me, well, you might as well be standing still. Thanks for the extra boost though, I'll put it to good use. As Izuku turned to leave, he saw a blast of blue energy aimed right at his head. Quickly leaning back, Izuku Matrix dodged the blast. Getting up, Izuku found Mei, pointing the gun at him and with Nezu standing beside her. You know, there are about 50 different ways I can take you down in 5 seconds. I know, said Mei. But they all involve hurting me. You may be pissed, but I know you'll never hurt me. Mei blinked, and when she opened her eyes, Izuku was gone. Are you sure about that? He asked, standing right behind her. Mei turned to fire, but by the time she did, Izuku was already behind her again. I found myself doing things I never thought I would have these last few days. I can do just about anything now. But you're right, I won't hurt you. So please, Mei, if you really want to save me, stay out of my way. How are you even going to find Stain? Ever since that night he's been nowhere to be found. Explain, Mei. Izuku's face turned stern. Don't worry, he'll find me. In a flash, Izuku was gone from the holding area underneath UA. This place looked familiar. Thinking back, Izuku remembered this was the place Shirakumo took him when he first arrived in that other timeline. Making his way outside, Izuku ran into the city and was gone without a trace. What do we do now? Asked Mei. We continue on as planned. You can still track him, can't you? Asked Nezu, to which Mei nodded. For now, keep an eye on him. Once Stain and Midoriya meet, we move in. For now, let's get these two some help. The next day, Izuku, as to not show up on Mei's radar, wasn't using his speed as he walked up to his parents' tombs. The sky was cloudy and gray, it seemed as if it was going to rain. Stopping in front of his parents' graves, Izuku placed down some flowers. He took a moment and just stood there in silence before sighing. All my life I've never had a goal. At one point it was getting Dad out of prison. But now is different. I have only one goal right now, and that is to kill Stain. I swear, I will kill the man who killed you, Dad. And no one will get in my way. Walking out of the cemetery, Izuku stopped on the side of the road and raised his arm. With sparks jumping off his arm, Izuku caused the ring on his finger to pop, causing the suit to spring out. Rushing towards the suit, Izuku put it on. Let's go kill this bastard, he said to himself as he charged up his lightning. But instead of running, Izuku directed all that extra lightning into the air, causing a massive bolt of green to light up the sky. The bolt of lightning was seen for several hundred miles away and caught the attention of everyone who saw it. UA saw it and began to mobilize their heroes, Mei saw it and clenched her fist, and last but not least, Stain saw it. And there it is. He's finally ready to face me. Stain then laughed. Well, this is going to end up like the last time, so might as well get it over with. With sparks of yellow lightning jumping off of his body, Stain made his way towards Izuku. Within seconds, Stain arrived in front of the cemetery to find Izuku. Izuku, it's been a while. How are you? Asked Stain. Izuku said nothing. I see you're at a cemetery, visiting your father? Again no response. You know, you should be thanking me. Izuku flinched. I did you a favor by killing your dad. You can see it now too, right? This world's flaws, what's right and wrong, what defines heroics and villainy. Yeah, you see it, you did beat those guys nearly to death. Key word being nearly. You still didn't kill, why? Asked Stain. I'm only going to kill one person, and that's you, said Izuku. Oh, I see, you still haven't truly suffered yet, have you? Asked Stain. Don't worry about that, I can help with that. Unfortunately, your dad is already dead, and so is your mom. Guess I won't get the chance of killing them. Wait, I know, there is still one, no two, people you care about. Izuku flinched when Stain said that. I don't care about anyone but you right now. I will kill you today. Stain smiled underneath his mask, flattering, but sorry you won't. Now that you know what true loss is, I will be the one to kill you. Once I do, I will fix this world and make it a better place. Sparks of green lightning began to jump off Izuku. The world will be a better place when you're dead. That's more like it, yelled Stain as he too had yellow sparks of lightning jumping off of him. But you forget, Izuku, you are far too slow. Stain then charged right at Izuku. Appearing in front of him, Stain pulled his fist back. But as he swung, Izuku leaned back and dodged the punch. Surprised by this, Stain smirked. Impressive, but that was just dumb luck. Turning his head, Stain's eyes widened when Izuku already had his fist in front of his face. Looking at Izuku, Stain could see nothing but pure unadulterated rage in his eyes. Just like the one in my world. History repeats itself, even in another world. Even so, he's not as fast as the other one. Stain moved his head back and was confident that Izuku would miss. But as he moved back, Stain was surprised to see Izuku's fist moving faster. Then it hit. Izuku landed a blow to Stain's mask. The punch knocked Stain several feet back, sliding to a stop. The hero killer looked up. As he did, cracks began to show around his mask. Get up, ordered Izuku. We aren't done yet. Stain stood up straight. You've gotten faster, and in such a short amount of time. This isn't the result of training. No, this is the rage of a boy, a sad, alone, arrogant boy. Tell me, how does it feel? But instead of answering him with words, Izuku instead answered him with his actions. Vibrating his fist at just the right speed, Izuku launched his fist forward and created a blast of wind. Stain dodged, but as the blast went by, it hit a building, completely piercing through it and continuing through several more. Most of the buildings hit began to fall, sending innocent people running for their lives. Now that's new, said Stain as he watched the buildings fall. Izuku repeated this attack over and over again, but Stain in turn began to run around him, which in turn caused more damage to the city and hurt several people. Fed up, Izuku stopped his attack and ran toward Stain. Seeing this, Stain jumped into the air, but as he did, Izuku managed to grab his leg and slam him onto the ground. Bouncing off the floor, Stain was then grabbed by the neck. This is going to hurt, yelled Izuku as a loud boom echoed throughout all of Japan. Taking off, Izuku ran in a straight line and without regard to anyone or anything in his way. He ran through everything. Buildings, bridges, homes, schools. Stain smashed against them. From space you could see a streak of green light go up and down all of Japan. Returning to the city, Izuku spun around and threw Stain onto the ground. Rolling to a stop, Stain had blood dripping down from underneath his now cracked mask. Let me ask you, how does it feel? Asked Izuku as he walked toward Stain. Hurts, doesn't it? Well, it's nothing compared to what you did to me. This pain, this rage inside me, will never stop. Groaning in pain, Stain got to his knees. Hurt? Pain? Oh, Izuku, you have no idea what pain is. Stain then turned to find green lightning engulfing Izuku, his eyes burning green with power. Those eyes, those are the same eyes I had when you took everything from me. Running in, Izuku punched Stain across the face, cracking the mask further. I don't know who you are, and honestly I don't care. Shame, really. I'd hope you'd at least remember who I am. Whatever, I'm done playing games. In a flash of yellow, Stain got up and ran into Izuku. The two lightning bolts crashed as Izuku was thrown into the air. Spitting out blood, Izuku could barely see what had happened. Gritting his teeth, Izuku landed on his feet and ran. The two speedsters crashed into each other and locked hands. This caused lightning of both colors to strike the area around them, destroying it further. I will kill you, yelled Izuku as he pushed against Stain. You're the person who's going to die. Just like your father. Answered Stain, leaning back and headbutting Izuku in the face. Staggering back, Izuku lost his footing. Stain saw this and tried to attack. However, it was a ploy by Izuku. As Stain got in close, Izuku managed to kick him underneath the chin. The mask on Stain soon had parts starting to fall off, revealing small parts of his face. Civilians ran for their lives as they tried to avoid the carnage of the fight. One family was running down the street when a bolt of green lightning struck the building. An explosion went off, causing a large section of the building to fall over them. The family looked up to see it coming but couldn't get out of the way. The two parents hugged their child in an effort to protect them. But just as the wall was going to crush them, another explosion blasted the wall into pieces. The family turned to find Bakugo in his hero costume. "Hey! Get your asses up and go. It isn't safe here." The family nodded and quickly ran. "Man, they're really going at it," said Bakugo. "At this rate they're going to destroy the city." Just then the ground beneath Bakugo began to shake. "It won't be just the city," said Mei, appearing with a tablet in her hands. "The energy they are giving off is growing. At this rate they could level a large portion of Japan, if not the entire island. We need to stop them now." All Might then appeared, followed by several heroes. "And we will, but first we have to get everyone out of here." "Right, Class 1A, listen up," said Izuku, turning to the entire class standing behind him. "Your top priority is the evacuation of civilians. Don't let anyone behind, help those you can. If you can't, move on to the next person. Remember your training. I know it's still early to send you on missions, but we need everyone for this. So move out, and above all else, stay alive." The class all nodded before splitting up into groups with veteran heroes. The only ones to stay were Mei, All Might, Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki. "Hatsune, how sure are you this will work?" asked Izuku. "About 60%, with the time we had, that's the best possible percentage," explained Mei. "It will have to do," said All Might. "Remember your roles and execute them. Do them right and we might just save Midoriya." Bakugo let out a few explosions in his hands. "Don't worry, one way or another I'll beat some sense into him." Mei turned towards the battle and watched the bolts of lightning swirl around the two speedsters. Izuku, Chapter 17, Mistakes. The air around Izuku sizzled as lightning strikes struck the ground around him. Loud booms echoed throughout the city as fist met flesh. Rumbling was heard as buildings fell around him. The city was in chaos. Civilians ran for their lives. Heroes tried their best to save them. Everyone watched as their city fell right before their very eyes. And there wasn't a damn thing they could do about it. The fight between Izuku and Stain went back and forth, blow for blow. Izuku would punch Stain in the chest, only for Stain to strike back with an uppercut. Both speedsters were so into their own battle that they didn't notice everything going around them. An instant, Stain managed to grab Izuku's arm and throw him on his back. His mask now exposing his forehead but still hiding most of his face. "You're much more vicious than the other, Izuku. I wonder why?" asked Stain as he now stood over Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth, and in a flash of green he got up and charged his lightning on his right arm. "That other me was weak," yelled Izuku as he punched Stain with his lightning-charged fist. With the extra power behind his punch, Izuku sent Stain flying into a car. Metal folded and broke as Stain stuck to the car. "Weak, you say? Quite the opposite, actually." That Izuku was calm, calculated, and focused. "If it was a straight fight, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But once I took the thing he valued most in the world, he lost it. All self-control, any semblance of the man he was gone. That is what made him go mad, why he lost. Just like you're doing right now." Pulling himself free, Stain looked up to find Izuku walking towards him. Blinking once, Stain flinched when Izuku appeared in front of him. With one swift motion, Izuku kneed him in the stomach. Falling to his knees, Stain clenched his stomach. "I'm not that other Izuku," said Izuku, glaring down at Stain. After a short while, Stain began to laugh. "That's where you are wrong. You and the other Izuku are the same." Running in, Izuku tried to punch Stain down but was surprised when his fist was caught. Izuku's eyes widened. How? Getting to his feet, Stain twisted Izuku's wrist back, causing him to grunt in pain. "I told you. The same." With a swift motion, Stain punched Izuku's side, breaking a few ribs. With a loud crunching noise, Izuku screamed out in pain. But as he did, Stain grabbed him by the mouth, muffling his screams. Raising Izuku high, Stain slammed the speedster face first into the ground with a crack of yellow lightning. Gasping for air and with blood running down his nose, Izuku laid on the ground in agony. "Every step you take, every breath you take, every movement you make. I know it all. There's nothing you can do that I can't see coming. Those hits you got in before, I let you have those." Feeling his rage build up inside him, Izuku clenched his fist, got up, and let out a battle cry and began to rotate his arms, creating a vortex. Debris was sucked into this vortex as it headed towards Stain. But as it reached halfway, another vortex hit, canceling each other out. "It's like I said, Izuku. Anything you can do, I can do it too, yelled Stain. Oh yeah. Then see if you can keep up with this. With green lightning sparking around him, Izuku began to speed up. Soon it appeared as if a copy of Izuku was standing next to him. But it wasn't done yet. The copy then made another copy, then another, and another. Soon it seemed as if there were 16 different Izukus on the battlefield. Mei and Bakugo, who were getting into position for their plan, were surprised to see this. What the hell? Since when can he make clones? Asked Bakugo. Mei shook her head. They're not clones, more like an illusion created by moving super fast. But if Izuku could do this, then that means Stain can as well, said Bakugo. Come on, we need to get this done. The longer we wait, the higher the chance one of them dies. Hey, half and half, you ready? On the ground, Todoroki nodded. Ready, he said, holding a spherical device. Mei then chimed in, remember, pour everything you got into that thing. Back with Izuku, his clones were running at Stain trying to attack him. But as soon as one got in close, Stain would thrust his hand forward, killing them. This is just a waste of time, Izuku. You're only delaying the inevitable. Then try and find me, said the clones all at once. By the time you do, I'll find an opening. Stain smirked. You underestimate me, Izuku. I already know which one is the real you. Running in, Stain aimed for a clone with his hand vibrating. Izuku flinched and moved back. Stain's hand sliced Izuku's side, causing blood to splatter. Thanks to this, the clones all disappeared as Izuku stumbled back, clenching his side. Like I said, I know every move you'll ever do, said Stain, wiping the blood from his hand. Then how about mine? Yelled a loud voice from above. Izuku and Stain looked up to see All Might come crashing down in between them. The both of you will stop this at once. All Might? What the hell are you doing? Get out of here, you'll only get in my way, said Izuku, furious that All Might would even show his face. I can't do that. Right now my only priority is making you stop this nonsense. The only way to do that is to take him down, said All Might, turning his attention to Stain. You stop me? Please, you can't even touch me, boasted Stain. But I, on the other hand. Running at All Might, Stain suddenly appeared in front of the number one hero. Could kill you right here, right now. Stain was about to pierce All Might's heart when from behind Izuku appeared and tackled him away. The two went tumbling towards the ground before getting up and facing each other. As much as I hate you right now, All Might, I don't want you dead. But if you stay, I won't be able to keep you alive for long, said Izuku. Yeah, I know, but I've been in the hero game a long time, so I've learned a few tricks, explained All Might, pressing a button on a remote. Just then a beeping sound was heard beneath both speedsters. Both looked down to see a small flat circular device. But before either of them could tell what it was, the device suddenly popped. This caused 4 light ropes to wrap around both of their arms and legs, pinning them in place. The both of you are fast, but at those speeds you tend to lose your surroundings, explained All Might. Izuku tried to break free but found that he couldn't, and he knew exactly who made these. Damn you, Mei, even now you're getting in my way. You're wrong, Midoriya. Mei is helping you, you are just too blind with rage to see it. After we secure Stain you will be coming with us, said All Might as he approached Izuku and Stain. But as he got closer, the number one hero stopped in his tracks when he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Izuku felt it too and turned to Stain. The aura around him was suffocating with murderous intent. Why you dare, you dare. No one chains me up. No one. Just then yellow lightning began to fall all over the city as Stain used everything to break out of his chains. With Mei, her tablet suddenly began to fire off warning signs. Oh no. What's wrong? Asked Bakugo. It's Stain, the energy he is giving off now is growing and building up inside him. All that built up energy has to be released somehow. But that could level the city, warned Mei. We need to get Stain away from here, now. Izuku also recognized what was going on and turned to All Might. Let me go. There's no time to explain, but if you don't let me go now we'll all be dead, yelled Izuku. Sensing the desperation in Izuku's voice, All Might pressed the button and released him. Izuku ran at Stain to get him out of the city, but as he approached he knew that it was too late. Shit. Come on, think, Izuku, think. I need to contain the energy somehow. A millisecond later Izuku got an idea. Running towards Stain once again, Izuku didn't grab him, but instead began to run circles around him. All Might watched as a massive tornado formed. What is he doing? He's creating a vortex with his speed, said Mei. If he runs at just the right speed, the kinetic energy from his vortex should be able to absorb it. Can he do it? Asked Bakugo. I don't know. We never tested anything like that. But if it's Izuku, I know he will, said Mei. Todoroki, you ready? With Todoroki, the area he was standing in was covered in a sheet of thin ice. The air practically froze as he poured his ice into the sphere he was given. With his icy breath, Todoroki nodded, ready, just tell me when. Mei looked over to Bakugo, who nodded, toss it. With all he had, Todoroki launched the sphere into the air. Just as it was about to fall, it suddenly changed course and flew towards the sky. In the air, Mei used another one of her babies to pull the sphere towards her. Grabbing it, Mei felt that it was cold to the touch. Is it enough? Asked Bakugo. If I did everything right. It should be. Now we have to wait for an opening. Explained Mei. With Izuku, his plan was working somewhat. The energy given off by Stain was slowly being absorbed, but it wasn't enough. He's still going to take the whole city with him. I'll just have to kill him before he does, said Izuku as his eyes burned green with power. Closing in the vortex, Izuku was close enough to fire off a massive barrage of punches at Stain. With each hit, lightning crackled inside the vortex. This ends now, you villain. This is for my dad, yelled Izuku as he stopped running and stood a few meters away. Taking a deep breath, Izuku ran at Stain and pulled back his fist, preparing a kill shot. Mei saw this and knew that the time was right. Now Bakugo. Do it now. Grabbing the sphere, Bakugo used everything he had and with a massive explosion threw the sphere down towards the ground. The world slowed down around Izuku as he was now a few feet away from Stain. This is it. I'm finally going to kill him. But as his fist was inches from Stain, the villain suddenly looked up. You call me a villain? How dense. A loud crackdoom was heard as a bolt of yellow lightning came falling down on top of Stain. The resulting explosion was enough to throw Izuku aside, level several more buildings, and shake the land for miles. When it was all said and done, and the dust settled, Izuku laid on the slope of a crater, his costume almost completely burned off. All Might fared no better as he was thrown and knocked out, and was now bleeding from his head. Mei and Bakugo didn't get hit as badly, they were high enough and behind enough cover that it simply knocked them over. But the city was in even worse shape than it was before. My God, said Bakugo as he looked over to see a crater about 200 meters wide and 100 meters deep. Mei slowly looked over as well and saw the carnage. And this was a scaled-back explosion. If Izuku didn't do what he did, we wouldn't be here. Bakugo looked around. Where is Izuku anyway? And Stain for that matter. Mei used her quirk to zoom in and look around. A few moments later she spotted Izuku lying on the ground. He's alive. As for Stain, I don't know. She looked around for him but couldn't find him at first. But as she looked near the center, her eyes widened. It can't be. What is it? Is Stain still standing? Asked Bakugo. Mei's lips trembled as she spoke. I can see him. I can see who Stain is. Bakugo was a bit confused. We already know who he is. But Mei shook her head. This Stain isn't the one we know. It's. Hearing the name, Bakugo's heart sank. And no, you're wrong. I wish I was, said Mei. But I'm looking right at him. This Stain, the Stain from another world is. Down on the floor, Izuku was slowly opening his eyes, his vision blurred as he looked around him. That's when he heard some footsteps. Looking down towards the center of the crater, he could barely make out the outline of someone. Slowly making their way towards Izuku was a very injured Stain, his suit torn, his arms bleeding, and his mask was starting to flake off. No one has ever pushed me to this point. Not even my world's Izuku. But you are different, aren't you? Said Stain as half of his mask broke off. You were right, that other Izuku was weak, I see that now. He couldn't kill me, but you can kill me. So go ahead, kill me, yelled Stain as the bottom half of the remaining mask broke off. Izuku struggled to push himself off the ground. Sitting up, his eyes widened when he saw who Stain was. Why you? Surprised? Asked Stain as he stepped up to Izuku. The other you was surprised too. The final pieces of the mask Stain had on broke off. As it hit the ground, the wind blew, causing dust to be picked up. And in that wind, Stain's ash blonde hair blew, his red sharp eyes pierced into Izuku's very soul. Stain smiled as he saw the look of despair in Izuku's eyes. Yeah, that's the look I was looking for. What now, Deku? What's your next move? Asked Stain, who looked exactly like Bakugo. Kachan? No, this has to be some trick, yelled Izuku as he forced himself to his knees. Who are you? Stain smiled. It's me, Deku, your best friend since we were kids. The friend who you forgot about. The friend you abandoned. The friend who let everyone special in my life die. Izuku was shocked. This doesn't make any sense. May told me. Stain cut in, the truth. I was a hero and a damned good one. Life was good. Bakugo, Unknown Earth. Hey mom, I'll be there soon, said Bakugo while on the train. Should be there in 5 minutes. On the other side of the line Mitsuki smiled alongside Masaru. You better hurry up kid, your girl is going to eat everything if you don't hurry up. Standing beside his parents was a girl with fawn-colored hair and brown eyes. Hurry up babe. We've been waiting forever. Bakugo smiled, I'm going, just hold on. Still don't know why you guys wanted to eat at a restaurant. What do you mean, it's the perfect place. You are just about to graduate from UA. Of course we are going to celebrate, said Masaru. Thanks guys. Oh, the train is pulling into the station now, I'll be right over, said Bakugo as the doors slid open. As Bakugo got off the train a sudden explosion rocked the station. Looking around he saw that it came from the east. What the hell? Is someone fighting? That's when Bakugo got an alert on his phone, warning that the green streak was currently fighting a villain. Deku? He's fighting. Hey mom, I got to go, seems like the nerd needs some help. Then go kid, just make sure you catch this guy, said Masaru. We'll be waiting right here. Cool, see you in A. But before Bakugo could finish that sentence screams were heard from the other side of the line. Mom, Dad, Kami. What the hell was that? More screams were heard from the phone as Bakugo began to run towards the restaurant. Ripping off his clothes he revealed his hero suit underneath. Hold on guys, I'm on my way. Firing off explosions behind him Bakugo made it to the restaurant, landing in front of it he ran in. But just as he was going to enter the door something green slammed into the side and went right through the restaurant. As the green bolt of lightning passed through an explosion erupted from within the restaurant. The blast sent Bakugo flying back several meters before slamming against a wall. Bakugo was temporarily knocked out as a result but woke up a few short minutes later. When he opened his eyes and looked around he found the restaurant where his parents and Kami were reduced to rubble. No. Injured Bakugo pushed himself up and limped towards the rubble. Climbing on top of everything, Bakugo desperately searched for his parents and girlfriend. Stone after stone he lifted and threw them aside. After some time Bakugo came upon Kami, her lifeless body on top of Mitsuki and Masaru. She had tried to shield them. Looking down at them Bakugo suddenly heard the sound of cheers coming from several blocks away, and one name. Izuku. 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 This pissed off Bakugo. How dare they cheer his name when Izuku was the reason why his parents and girlfriend were dead. Izuku went to UA as well. He should have known what to do. He should have known that at his speed that he needed to be more careful. But he didn't, and now his mistake cost the lives of the people Bakugo loved the most. In a fit of rage Bakugo used his explosions and headed towards where Izuku was. A few moments later he found Izuku standing atop of a building waving at the cheering crowd. Clenching his fists Bakugo snapped, "People are dead, and he's out here waving. He took my mom, my dad and Kami away from me and he's smiling. Fuck you." Using his explosions Bakugo launched himself towards Izuku. Izuku saw it but thought that Bakugo was going to congratulate him. But much to his surprise, instead of a hello, or a hi, Izuku got an explosion to the face. "You killed them. You bastard. You killed them," yelled Bakugo as he fired off explosion after explosion. It took the intervention of other pro heroes to get Bakugo off of Izuku. By the time it was all said and done Bakugo, not Izuku, was thrown into a cell. Being still a student technically at UA Bakugo was expelled from the school and wasn't going to graduate. As for Izuku, at the time he was working under All Might and was given permission to fight. Since All Might was still an influential person he managed to get Izuku off with a lecture. The casualties were nothing more than that, just casualties, it just happens. Bakugo was devastated, he had just lost his family and his career. Walking down the streets of Hasu City Bakugo found himself in an alley. As he walked through a voice called out to him. "It sucks doesn't it, hero?" Bakugo turned but didn't find anyone. "Who's there?" "Someone who wants to help you," answered the voice. "Help me? I don't need anyone's help," said Bakugo. "Oh but you do. You see it now don't you? The injustice in the hero world, you saw it firsthand after all," said the voice, now closer. Bakugo gritted his teeth. "Deku." The voice now appeared to come from the wall. "Think about it. He's the one who killed 3 people and he doesn't get any punishment. But you on the other hand, did nothing but react and were given a much harsher sentence. The only reason you were out was because he pitied you. Where's the fairness in that?" Bakugo thought about it. "There is none. Everyone I cared about is gone, but if it wasn't for Deku, this wouldn't have happened. And now you are a nobody. While he still becomes a hero, such a shame. But I think we can both help each other, said the voice. I can see it in your eyes. You want revenge, don't you? The justice system failed you, but there are other ways to get what you want. Bakugo flinched. You mean hurt Deku? Hurt him the same way he hurt you. An eye for an eye, said the voice. True punishment for his actions. Bakugo hung his head as he thought back to the times he spent with his parents, with Kami. He thought back to a time when he trained to be a hero. He thought about how he got punished while Izuku, who inadvertently killed 3 people, received none. It wasn't fair. How was any of this fair? Looking back up, Bakugo had a face full of determination. True punishment. Excellent. You finally see it my way, said the voice. Who are you anyway? Asked Bakugo. Appearing from the light was Stain, someone who knows what you're going through. Now, let's get to work righting what is wrong. Back with Izuku. And that's how I met Stain, my world Stain. After taking me in, Stain taught me how to fight like a villain. I then took out those who wronged others, until finally I was ready to take you on. Explained Stain. But the first time we fought, it didn't end well. You killed my Earth Stain and I barely managed to escape. It was then when I decided that Bakugo was no more, I became Stain, the hero killer. Why you bastard. With blood spurting out of his wounds, Izuku pushed himself, got up and tackled Stain. I'll kill you right now. Raising his hand up, Izuku began to vibrate it at super speeds. He threw his hand down but stopped just inches from Stain's chest. What are you waiting for, Izuku? Kill me. Stain then looked at Izuku's face. I see, you can't do it, can you? You thought I was just some random nobody. But now that you've seen my face, you can't kill someone with your best friend's face. What a coward. Gritting his teeth, Izuku had every emotion running inside his mind right now. But as he was thinking of something, a yell was heard. You bastard. Izuku turned to find Bakugo, this world's Bakugo, rocketing down towards them. Die, he yelled as he flipped in midair and pointed his hands right at the 2 speedsters. Both speedsters tried to get out of the way, but as they jumped back, the explosion happened right in front of them, knocking them both back. Stain slammed up against a boulder, but as he looked up, Bakugo appeared once again. Grabbing Stain's face, he fired off an explosion that had so much power behind it that the boulder shattered. How could you? You took everything away from him. Stain slid again before stopping. Walking over, Bakugo lifted Stain up from the shirt and with rage-filled eyes, stared into his own soul. Why didn't you use your quirk? Do you think speed is enough to stop me? Yes, actually, my speed would be more than enough. But the reason why I haven't used those ridiculous explosions is because I can't. Once I took Izuku's speed, I found that I could no longer use it. Explained Stain. Now, this might be a bit weird, but it's time I get rid of this weak version of myself. Stain raised his hand and was about to stab into Bakugo, but just as he was, Izuku ran in and snatched him away. Stopping on top of the crater, Izuku looked at Bakugo. His face was on the person who killed his dad. Feeling the air around them thicken, Bakugo tried to speak but was cut off by Izuku. Get out of here and take All Might with you, he said, dropping the number 1 hero beside him. You're just getting in my way. Izuku turned to leave, but as he did, Bakugo grabbed his arm. Please, Izuku, don't be like him. Pulling his arm free, Izuku ran back down into the crater. Even after seeing who I was, you still chose to save him. I'm impressed, not many would be able to do that, said Stain. He's not you, said Izuku. Stain laughed. Oh, but he will be. One way or another he will grow to hate you. And right when you think there's nothing wrong, he will betray you. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You think showing me your face has changed my mind? You're dead wrong. In fact, now that I know who you are, only makes me even angrier. Green lightning began to spark out from Izuku's eyes as his anger grew once again. Spitting blood onto the floor, Stain smiled. Don't count me out just yet, Izuku. Just like this world's me, I will stop at nothing to best you. Mei watched on as their plan failed. The sphere she had built was gone. It didn't even make it to the ground. Hatsune, come in. It was All Might. All Might. Yeah, I'm here. Are you all right? She asked. The device, it was vaporized before it even activated. Damn it, do you have a backup plan? But yeah, I'm fine, just hurt. I don't think I'll be able to get close again. Asked All Might. Mei didn't. No, that was our only shot in stopping them. There's nothing more we can do. Just then more green and yellow lightning came crashing down around everyone. They'll kill everyone. We have to do something, anything. We can't let these two destroy Japan over this, said All Might, as he dodged falling debris. We have to snap Izuku out of his rage. Mei then began to think. I got it, but I need to get down there. All Might nodded, we are counting on you Hatsune. Making her way down from her position, Mei clenched her fist. I'll just have to talk you out of it. If not, I still got one more trick up my sleeve. Literally up her sleeve a blue device began to charge up.